Gamers of the Underworld. Chapter 450, Second Watch. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. While the gamers of Eternal Kingdom were diligently working, a shocking scheme was hatched in the Dungeon Lord main hall. Frangipani observed the surroundings. There were numerous dangers hidden in this small Dungeon Lord main hall. For example, the metal can that was used by Eggface for drinking tea wasn't placed properly on the shelf. It was placed close to the edge. Frangipani believed that it was a trap. If he knocked hard against the tank to break it, the metal can would drop, and the noise would attract the attention of the gamers outside the Dungeon Lord main hall. Then they would capture him. Humph, such a cheapskate trap isn't going to daunt me. Frangipani wasn't bothered by this trap. He pushed out his head to knock against the glass tank that was bought by Sherlock from a shop. It wasn't a sturdy tank, and it broke after Frangipani hit it. Just as he expected, the metal can fell from his impact on the glass tank. However, Frangipani was prepared. He caught hold of the metal can using his mouth. Good, he had neutralized the first trap. Voices of the gamers came from outside. Did you hear that? I heard something break in the Dungeon Lord main hall. I heard it too. Could there be a new plot? Frangipani froze. He didn't expect Sherlock to be so shrewd. Did he discover his plot to break the glass tank using his head? What a scary devil! Frangipani squatted on the spot and waited nervously. He imagined the gamers dashing in and capturing him for a reward from Lord Sherlock. He waited for a long time, but nothing happened. The gamers only chatted casually. They had no intention of investigating what happened in the Dungeon Lord main hall. What happened? Were the guys not coming to take a look? The security in Eternal Kingdom was very lax. Frangipani couldn't believe he was defeated by such a pathetic bunch of creatures. Normal citizens of Eternal Kingdom weren't allowed to enter the Dungeon Lord main hall, but if there were strange sounds coming from it, they should investigate. Frangipani had completed his first step. Next was implementing the second step, fleeing from Eternal Kingdom. He had already surveyed the possible routes and had come up with a detailed plan during the few times he was outside the Dungeon Lord main hall. He was going to flee along the base of the walls. Frangipani was very confident in his plan. After all, his shell had the same color as the base of the wall. Moreover, the lighting of Eternal Kingdom was dim. If he escaped the Dungeon Lord main hall unnoticed and then followed along the base of the wall, he could escape via entrance number 1, which was the closest to the Dungeon Lord main hall. Frangipani contemplated his escape plan and inhaled deeply. After a time, he crawled at a tortoise's pace to the door, then worked very hard to navigate along the base of the wall to entrance number 1. He made painful progress. How could a tortoise be as fast as a rabbit? However, Frangipani wouldn't give up. He had almost completed the greater half of his plan. The second part of his plan wasn't difficult. As long as he persevered, he could escape this place. For the third step of killing Sherlock, he had to think it over properly, as it wouldn't be that simple. Even though he fought once with Lord Sherlock, he realized that the devil was a frightening opponent. Not to mention the metalkin monster that blew him to bits. Fortunately, the metalkin monster was destroyed. He didn't expect the times to have progressed so much. Frangipani had no time to think. He crawled and advanced towards entrance number 1. The busy gamers didn't notice his presence. Frangipani was about to succeed in fleeing when he heard someone shout, "Gosh, isn't that Lord Sherlock's new pet? Why is he here? Capture him. It must be a special mission. Hand him over to Lord Sherlock. There might be a reward, like equipment or something." The gamers shouted excitedly when they discovered Frangipani. Frangipani felt that something wasn't right. He wanted to run and escape, but he was limited by his tortoise body. The gamers dashed towards him in a bid to capture him, but he had his wits about him. Sherlock placed various restrictions and rune mana on him. After a few days of research, he felt that he was able to remove the rune mana. That was what he thought. The tortoise looked constipated as it huffed and puffed. However, nothing happened. It must be sick or feeling unwell, so it came out, a gamer commented when he saw the pain on Frangipani's face. Perhaps he wants to use the bathroom. Shall we relieve him of his constipation? Better not. If you kill him, our hopes for the special mission will be dashed. It's hilarious. Would the tortoise in a game be constipated? Who has a tortoise pet at home? Come and help. The gamers gathered like bees to honey before the tortoise. A gamer extended his hand in a bid to capture Frangipani, but Frangipani bit his hand. Frangipani was surprised that the bitten hand didn't retract. Instead, the gamer shouted, "This tortoise is mine! This tortoise is mine!" After the gamer's hand was bitten, another hand grasped Frangipani. The gamer holding the tortoise ran outside. Many gamers wanted to stop him and shouted after him. "Sell the old turtle to me! Please, I'll pay a high price. How much are you selling it for? How about 10 magic stones? I can raise the price. If only I grabbed with my hands first. It's a pity that I'm so slow." Frangipani was being captured under the merciless gazes of the gamers who flooded to the Dungeon Lord main hall. However, there was nobody in the room. As the gamers were about to look for Lord Sherlock, Brainiac appeared behind them. "Lord Sherlock wants me to take the tortoise away," Brainiac said to the gamers as he took out some powder from his pocket. The powder had an invisibility property and was an alchemy product. "This is your reward." Brainiac was familiar with the procedure for rewarding the gamers. The eyes of the gamers lit up when they saw the never-before-seen reward. The gamer who caught the tortoise shouted, "Auction, I'm auctioning it. The mission reward is in Brainiac's hand. I'm starting the bid at 10 magic stones." After a few rounds of bidding, Sylvanas obtained the tortoise. Brainiac handed the alchemy powder to Sylvanas and took the tortoise from her. While the gamers were researching the use of the powder, Brainiac brought the tortoise to his burial hall. "What are you doing?" the tortoise asked as he observed Brainiac warily. Brainiac was preparing devices and materials on the experiment platform. "I'm preparing to experiment." "Thank you. A primordial creature like you can't be categorized as a devil or other underworld creature. I think you're an alien creature or a creature from another world." Brainiac put numerous sharp incisors at the side as he said, "I'll dissect you. It may be a bit painful, but I believe that a legendary figure like you won't fear such pain." Brainiac spoke without emotion. Frangipani felt that Brainiac was taking revenge. Though Frangipani's plan A had failed, he had another perfect plan. Brainiac was going to listen to him. As a commander of the ancient gods' army, he could control all spectre creatures. All of the previous liches were under him when the ancient gods conquered the world. Though Frangipani's ability to control spectres was restrained by Sherlock's mana, Frangipani believed he could overcome it and control Brainiac. Frangipani focused his attention and tried to break free of Sherlock's mana. The tortoise looked like it was constipated again as it hemmed and hawed. But nothing happened. Brainiac frowned. He wasn't bothered by the tortoise and continued his preparation for the subsequent experiments. Sherlock was in Winterfell discussing matters with Dungeon Lord Nicholas. He knew about Frangipani's plan to escape, as Brew observed Frangipani's actions in the Dungeon Lord main hall. It was hard for a tortoise to escape Eternal Kingdom stealthily, especially when there were many gamers working in the dungeon. Sherlock wasn't bothered by Frangipani. He let Brainiac handle the matter and allowed him to conduct experiments on Frangipani. Experiments were Brainiac's motivation to stay in Eternal Kingdom. Sherlock was meeting Nicholas because Nicholas had something to tell him. "Lord Sherlock, this is an invitation from the headquarters of the Merchant Alliance. I know that you are busy, but you have to take the time to participate in our event," Nicholas said earnestly as he looked at Sherlock and passed an invitation card to Sherlock. The invitation card had the words Merchant Alliance Annual Gala for Collaborating Merchants on it. Sherlock examined the invitation card. It had the format of a letter. Respectable Lord Sherlock. We would like to earnestly invite you to join the Merchant Alliance's annual gala for collaborating merchants. We hope that you'll attend the event. Thank you very much. But I'm not a merchant, can I take part in the event? Sherlock asked as he placed the invitation card down and looked bewilderedly at Nicholas. Of course, this is the application that I submitted to the Merchant Alliance's headquarters. I hope that Eternal Kingdom will be the strategic partner of Winterfell. Eternal Kingdom is a notable dungeon in the Merchant Alliance's headquarters, Nicholas said to Sherlock. I understand. Since it's your earnest invitation, I'll gladly participate. Do I need a dance partner for this event? Sherlock asked as he put away the invitation card. According to conventions, you have to bring a dance partner to the event. If you don't have a suitable candidate, I can help you find one. Nicholas looked enthusiastic, but Sherlock didn't accept his offer. He pondered and said, I understand, I'll bring a dance partner. I have a few options. I'm quite popular with females. Sherlock stood up and said to Nicholas, I'll make a move first. We'll meet at the event. Nicholas stood up and bowed to Sherlock. When Sherlock left Nicholas' office, Brew said, Lord Sherlock, since when were you popular with females? That's not what you said previously. I'm only worried that Nicholas will introduce some vampires to me. I don't have a good impression of vampires, Sherlock explained to Brew. Do you have a creature in mind to be your dance partner? I have a dance partner in mind, Sherlock said. Dragonborn rode his horse and followed Hoodlum and his guild members towards a high vantage point. The two guild's members were going to capture the wyvern. Hoodlum had a bold plan. The first step is to bait the wyvern. The second step is to use our custom-made net to capture the wyvern. The third step is to make the wyvern our ride. If that's not possible, we'll kill the wyvern and exchange the carcass for money. That's my plan, Hoodlum said confidently. Hoodlum's confidence wasn't misplaced. He had a detailed plan for baiting the wyvern. I was a slave in the Duke of York's castle and made friends with many inmates. They had some special skills. One of them knew about wyvern and told me that the wyverns like a special kind of wood that can only be found in the underworld. Hoodlum said, when we were attacked by the wyvern, the convoy was carrying that special wood. The convoys that were attacked confirmed that they were transporting the special wood. I don't know where they obtained the underworld wood. It could be a strange encounter for subsequent plot developments. Dragonborn didn't expect Hoodlum to share such important information with him. This was a friendly gesture by Hoodlum. If the surface world and the underworld were going to have interactions, then it would be a huge plot development. All of the gamers would be involved. Hoodlum's plan was to use the wood to bait the wyvern. Whether the custom-made net was able to capture the wyvern depended on luck. Since there was a mission to capture the wyvern, it was highly possible. Hoodlum was going to try capturing the wyvern. However, the Hoodlum Yoga Association wasn't a large guild. Dragonborn's guild was the only strong guild that had good relations with the Hoodlum Yoga Association. For the same reason, Dragonborn accepted Hoodlum's invitation. He couldn't possibly decline Hoodlum's friendly gesture. They chose a nearby high vantage point to capture the wyvern. The special wood was already gathered at the area they would use for baiting the wyvern. Dragonborn proceeded to the baiting location. When the wyvern appeared, his guild would be the main force for capturing it. There was another team for baiting the wyvern, whose task was to carry the wood to attract the wyvern. Dragonborn arrived at his designated spot. Before long, he heard the loud bellow of a beast. The wyvern had arrived. Chapter 451, Battle during capture of the wyvern. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Dragonborn stood among the trees and lifted his head to look at the sky. He wanted to look for the wyvern via the gaps among the leaves of the tree crown. However, he couldn't find any traces of the wyvern except for the shrill shrieks of the creature. As he was hesitating whether he should dash out of the forest, he heard the gamers at the side shouting, "Look at the left side. The wyvern's on the left side." Before Dragonborn could make sense of the shouting, he saw the figure of the wyvern above his head. Then he felt a gust of scalding hot air bathing him. He rolled to the side before a tower of flames descended on his previous spot from the sky. Dragonborn's reaction was fast. A few slow gamers, together with their equipment, were vaporized by the wyvern's flames. "The wyvern discovered us? No. I don't want my equipment to be destroyed. I don't want to lose my equipment." Some gamers cried in the woods. They experienced the fear of dying at this moment. "Steady. Don't be rash. Act according to our plan." Dragonborn heard Hoodlum shouting. The wyvern didn't stay above their heads for long. It went for the baiting team with the special wood. They were quite successful in luring the wyvern. "All members prepare. Pull up our net." Hoodlum shouted to the gamers. Dragonborn and his members pulled up the huge net that was prepared by Hoodlum as planned. The net was made from the Underworld's spider silk. It was a mystery how he obtained that much spider silk. To ensure the net was sturdy, Hoodlum used 5 layers of spider silk to create the net. The huge net was pulled up from tree to tree. To prevent the net from being damaged by the wyvern, they used wood from tens of trees to strengthen it. It was like a huge spider web spun around the trees. Dragonborn wasn't sure if such a net could capture the wyvern. They could only try it out. Hoodlum said, "It was a good idea to strike while the iron is hot. If we had waited for the plot to capture the wyvern, the benefits wouldn't be as good as capturing it on our own." Everyone was highly efficient since they were disciplined guild members. "Look out! The baiting team is coming over," a gamer at the boundary shouted. The wyvern was lured by the baiting team, and it was flying towards its favorite wood. Dragonborn saw some horse-riding gamers outside of the woods dashing over. They had the special wood attached to their backs. Their strategy wasn't to put all of their eggs in one basket. If the special wood was placed on the same carriage, the wyvern could have destroyed the entire baiting team. Everyone in the baiting team carried the special wood as they scurried towards the target area. This was a more reliable plan. Dragonborn was able to see the wyvern clearly. Compared to the black dragon Eggface and his dad, this wyvern didn't have the features of a great dragon. The wyvern looked very different from a black dragon. The great dragon had 4 claws and a pair of wings, but the wyvern only had 2 claws and a pair of wings. The wyvern also wasn't as large as Eggface's dad. The wyvern didn't look like an intelligent creature. Dragonborn wasn't there to examine the differences between a wyvern and a great dragon. He observed the flight path of the wyvern and prepared for the final showdown. "After capturing the wyvern, we'll use these to knock it unconscious," a gamer said as he raised his allocated metal bat. It was a weapon brought by Hoodlum to capture the wyvern. "You must have played Ark before. It's normal to capture dinosaurs and animals using a bat. You may want to learn. It has a high chance of capturing the wyvern," Hoodlum explained the rationale for using the bats. It felt lame to use a bat to knock the wyvern unconscious, but it was a good blunt weapon. In many games, bats were used to knock monsters and animals unconscious. Dungeon was also a game. Why could a bat not be used in it? A bat could even knock a person unconscious in reality. Everyone thought that it was logical. "Listen to me, I have a bold plan," Takia Spirit said as Dragonborn was preparing for battle nervously. "Bro, don't tell us your plan. I feel that your plans never succeeded. They are always realized by Dragonborn. You're helping him be awesome," Sealhead Ling Chong said to Takia Spirit. From Sealhead Ling Chong's expression, he was sympathetic to Takia Spirit. Takia Spirit couldn't take it. He shouted loudly, "This time, my plan will not be usurped by Dragonborn. Nobody can steal my perfect plan. I'm confident in completing the plan." Takia Spirit said loudly, "First, once the wyvern is trapped, I'll climb up his back and grab the scale on his head, then I'll knock his head using my wooden bat. I can only tell you this much. I ain't divulging more. Takia Spirit spoke proudly. His plan wasn't popular with the rest of the gamers. Sealhead Ling Chong smiled and said, "Your plan is too common compared to your previous plans. Aren't you going to demonstrate your plan with your actions? Perhaps Dragonborn can do that." Sealhead Ling Chong was teasing Takia Spirit mercilessly. However, Takia Spirit wasn't bothered by it. Dragonborn observed the wyvern flying over and reminded the other gamers to focus their attention on the wyvern. A few horse-riding gamers dashed towards them. The wyvern was longing for the special wood, so it didn't breathe fire at the horse-riding gamers. The wyvern locked onto its targets and dove down rapidly, grasping the gamers before dislodging the special wood from their backs. Then the wyvern released the gamers, who fell to the ground. This kind of death was considered good, as the gamers could preserve their equipment. The gamers who were incinerated grieved as pieces of their equipment were destroyed. The wyvern didn't notice the net awaiting it in the forest as it chased the gamers with the special wood. It flapped its wings and charged towards the trees. The wyvern wasn't afraid of the densely populated trees. The trees at the front were knocked down by the wyvern, and the loud crashing sounds reverberated in the woods. Dragonborn's palms were sweating. He grasped a metal bat anxiously while focusing on the wyvern. The wyvern flew right into the spider silk net prepared by Hoodlum. The gamers on horseback were also trapped in the net. If the gamers changed direction, the wyvern might follow suit. Hence, sacrificing the gamers was part of the plan. The wyvern was entangled by the spider silk net and came to a stop. The net was being pulled apart as if it was bubble gum being pulled to the sides. The wyvern struggled wildly, but it was unable to get free of the net. Hoodlum immediately shouted, "Quick, knock the wyvern out while it's trapped." The gamers charged out and hammered the wyvern with their bats. With the wyvern's height, normal humans, elves, and fairies were unable to hit its head with a bat. They could only hit its nose. Even if the wyvern was trapped by the spider silk net, it could still breathe fire at its foes. The wyvern opened its mouth, and flames shot out. The fire engulfed the nearby gamers. The flames spread within the woods rapidly. Soon, thick smoke was billowing from the forest. "Before we manage to knock the wyvern unconscious, we will die from the smoke and fire." Sealhead Ling Chong coughed and said. The gamers were about to be incinerated by the wyvern's breath. They hadn't considered this point. Though the gamers didn't feel pain from the smoke or fire, the smoke caused the gamers to cough, run out of breath, and become weak. "Let me try this!" Takia Spirit shouted. He climbed up a tree, then, using the height advantage, aimed at the wyvern below. He leaped while smashing down at the head of the wyvern with his metal bat. He screamed loudly, "Ah!" It was an inspiring scene. The gamers were uplifted by the descending Takia Spirit. They hoped that Takia Spirit would take out the wyvern with his metal bat. The wyvern that was lowering its head to breathe fire at the gamers suddenly looked up and opened its mouth at the leaping Takia Spirit. He jumped right into the wyvern's mouth and became silent. The wyvern was choked after Takia Spirit went into its mouth. It wanted to breathe fire but coughed violently. Even its nose started emitting black smoke. It seemed as though its flames were stuck in its nose and mouth. The wyvern was in great pain. It started to struggle more violently than previously. The spider silk net emitted straining sounds, but the wyvern was unable to break free of the net. Dragonborn feared that it was only a matter of time before the wyvern broke free of the net. "The wyvern is choked. Everyone, attack!" a gamer shouted loudly. The gamers charged towards the wyvern, wanting to knock it unconscious before it recovered. Though the wyvern wasn't breathing fire, its powerful wings, its sharp claws, and the spikes on its body were dangerous weapons. With its vicious struggling, the gamers were unable to get close. "Climb up the tree just like Takia Spirit, then jump down to its head or back," Hoodlum ordered loudly. The gamers climbed up the nearest trees before leaping off towards the wyvern. As the wyvern was struggling to swallow Takia Spirit, who was stuck in its throat, it didn't bother with the gamers leaping off the trees. Some unfortunate gamers fell to the ground, while others landed on the spikes on its back. The rest of the gamers landed safely on the wyvern's back and head. Dragonborn was one of them. The wyvern felt many unwanted pests on its back and shook its body violently. Due to the restraint of the spider silk net, it was unable to flip its body. The wyvern remained on its back while it kicked viciously. This allowed the gamers to hit its back and head with the metal bats. The plan wasn't smooth sailing. The strength of the gamers was limited, so the wooden and metal bats didn't have much effect on its head. Some impatient gamers took out their weapons and stabbed the wyvern, but they were unable to penetrate the tough scale armor. The swords broke in half, but the wyvern's scales were intact. There were only scratches. The wyvern was feeling more pain from the gamers' attacks and struggled more viciously. It wanted to shake the gamers off its body. The wyvern opened its mouth and tried to breathe fire a few times. It failed the first 2 times, but on the third try, hot flames shot out from its mouth as it struggled around and lit up the entire forest. The fire in the woods became larger. Even Hoodlum, who was directing the gamers, was engulfed by the fire. He was most likely killed by the fire. To make matters worse, the wyvern used its claws to rip the spider silk net. After a long time, the spider silk net was unable to withstand the wyvern's damage, and it started to rip apart. The wyvern's claws broke free of the net's restraint and started clawing the net surrounding its wings. The wyvern breathed fire to kill the gamers who got too close. The number of gamers started to dwindle rapidly because the revival point was too far away. Moreover, there were only about 800 members from the 2 guilds. Dragonborn didn't care about such things. He grabbed the spike on the wyvern's head tightly to prevent himself from being flung off. Many gamers were flung off of its head and back and were killed by the wyvern's stomping or fire breath. The wyvern was furious with the audacity of the humans, elves, and fairies. When Dragonborn felt he was unable to hold on any longer, the air around him started flowing. The wyvern broke free from the spider silk net and flapped its wings. The gamers didn't inflict much damage, and its wings were intact. The wyvern flapped its wings, and the strong wind almost extinguished the burning trees. After the wings of the wyvern stopped flapping, the flames became more ferocious. The wyvern flapped its wings a few times, and its body lifted off towards the sky. It shook its huge head and body while using its wings to balance its lateral tilt. Most of the gamers who held onto its head and back were flung off after the wyvern shook twice. Only a few gamers were hanging on for dear life. When the wyvern flapped its wings and flew vertically up into the sky, the rest of the gamers slipped off of the wyvern. Even Dragonborn was being thrown off. Dragonborn thought that he was going to fall to his death. It was then that he felt his shoulder armor hanging onto something. He looked back and saw that his armor was hooked by one of the wyvern's spikes. The spike penetrated his armor, fastening him to the wyvern. The wyvern gained altitude, while the gamers and the burning forest below grew smaller in size. Dragonborn was dazed. What should he do? Chapter 452, Polio's Request for Help. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Dragonborn was captured by the wyvern. To be precise, he was riding on the wyvern's back. His name was fitting for his current situation. The gamers were agitated when they saw Dragonborn being whisked off by the wyvern and immediately uploaded the video to the discussion forum. They thought Dragonborn would appear and write about his wyvern riding experience. The gamers waited for a long time, but Dragonborn didn't create any posts in the discussion forum. Dragonborn wouldn't go offline. It wasn't easy to get the chance to travel together with the wyvern. If he were to go offline, his opportunity might be gone. Is that how a hidden mission is triggered by the wyvern's plot? Dragonborn is awesome. I feel that we're the stepping stones for Dragonborn. I was burnt alive right after the mission commenced. That's too much for me. You're all bad. You attempted capturing the wyvern without telling us. If we knew about it, we would have suggested that you hook yourselves to the wyvern's body, just like Dragonborn. Is Dragonborn the rider of the wyvern? He could have some awesome achievements. It's hilarious. Where did this awesome gamer come from? The gamers enthusiastically discussed Dragonborn's experience with the wyvern on the discussion forum. Most of the discussions involved gamers of Victoria City. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom weren't interested, as they were busy rebuilding the Gundam. In the Dungeon Lord main hall of Eternal Kingdom, a black kitten was sprawled lazily in his own dwelling. Above him was a parrot who was pacing around. Eggface was sitting in front of the computer, typing furiously on the keyboard. He was working and chatting with the gamers who were queuing up online to chat with him. He would help provide solutions for the problems faced by the gamers or record their feedback on the game. He would then reflect his findings to Sherlock during his free time. Eggface seldom encountered gamers who were asking for help in solving their game-related problems. Most of them wanted to chat with Eggface, whom they thought was a lady black dragon. I'm getting restless. Can we have something like the battle at Spectre College? The parrot paced restlessly on the cabinet. It has only been around 10 days since our last battle. What are you thinking about, meow? Polio said as he looked at the parrot. I feel that Lord Sherlock has the charisma of Michelangelo. Why don't we coax Lord Sherlock into attacking Winterfell? If we can occupy it as our stronghold, it will be a good start for our world conquest, the parrot said excitedly. However, Polio disagreed, saying, perhaps you were locked up for too long. You don't understand the current times, meow. Do you know about magic cannons? It's a magic weapon that can blow half a mountain to bits with a single shot. Even if Lord Sherlock were to take a direct hit, it wouldn't be pretty, meow. Let's not even bring up the Gundam. The parrot scoffed at Polio and said, so what? Lord Sherlock is powerful, but he's still far from Michelangelo at his prime. I feel that Lord Sherlock is an interesting devil. If he's willing to conquer the world, he might just succeed. The parrot and Polio were solemnly discussing whether Lord Sherlock would conquer the world. Eggface, who was working on his computer, said, what are you talking about? Conquering the world? Impossible. Eggface shook his head without hesitation as he said, because only I, the King of Darkness, Master of the Mystical Flames, Hades' ruler, can conquer the world. Footsteps were heard outside the Dungeon Lord main hall, and someone opened the door handle. Lord Sherlock. Besides Lord Sherlock, I won't support any other creature who is conquering the world, said the bragging Eggface, suddenly changing his tune. The door was opened, but Lord Sherlock didn't walk in. Instead, it was Brainiac who carried the tortoise. The tortoise was the commander of the ancient god's army, Frangipani, who created a big mess in Spectre College 10 days ago. Spectre College suffered great losses due to Frangipani. Besides the 1/10 of the students who lost their bodies, even the principal of Spectre College perished. The students who lost their bodies could revive using their soul boxes, but it was different for the principal. He was deemed guilty of reviving Frangipani by the Spectre Committee and sentenced to death. His execution occurred a day before. His bones were burnt to ashes, and his soul box was destroyed. It was tragic. With his execution, Professor Bacon became the new principal of Spectre College. Based on their cordial relationship, Sherlock and Spectre College signed a new agreement. The new agreement included the gamers of Victoria City as the combatants for the graduation examinations. The last principal wasn't happy with the participation of humans, elves, and fairies, but Professor Bacon signed the agreement without much consideration. Before long, the gamers of Victoria City could challenge the instance dungeon of Spectre College. Brainiac walked in and put the tortoise in the new glass tank bought by Sherlock. The water in the glass tank wasn't a special liquid but common underground water. Sherlock found that even if he helped to treat the injuries of the tortoise, he would go against Sherlock, doing things like knocking his head against the glass tank. Though a glass tank didn't cost much, Sherlock still felt the pain. The tortoise didn't have money, and Sherlock couldn't sell him for money. Brainiac left after placing the tortoise in the glass tank. Let's see who's back. The parrot flew down to the side of the glass tank and gazed at the tortoise Frangipani as he teased. Eggface and Polio walked to the tank and looked at the tortoise. They were curious about what kind of punishment Frangipani received. Besides feeling mentally exhausted, Frangipani's body seemed intact. Didn't you die? I thought Lord Sherlock would kill you, meow, Polio said as he tapped on the glass tank. The tortoise was in the glass tank, looking at the three animals outside. He became fierce and looked as if he was constipated. Are you thinking of breaking Lord Sherlock's rune mana? The parrot asked as he observed the tortoise's expression. After hearing the parrot, Polio said, it looks like it, meow. It looks like the other time. It's the same expression, meow. Polio was referring to the parrot by the side. To Frangipani, these insolent creatures were laughing at him, but he wasn't bothered by them. It was only a common failure. Though Brainiac's experiments were frightening, they weren't able to daunt him. He was once the highest commander of the ancient gods' army. It was a joke that he was being kept like a tortoise in a glass tank. He wasn't a pet tortoise. He wouldn't yield. Sherlock didn't have time to contemplate the feelings of his pets. He didn't keep them for fun or because he thought that they were cute. Polio, Phoenix, and Frangipani weren't cute. He required their help at certain times. For the rest of the time, they could stay in Eternal Kingdom and eat, sleep, and drink well. They were all prominent characters. If Sherlock were to kill them, it would be a waste. It was better for them to stay in the dungeon. He could use them as henchmen when appropriate. Most importantly, he didn't have to pay them a salary. Where could Sherlock find such good labor? Right now, Sherlock needed Polio's help. Meow. Lord Sherlock, are you serious, meow? You're going to have me be your dance partner for the Merchants' Gala of the Merchant Alliance, meow. Sherlock returned to Eternal Kingdom and informed his pets about the invitation to the Merchant Alliance's event. He wanted Polio to become his female dance partner for the event. Polio couldn't believe it. He was a tomcat. Even if he wasn't a kitten, he was still a male devil. It's only a disguise. The event requires all participants to have a dance partner. It's decided. You'll prepare yourself as my dance partner for the rest of the time, Sherlock said to Polio. Sherlock left after speaking to Polio, who was deep in thought while the parrot was having a great time teasing him. Frangipani still had the expression of constipation in the glass tank. As for Eggface, he was engrossed in his computer game and had no idea what had happened. Lord Sherlock, is that your choice? I thought you would choose that unreliable succubus or Queen Victoria. They were the only two female candidates in your list, Bruce spoke to Sherlock in his mind. Evelyn and Lilo? Forget it. They aren't in my consideration, Sherlock said casually. I understand. I fully understand. After the embarrassing event at the drama theatre, it's understandable that you're not considering them. Nobody likes to be in the Azura arena, though it's exciting for a bystander. You must be feeling bad about it, Bruce said excitedly. Sherlock didn't respond to him. He was busy taking stock of the compensation and reward materials delivered by the Spectre Committee and Merchant Alliance. Polio was left with a difficult problem. How could he be a qualified dance partner? If it were other creatures, Polio would have scolded them. He was one of the 72 devils of Michelangelo. Now, he had to disguise himself as a female dance partner. It was killing him. Polio had no idea what kind of creature he was going to disguise as. Should he go for a cute look, a sweet look, a mature look, or an ancient god's look? Polio didn't have any experience being the graceful dance partner of a superior devil. As the subordinate of a great devil who almost conquered the world, he only knew how to fight and disguise himself for collecting intelligence. He wasn't required to be a dance partner during Michelangelo's time. Previously, the dungeons were platforms for battle and bloodshed. Dancing at a gala event? Non-existent. Polio had a splitting headache. Eggface gave him a suggestion: why don't you ask those gamers with green symbols above their heads? Though they are crazy at times, they are good with this kind of problem. Asking those undead gamers of Eternal Kingdom? Polio thought that it wasn't a good idea, but he was left with no choice. Though Lord Sherlock looked gentle, he wasn't an easy devil to deal with, especially when he was fighting them. Polio had been imprisoned in the Ogre Fortress. The memories of being badly beaten up were still fresh in his mind. What about the parrot? He was once a phoenix, but now, he was beaten to become a parrot who went bonkers at times. The tortoise in the glass tank was in a perpetual state of constipation, as shown by his expression. Who would believe that he was Frangipani, the highest commander of the ruling ancient god's army millions of years ago? It was tragic. Though Lord Sherlock didn't use violent language to intimidate them, his actions spoke louder than words. Now that Lord Sherlock had given him such a mission, if he didn't perform well, Polio didn't dare to think of the consequences. After much consideration, he walked out of the dungeon lord main hall and shouted at an orc who was carrying bricks. Polio asked him solemnly, "Do you know how to become a qualified dance partner? Tell me, and I'll give an appropriate reward." Meow. Gosh, I got a strange encounter while carrying bricks. The first reaction of the gamer wasn't to think and answer Polio's question. He was excited, and the bricks in his hands fell to the ground. Though the gamer was excited, he recovered from his exhilaration. He didn't shout loudly since it was late at night and almost dawn. There weren't many gamers around, but some gamers noticed him and wanted to ask him if he triggered a strange encounter missions. He merely carried Polio and ran towards his guild stronghold. "What did you say? You wanted me to tell you how to become a qualified dance partner? Of course, I can answer that. I can also help you. What rewards do I get?" the gamer asked excitedly. "Don't worry, it's a generous reward if you tell me." Meow. Polio used a tempting tone to speak to the gamer. As a devil, he knew how to tempt common creatures to help him. Though he hadn't done this for many years, he was still good at it. What kind of a reward would a creature obtain by helping a devil? "Please wait, I'll help you find out," the gamer shouted and fell to the ground, sleeping. Polio squatted in front of the gamer. He wasn't anxious or puzzled. The gamers would faint occasionally. No matter what they did, the gamers wouldn't wake unless they woke up on their own. Polio didn't wait for long before the gamer sat up. "Apologies for keeping you waiting. I have many books on how to become a qualified dance partner. Take a look at them." The gamers dictated a series of book titles like Etiquette of Smart People, Polite and Charming Conversation Techniques, Complete Guide of the Waltz from Beginning to Giving Up, Shirley's Deception Methods. Polio left after the gamer finished speaking. These books were of no use to Polio. The gamer watched Polio leave. He wanted to stop Polio, but he was helpless. He looked depressed as his strange encounter mission disappeared. The heartbroken gamer decided to expose everything in the discussion forum. He didn't expect his post to create a series of chain reactions and cause unexpected consequences. Chapter 453, Young Wyvern. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom were discussing how to proceed with Polio's strange encounter mission, while the gamers of Victoria City were concerned about Dragonborn's strange encounter mission. 12 hours after being taken away by the Wyvern, Dragonborn appeared on the discussion forum and created a post. "I am Dragonborn. I am very nervous. I am Dragonborn. I am very nervous. I didn't wish to create a live post, but my friends requested it. They felt I should help advertise our guild. So, I wrote this post. I am the guild chairman of For That Night with Sherlock. Gamers who need help can approach our guild stronghold, which has a sign on the door. Everyone must be curious to know what happened to me. It was nothing much. I traveled with the Wyvern for 2 hours before it rested on a cliff. It didn't discover my presence, so I took off my pauldron silently and leaped onto the cliff. This cliff looked like the wyvern's nest. I saw 4 eggs in its nest. Picture. This is the picture of the nest. I'm as tall as the eggs. Lying in the nest, I noticed the special wood that the wyvern likes. Picture. The wood is stacked like this. This must be his stored food for his young wyverns that are to be hatched. This must be the reason why the wyvern is searching and accumulating food. That's what I'm guessing. I'm wandering on the cliff and checking out the environment. The large wyvern only rested for a while before flying off. It hasn't returned. I'm not sure what I should do next. I can't kill myself and return to the revival point. I can only stay close to the nest to see if there is any plot development. If there is, I'll inform everyone. That was all for the post. It was simple. Dragonborn didn't respond to the replies of the gamers because he was back in the game, checking for new developments of the strange encounter. He had already waited for tens of hours. He shouldn't waste time on the discussion forum and miss the important plot. Dragonborn was correct. When he returned to the game, he noticed a large figure above his head. The wyvern descended from the sky and landed next to the nest. Dragonborn hid in a concave rock, so the wyvern didn't discover him. The wyvern walked around the nest before checking the eggs. It nudged the eggs with its head as though it was encouraging them to hatch. The wyvern appeared nervous, and it nudged the eggs for half an hour. Suddenly, one of the eggs shook, and cracks appeared on the eggshell. Dragonborn opened his eyes widely. The wyvern was even more excited. Its mouth touched the eggshell as though it wanted to peel the shell off. A young wyvern was hatching. Dragonborn didn't expect to witness the hatching of a young wyvern. He was thinking of how he could steal the eggs. Then he heard strange sounds from the sky. Dragonborn lifted his head and saw a dense black mass flying over. He was curious, and the mass flew above his head. It was a large group of crows. If he didn't witness it, it would be hard to believe that a large group of crows flew towards the wyvern. The crows flew towards the surprised wyvern, which breathed fire at them. Most of the crows dodged to the side. Only a few crows were burnt. The crows weren't frightened off by the wyvern. After dodging, they adjusted their direction and approached the wyvern. They used their claws and sharp beaks to attack the wyvern. The crows attacked the vulnerable parts of the wyvern, like its nostrils and eyes. The parts of the wyvern that were without scales were attacked by the crows. Even if it was a wyvern, it couldn't endure the pain. The wyvern bellowed and flapped its wings. The crows weren't afraid of the wyvern, attacking its eyes and other vulnerable parts. The wyvern couldn't bear it as it breathed fire, but the flames didn't hit any target. The wyvern flapped its wings, and its body lifted as the wyvern left the nest. Dragonborn witnessed the wyvern and crows leaving. He hesitated as to whether he should grab the opportunity to escape with the hatched wyvern. The cliff was too high, and the egg was too large. Dragonborn felt that he had no means to take away the egg. Dragonborn suddenly recalled that a hatched creature would recognize the first creature it saw as its mother. If he were to dash out now and let the young wyvern notice him, would it treat him as its mother and follow him? Dragonborn felt that it was highly probable. Perhaps the game was designed this way. He decided to try it out. What if it was successful? Dragonborn observed that the crows and the large wyvern were receding into the distance. He didn't know when they would return, so he decided not to delay and miss the chance. He quickly dashed towards the rocking egg. The eggshell was full of cracks, and it emitted knocking sounds. The young wyvern was about to break its shell. Dragonborn was thinking of using his weapon to help the young wyvern when the eggshell was abruptly broken. Before Dragonborn, a turkey-like wyvern popped its head out of the shell. It didn't have any scales, and it was bald. The large turkey looked at Dragonborn and blinked its bulb-sized eyes, then shouted to Dragonborn, "Chirp! Chirp!" The large turkey shouted at Dragonborn again. Though the young wyvern sounded like it was scolding him, its expression was warm. Dragonborn wasn't angry, because he knew that his plan was working well. The bald wyvern was rubbing him intimately, acting as though they were family. It's successful. I've succeeded. Dragonborn was unable to suppress his joy. But how was he going to escape? The cliff was so high that the bottom couldn't be seen, and the sides were steep. It was dangerous for him to scale the cliff and suicidal for him to bring the young wyvern along. The game plot made a decision for him. The crows that followed the large wyvern returned, and their target was Dragonborn. The crows formed groups and dove at Dragonborn, who covered his head. He depended on his armor to deflect the crow's attack, which was like a tornado that wrapped around him. The newly hatched wyvern didn't know what was happening. It looked at the crows attacking Dragonborn and chirped incessantly with worry. Dragonborn felt the crows clawing him, and the force made him unsteady. He soon wavered and fell to the side of the cliff. Dragonborn kept his wits as the crows tried to push him off the cliff. Dragonborn didn't know what the crows were up to. It seemed that they were stopping Dragonborn from acquiring the young wyvern. He had waited tens of hours for a wyvern to hatch, so how could he let the crows wreck his plan to escape with a young wyvern? Dragonborn covered his head with one hand and slashed the crimson sword wildly with the other, trying to fend off the crows that surrounded him. Even the wyvern was unable to chase the crows off. Dragonborn's shoulder was badly wounded since it was without a pauldron. The other parts of his body that weren't protected by armor were badly wounded as well. Fortunately, his body wasn't as big as the wyvern's, so the crows were unable to peck at his eyes. Dragonborn wasn't concerned about his wounds as long as they weren't life-threatening. The gamers were unable to feel pain. Dragonborn was wary of the nudging of the crows, as they were going to push him off the cliff. The large wyvern returned again, releasing a loud shriek that filled the sky above the cliff. It dove down at Dragonborn, who was harassed by the crows. The crows dodged, while Dragonborn crouched to avoid the wyvern's sharp claws. The wyvern flew over Dragonborn's head, while the remaining crows went after the wyvern. Dragonborn fell to the ground. When he saw the crows and wyvern fly away, he quickly climbed up. The newly hatched young wyvern was flapping its bare wings near Dragonborn. It walked unsteadily towards him as it said, "Chirp! Chirp!" The young wyvern's chirping was full of concern. Though Dragonborn evaded the crow's attack, he was unable to escape with the young wyvern. The turkey-sized wyvern ran before Dragonborn and pounced into his arms. The wyvern mistook Dragonborn for its mother. Chirp! Chirp! Dragonborn thought that the young wyvern was cute when it rested in his arms playfully. The young wyvern was cute, but it was difficult for Dragonborn to escape with it. A loud shriek rang above him. Dragonborn lifted his head and saw huge claws coming at him, so he hugged the young wyvern and rolled on the ground. The large wyvern grasped a handful of soil at Dragonborn's previous spot. The large wyvern's eyes were hurt, and there was fresh blood flowing from their edges. The crows circled above the wyvern, waiting for their next attack. The large wyvern was furious with the egg thief Dragonborn rather than the pesky crows. As the large wyvern was about to attack Dragonborn, it had to abort its plan. The young, naked wyvern walked unsteadily in front of Dragonborn and opened up its scaleless wings. It screeched, "Nima! Nima!" Dragonborn thought the young wyvern was scolding the large wyvern. The screeching sounded familiar to what the young wyvern said to Dragonborn. Was it scolding Dragonborn just now? Dragonborn didn't know why he was bothered by these irrelevant questions. Dragonborn didn't know how the large wyvern would feel when the young wyvern scolded it. However, the large wyvern must have felt pretty bad. The large wyvern was puzzled by the action of the young wyvern. It shouted twice to its child, but the child screeched, "Nima! Nima!" The circling crows dove down again. This time, their target was the newly hatched wyvern. The large wyvern wasn't bothered by Dragonborn since the crows were attacking. It turned its head and flew towards the crows as it breathed fire and flapped its wings furiously. The large wyvern wanted to chase off those pesky crows who were intent on attacking its child. Dragonborn noticed that the large wyvern was distracted by the crows. He wanted to take the chance to escape with the young wyvern. The young wyvern had returned to him. Dragonborn was curious about what the young wyvern was doing. It flapped its wings and circled around him as if it was hinting at something. The young wyvern flew to Dragonborn's side and butted its head at Dragonborn's arms in a bid to raise them. When Dragonborn didn't respond, the young wyvern ran to Dragonborn's front and prompted him with its flapping wings. Dragonborn understood. The young wyvern wanted him to learn how to fly. Was the young wyvern thinking of making Dragonborn escape by flying? It was impossible. Dragonborn couldn't fly. Unfortunately, he couldn't explain that to the young wyvern. Dragonborn left his previous spot with the young wyvern. If he climbed down the cliff, he might have a better chance of surviving than if he stayed. Dragonborn didn't want to wait for his death. It wasn't easy for him to have such a precious strange encounter mission. He would never give up. He followed the young wyvern to the side of the cliff, then climbed down while the young wyvern flapped its wings beside him. Meanwhile, the large wyvern was battling the crows in the sky. Dragonborn felt that he had reached his limit after climbing down a few meters. The side of the cliff was too steep for any creature to climb. However, he had no other choices. Above him were the pesky crows and the frightening wyvern. Though he was in a precarious situation, he was thinking of using a weapon to help him scale the side of the cliff. Dragonborn grasped his crimson sword using a single hand and pierced it into the side of the cliff. Then he unsheathed the dagger from his waist and pierced it at a lower spot before pulling out the crimson sword and repeating the process. He could succeed. Dragonborn felt exhausted, but it was a feasible solution to scale down the side of the cliff. However, things didn't turn out as planned. The crows and the large wyvern charged at him. With the combined attacks of the wyvern and the crows, Dragonborn was unable to balance himself. Dragonborn fell and screamed loudly, and the young wyvern dove steeply towards him. Chapter 454, The Succubus Action. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. At the Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild located in Winterfell's Old District. It's like this. We want to recruit 50 warriors to take charge of the conference security. I hope that you can make arrangements as soon as possible. If possible, let them gather at the Winterfell East Gate and report to me. A werewolf in a western suit sat inside the office of the Adventurers Guild and spoke to the succubus. Don't worry, we'll arrange for suitable warriors to report to you tomorrow. Evelyn recorded the details as she asked, which category would you like to register? Is it C, B, or A? I haven't heard of the Adventurers Guild's categories. Considering the importance of the conference, I think it's more appropriate to register for A, the werewolf nodded and said solemnly. Category A? The price will be slightly higher. Are you sure? Evelyn was taken aback as she didn't expect the client to choose the category A. We're sure, the werewolf nodded and said. Evelyn confirmed the client's choice and recorded in her book, Winterfell Annual Hairdresser Association Conference, Mission Category A. After the registration procedure, Evelyn stood up and politely bade the werewolf farewell. Evelyn went back to the office and took out a small book, recording the registered mission. Though Evelyn was only a receptionist and the actual mission registrations were made by Brew, she would faithfully record down all accepted missions. Though it wasn't really useful, she felt better. Otherwise, she felt like she was sponging off Lord Sherlock. The newly registered mission appeared on the mission panel, which was only accessible by the gamers. A few gamers from the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance accepted this Category A mission. Evelyn had worked there for a few months, and although she wasn't fully aware of all of the guilds and their names, she recognized the familiar faces of the guild members. Due to recent events involving Eternal Kingdom, the reputation of the Adventurers Guild was spread far and wide. Many Winterfell residents and other dungeon lords would visit the Adventurers Guild to contract the services of the reliable gamers. The gamers wouldn't quit before meeting their goals. The clients of the Adventurers Guild said that they had only contracted the services of 5 to 10 warriors, but they felt that they were being serviced by tens to hundreds of warriors. As the contracted missions were completed all the time by the resilient gamers, a reliable reputation was created for the Adventurers Guild. The gamers not only served as workers for house chores, but they also provided comprehensive services for conferences and ceremonies. However, the charges remained the same. The Adventurers Guild wouldn't reject clients if there was money to be made. The gamers didn't care if the work was meaningful or suitable for their statuses. While Evelyn was recording the new mission, Brainiac walked in as usual. He put his briefcase on the table and sat down. Evelyn looked worriedly at Brainiac and said, "Brainiac, are you all right? We were worried when you went missing." "I'm all right. There was a problem, so I went out with Lord Sherlock. Don't worry about me." After the incursion of Frangipani at Spectre College was resolved, Brainiac didn't go back to work at the Adventurers Guild immediately. Instead, he was busy concocting the fireproofing potions, which were meant for the gamers of Victoria City. They were going to use the potions when they fought against the Wyvern. Sherlock gave this task importance because Queen Victoria had requested the potions. The fireproofing potions were concocted successfully and sent to Victoria City by the gamers. Hence, Brainiac returned to work at the Adventurers Guild. He wouldn't be staying at the Adventurers Guild for long, as he had to work at the Magical Items Creation Workshop and Alchemy Workshop. After greeting Brainiac, Evelyn continued with her work. Brainiac was reticent and didn't converse much with Evelyn. The gamers in front of Evelyn said, "Gosh, we haven't asked Brainiac and Missy Succubus." "What are you asking?" "It's about the Black Kitten, Polio, learning about ballroom etiquette. Yesterday, a gamer triggered Polio's strange encounter mission. Have you forgotten about it? Wasn't the mission aborted as discussed on the forum? Is it still valid? If so, it won't be a strange encounter mission anymore." "Of course, the mission is still valid. If you can tell Polio how to be a qualified dance partner, he'll give you a reward. Anyway, he'll say that you are fooling him, and the reward will be denied. It's a mystery how this mission is to be completed." Evelyn overheard the gamers' complaints and pondered hard. Evelyn remembered that Polio was Lord Sherlock's pet. Why did Polio ask the gamers about ballroom etiquette? Her intuition told her that things weren't that simple. "Can you tell me what happened? Why is Polio learning ballroom etiquette?" "I attended Winterfell's ball with Lord Sherlock, so I'm able to help him," Evelyn said softly. The eye sockets of Brainiac lit up when Evelyn was talking to the gamers. Brainiac took out his journal and observed intently while taking notes. The gamers weren't interested in Brainiac's behavior. Instead, they were curious about the strange behavior of Evelyn. Evelyn seemed interested in the ball. Perhaps it was a series of strange encounter missions? "Of course, we know about it. We'll tell you," a gamer said immediately. Before he finished speaking, Evelyn took out an item from her pocket and passed it to him. That was Evelyn's tidbit for afternoon tea. As a girl, it was hard to work without tidbits. The gamers didn't have to receive magic stones as a reward as long as they were compensated. Evelyn knew that they would be just as happy. The gamers took Evelyn's tidbit and started talking. "Lord Sherlock is going to Winterfell for a ball. I heard this from the customer service Black Dragon. He chose Polio to accompany him, but Polio doesn't know anything about ballroom etiquette. It was difficult for us. We thought for a day on how to teach him." Evelyn was dumbstruck. "Wait, doesn't Lord Sherlock require a female dance partner? Why did he choose a black kitten?" Evelyn asked. "Perhaps it's Shirley's special interest. He's special and has many interests. Sometimes, I wonder how his character was designed. It's hilarious. You speak as if you know about Sherlock's character. Even now, we have no idea of Sherlock's character. At the very least, he's an animal lover. Look at the number of pets he owns. He's a philanthropist and a kind devil. If he hadn't set up those factories, we wouldn't have any jobs. You're cracking me up. Don't say any more. Anyway, Shirley's awesome. Awesome is the word. The gamers discussed Sherlock enthusiastically, but Evelyn was lost in thought. Sherlock was participating in a ball and was only bringing that black kitten. The black kitten Polio could be a female cat or other female creature. She was in the guise of a black kitten so that she could be by Lord Sherlock's side. That was infuriating. If Evelyn wasn't careful, a sinful cat would sneak to Lord Sherlock's side. That was what Evelyn thought. She had to find out more. Nobody could obstruct her progress with Lord Sherlock, not a black kitten and not a decadent troublemaking angel. Evelyn had to act now. Polio was in the dungeon lord main hall. He was thinking over the information provided by the gamers. Some of the information was weird. For example, he had to take off his pants while dancing in the ball. He felt it was strange, but he didn't have any reason to rebuke. He thought that dancing was for a couple to emit hormones, shake their heads, and do silly things. If there was time for dancing, why was money not given? How could there be love without money? Polio was still undecided whether he was going to take off his pants while dancing with Lord Sherlock. His life was at stake. If he made any mistakes, he could be killed by Lord Sherlock. He heard a knock at the door. Was it the Lich? Polio didn't know. He was lying in his dwelling and had no intention of getting up. "Aren't you on duty today?" Like opening the door and brewing tea, the parrot said to Polio. "Aren't these chores taken care of by the small black dragon?" Polio was lying lazily in his dwelling as he said, "He's a secretary, while I'm Lord Sherlock's pet." "Have you seen a pet open the door, meow? You've accepted your fate as a pet? Oh my god, that's the reason why you're a disgrace to the 72 devils." The parrot shook his head. Eggface had his headphones on while playing a computer game, so he didn't hear the knock. Even if Eggface was aware, he wouldn't open the door since it was Polio's duty today. Finally, the parrot flew to the door and used his claws to open it. It wasn't the Lich at the door, it was the rare appearance of Evelyn. Is Miss Polio in?" Evelyn asked timidly at the door. "Pfff. Miss Polio, ha 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 ha." Evelyn didn't know why the parrot was laughing so hard. A black kitten walked over to Evelyn and said, "Miss Polio, what a graceful name. Take a look at me. How am I a miss, meow? Aren't you Miss Polio? I heard that Lord Sherlock is taking you to participate in the ball." Evelyn asked curiously. "I don't wish to talk about it, meow," Polio said firmly. "If there's nothing else, please go back and continue with your work. This is the Dungeon Lord main hall. If there are no special reasons, please don't come here, meow." Polio was sick of hearing about the ball. "Apologies, you've misunderstood me. I'm here to help," Evelyn smiled and said. "Are you saying that you can help me, meow? Anything related to the ball?" Polio sat at the door of Evelyn's house and asked Evelyn. "Yes, I'd like to help you," Evelyn replied. Polio asked curiously, "Why? We haven't spoken before, meow." "I'm not really helping you. I'm only thinking of helping Lord Sherlock," Evelyn replied honestly. She then took out some cat food and poured the contents into a box as she said, "Apologies, I don't have any good food for you." "Cat food? What do you take me for? You're giving me cat food, meow." Polio was agitated, but his expression betrayed him. He sniffed hard and walked towards the cat food. He wanted to resist, but as a kitten, he was instinctively drawn to the cat food. The kitten's instinct was engraved into his soul. Polio approached the cat food. "How are you going to be a dance partner? As a kitten, you're unable to be a dance partner," Evelyn asked while she watched Polio enjoy the cat food. "I have my ways. Do you think I'm only a black kitten? I'm not a simple black kitten. I can transform into anything I want. And that includes you. I have specially created a dance partner in the image of the ancient gods. Polio chewed the cat food as he took out a picture. The picture depicted a vicious monster with frightening fangs and claws. Even the underworld creatures would be fearful of this monster. What's this? Evelyn asked as she examined the picture. This is the appearance of the dance partner for Lord Sherlock. Don't you think it's cool? It was designed by the citizens of Eternal Kingdom. Polio said, they said that if Lord Sherlock's partner looks like the picture, he'll be very happy, meow. I don't think so, Evelyn said in disbelief. Really? But I feel that Lord Sherlock will like it, meow. Polio smiled and said, he's such an evil devil, and his soul is rotten to the core, meow. When is the ball? Why do you have so many questions? It's tonight. I'll leave with Lord Sherlock in the afternoon, meow. Polio was enjoying his cat food, so he didn't notice that Evelyn was behind him holding a wooden club and getting close to him. With a swing of the club, Polio fell to the ground. Evelyn trembled as she held the wooden club. Apologies, but this is the only way I can help. You'll be fine. Evelyn dragged Polio into a cabinet in her room. After putting sufficient water and cat food inside, she locked the cabinet. Then she apologized silently in front of the cabinet. After that, she left the room. Soon after Evelyn left, Polio opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Don't blame me, the succubus has to shoulder all of the responsibility." Chapter 455, Dragonborn's Experiment. Evelyn chose a suitable dress and walked nervously to the Dungeon Lord main hall. The gamers noticed Evelyn walking towards the Dungeon Lord main hall and thought that there was a new plot, so they followed closely behind her. Evelyn felt even more nervous as she was doing a bad thing. The gamers had learned not to harass NPCs, so Evelyn arrived at the Dungeon Lord main hall without any incident. Sherlock opened the door for her. "Miss Evelyn, what's the matter?" Sherlock asked Evelyn curiously. "Lord Sherlock, I'm Polio," Evelyn blushed as she said nervously. She thought that her blatant lie would be discovered by Lord Sherlock. Evelyn was nervous, so her tail was raised. Sherlock frowned and walked towards Evelyn as he said, "How did you do that? It looks identical." "I spent a lot of time studying Evelyn's behavior. This is a perfect disguise. I'm confident." Evelyn thought that her voice was rather stiff. She thought that she was going to be discovered. "Wah, it looks like her, even when you're nervous," Eggface said in astonishment. "I thought you were trash." "I didn't expect you to be so capable," the parrot on Sherlock's shoulder said. "I'm surprised too. You've done well, Polio. I have to call you Evelyn." Winterfell Dungeon Lord Nicholas knows Evelyn. "Don't be caught," Sherlock said to Evelyn. "Lord Sherlock, don't worry. I won't be caught," Evelyn said loudly. "Let's go. We can't let Nicholas wait for us. He has been sending letters for me to make haste," Sherlock said as he brought everyone out of the room. In a medium-sized room, a youth was sitting in a chair while looking at a computer in a daze. The computer screen was showing a post on the dungeon discussion forum. "I fell down a cliff and was knocked unconscious. I tried to log in a few times, but I was unable to control my character. The screen is black. What should I do?" The post was created by Dragonborn, and the gamers replied enthusiastically. _round-faced_fat_chicken, in this situation, you have to delete your previous character to create a new one. Sealhead Ling Chong, don't listen to the previous gamer. He's lying. Dragonborn, it's okay to have a black screen. You've been through this before. Stare at the screen for another 10 or so hours. Great Centenarian, Sealhead Ling Chong is correct. Hoodlum, bro, you are fortunate to have encountered a young wyvern. Silverwind, you didn't die after falling from the cliff? You're awesome. Hi hey, perhaps there were too many crows, and you landed on them. Joke. Dragonborn read the enthusiastic replies, but none of them were useful. He wanted to ask customer service, but it was unavailable after office hours. Besides customer service and the discussion forum, he had no other ways of communicating with the game officials. This was a characteristic of this game. The game officials weren't earning the gamers money and didn't care much about them either. Other companies would have folded, but this game wasn't a normal game. It was the only such game in the world, and many gamers were waiting to participate in the game. The youth decided to heed his friend Sealhead Ling Chong's advice. He walked towards the gaming capsule that was placed by his bed. The large gaming capsule occupied the rest of the empty space in the room. The youth opened the gaming capsule and went inside. When it was closed, a special liquid flooded the entire capsule, and the youth's awareness slipped into the gaming world. It was still as dark as before. As the pain threshold was set to 0, Dragonborn didn't know if he was dead or alive. He didn't know where he was, but he felt his awareness. He didn't have any vision, hearing, or a sense of touch. It was like floating in darkness without any physical body or other objects. It was like the pill-taking scene in the movie The Matrix. Dragonborn wondered whether he should activate his sense of pain. He had this sudden idea. He was given a fright by his own thought. However, he was in a strange situation. If he continued to be in a coma, would he have a chance to play the game? Did he have to delete his character and create a new one? He didn't want to lose his rare strange encounter mission. If he was left with no choice, he would activate his sense of pain. That was what he thought. Dungeon had a pain system that could be adjusted by the gamers. All gamers deactivated the sense of pain. Occasionally, a few gamers wanted to torture themselves and test out the pain system, but they didn't last for long. No human wanted to feel pain. If he endured the pain, he could die from it. It wasn't a joking matter. The gamers only wanted to play the game. They had no suicidal intent, and they weren't insane either. Dragonborn didn't want to activate his sense of pain. He tried adjusting the pain setting when he first played the game. He didn't believe that the simulated pain was the same as the pain in reality, so he tried it out. Curiosity killed the cat. Dragonborn was in pain even after he went offline. Dragonborn decided to adjust his pain setting a level up. When he adjusted it to 50%, he didn't feel anything, but when he continued adjusting it upwards, he felt very strange. It felt as though something was scratching his itch, and it wasn't comfortable. When he continued adjusting his pain setting, the feeling became painful. His entire body was in pain. He could still endure the pain. Until the pain elevated to another dimension that felt like an explosion. Dragonborn then felt his brain overwhelmed by pain. The intense pain made him lose awareness. He felt he had fallen into an endless void. He wanted to shout, but he couldn't. The feeling was like being knocked down by 10,000 cars. That wasn't frightening. The frightening thing was that he wasn't dead, and he felt the pain vividly. The pain was useful. At least Dragonborn knew he was alive. Dragonborn set his pain setting to 0. It was only a game. He had no intention to play with his life. The pain could have killed him. The pain didn't dissipate, continuing to plague his mind. It wasn't a physical feeling, it was a mental pain that couldn't be described. It was very uncomfortable. After suffering from the intense pain, he discovered his perception had improved. He felt something stepping on him. He heard a faint calling. Chirp, chirp. The feeling became closer. A creature was at a distance calling him. It was the newly hatched young wyvern. Dragonborn wanted to respond to the young wyvern, but he couldn't do so. His condition continued for some time. He heard some noises occasionally, but he was unable to respond. Dragonborn faced the darkness and occasional voices for 3 hours. In the end, he couldn't stand the loneliness in the darkness and went offline. Who? The youth opened the gaming capsule and sat up. Then, he inhaled deeply and examined his body to ensure that he was all right. The pain was too real, to the point that he thought he was physically injured. He stood up and sighed. He could only wait for half an hour before entering the game again. A hunter wearing animal skin walked in dense woods while holding a bow. On his back was a shield. Before him were two huge wolf-like creatures that were traveling through the woods. He followed behind the two creatures. He thought he had discovered his prey. After following the two creatures and arriving at a messy clearing, he found many crows. Most of the crows were roasted, though a small portion had fallen to their deaths. It was hard to imagine what the crows had gone through. The two huge wolf-like creatures weren't there for the crows. They went behind the clearing and howled at a tall tree. The hunter lifted his head and looked at the tree. His pupils contracted. A human was hanging from a tree branch, but that wasn't important. The important thing was that besides the human, a strange naked creature shouted at the human, "Nima." That was a wyvern. Chapter 456, Sherlock's Action. After resting for a period of time, Dragonborn logged into the game. This time he felt abnormal. He felt his belt being dragged. He panicked as he didn't know what was pulling him. Once he calmed down, he felt his body being pulled by something. Was it a beast? What about the young wyvern? Could it have been eaten by the beast? Dragonborn started to panic. Chirp! Chirp! The young wyvern shouted as if it knew that Dragonborn was regaining consciousness. Dragonborn was relieved to hear the young wyvern again. Who was pulling him? The young wyvern? He wanted to wake up, but he was unable to do so. He could hear sounds, but he was unable to control his body. He felt his body being placed on a bed, and a creature was sniffing at him. Perhaps it was that young wyvern. Dragonborn was trying his best to feel his environment when a strange liquid was poured into his throat. He felt himself drinking a large cup of fresh orange juice that was without any water dilution. The stimulating taste made Dragonborn more conscious. Is he regaining consciousness? He heard voices near his ears. Dragonborn slowly opened his eyes and saw a huge wolf's head. A grey wolf stared at Dragonborn with his amber eyes. Dragonborn was given a fright and jumped instinctively. However, his body hadn't recovered, and he was unable to exert any strength. "Don't worry, this grey wolf won't harm you," a person by the side said upon seeing that Dragonborn was worried he might be bitten by the wolf. It was a hunter wearing animal skin who sat in a chair in front of Dragonborn's bed. Dragonborn was unable to take a look at him, as the grey wolf blocked his vision. The man was about 40 years old, had a large beard, a mellow face, and deep eye sockets. He looked like an unkempt but powerful hermit. At least the fellows in TV series with the same looks were powerful characters. "Where's this place? Where's my young wyvern?" Dragonborn recovered himself. His young wyvern was missing, but he had just heard the young wyvern's voice. "If you're looking for the wyvern, it's here." The man pointed behind him, where Dragonborn noticed a metal cage that had a naked and scaleless young wyvern. "Chirp, chirp. Nima. Nima," the young wyvern shouted when it saw Dragonborn looking at it. The first few words were for Dragonborn, while the last few words were for the hunter. The hunter was nonchalant about the young wyvern's screeching. He looked at Dragonborn and said, "You fell off a cliff, and there were many roasted crows beside you. Please tell me what happened to you if you don't mind. I'm not interested in you or your young wyvern." "I don't wish to have trouble," the hunter said. In a tower located in a bustling city, a man with a white beard who was wearing a magician's hat and a cloak adorned with a pentagram stood before a crystal ball. He said with servitude, "Please, believe me, great magician. I have located the wyvern's location and almost captured its child." The crystal ball was filled with grey mist, and a chaotic and incoherent voice came from the cloud, "I trusted you, but you've disappointed me. You've failed completely. An unknown human was able to wreck our plan and steal our target. You're of no use, so I'll have you replaced." "Wait, great magician, please believe me. Give me another chance. I'll find the human who stole the wyvern, capture him, and bring him to you, the magician said with utmost servitude. The great magician in the crystal ball didn't believe him. I have given you too many chances. The crystal ball dimmed. No. 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 Listen to me. Listen to me. Before he finished speaking, he choked. His body became black, and his fingers started rotting. Within tens of seconds, he became a pool of dark blood. A magician's hat and cloak, a bunch of keys, a kid's clay eraser, a disposable diaper, Superman brand bubblegum, and a See You There Cafe's birthday voucher were left by the pool of blood. They were the only pieces of evidence that showed a person existed before. What? Dragonborn was taken away. What? The wyvern is still building its nest nearby? And it laid 4 eggs. What? A newly hatched young wyvern fell down the cliff with Dragonborn. What? Dragonborn and the young wyvern were rescued by a hunter hermit in the forest, and the hunter has 2 grey forest wolves. What? You have the photographs of the hunter, the layout of the house, and the forest wolves. Lancelot was unable to suppress his astonishment. Did they take him as a fool? No, no, no. The photographs were uploaded to the discussion forum. We only drew out pictures according to the photographs. There are many talented artists among the gamers, Takia Spirit said to Lancelot. The gamers handed 2 hand-drawn pictures to Lancelot. Lancelot raised the pictures to examine them. One of the pictures showed the interior of the room. At the center was a cage with the young wyvern. The second picture depicted a man with 2 huge forest wolves by his side. That was the hunter who captured Dragonborn. Lancelot, do you know him? Can you speak to the queen and lead us to rescue Dragonborn? Sealhead Ling Chong said to Lancelot. Yes, we want to have a young wyvern. Bring us there immediately. Though the citizens of Victoria City were full of anticipation, Lancelot wasn't able to help them. He didn't recognize the hunter and was doubtful that the hunter existed. Since Dragonborn was missing, how could he convey this detailed information to them? However, the gamers had exhibited too many miracles, so it wasn't surprising to hear about more miracles. As Lancelot examined the pictures, a resident who was passing by saw the picture in Lancelot's hand and said, I know him. He was the king's chief imperial guard, but he was made a fugitive 2 years ago. The streets were filled with his arrest warrants then, and this picture looks like him. Are you going after this fugitive? What king? Do you know where he lives? The gamers asked excitedly. The passerby shook his head and said, how could I know his whereabouts? If I knew, I would have reported his location for a reward. You are now in the territory of King Potato 2, the godly kingdom. The passerby left after replying. He had no intention of chatting with the gamers. At least we have some information. Lancelot shrugged his shoulders and put away the pictures. He said, I have received your important information and will inform Queen Lilo about it. Dragonborn isn't only your companion, he's also my comrade, so I'll find him at all costs. Don't worry. The gamers nodded in disappointment before leaving. I've told you that this is a strange encounter mission. We can't find the mission location that easily. That's a young wyvern that can be kept as a pet. When it grows up, it can be used as a ride. That would be so cool. I'd like to have such a strange encounter mission too. Let's find the location of the Chief Imperial Guard. He's together with Dragonborn, so if we find him, won't we find Dragonborn too? There are 3 wyvern eggs. If we climb up the cliff, we can steal 3 more eggs. I agree, I agree. Let's hurry. The gamers left excitedly. Lancelot didn't know what happened, but he decided to inform Queen Victoria about the pictures and Dragonborn. The Queen would decide what to do. They would continue to search for the wyvern since it was an order from the Queen. He had to carry out the Queen's order as a knight. The Merchant Alliance Collaboration Ball was held at a luxurious manner. As the largest neutral and profit-making organization in the Underworld, the Merchant Alliance had many collaborating merchants from all over the Underworld. The merchants consisted of nobles, superior devils who set up their dungeons, and the chiefs of desolate tribes. They all created trading relations with the Merchant Alliance. Not all of the collaborating merchants would have the chance to attend this ball. Those who were able to attend the ball had to be capable, influential, and have close working relationships with the Merchant Alliance. Eternal Kingdom's Dungeon Lord Sherlock was a good example. Ah! Lord Sherlock, I finally get to meet you. I've heard your name in the headquarters, but I haven't had the chance to see you in person. It's my honor to meet you, an obese gnome said excitedly to Sherlock as he took off his hat and revealed his punk-styled bald head. This is the public relations official of the Merchant Alliance headquarters. All of the compensations and rewards are handled by him, Nicholas explained to Sherlock. Sherlock and Evelyn attended the ball. On Sherlock's shoulder was a parrot, and behind him was Eggface, who was dressed as a secretary. Nicholas was Sherlock's host, so he was busy introducing Sherlock to all of the related officials of the Merchant Alliance and important merchants of raw materials. Sherlock was going to build factories at the Crossroad Intersection outpost, so he was going to need some business contacts. Sherlock nodded at Nicholas and extended his hand towards the gnome in front of him. It's my pleasure to meet you. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. I hope we can have good collaborations. Evelyn looked nervously at the important guests. She was previously working in Winterfell as part of the Merchant Alliance. She heard of these legendary guests when she chatted with her colleagues. Now that they were standing right before her, she felt that it was a bit unreal. Evelyn thought that Lord Sherlock was able to hold his ground very well. After a series of introductions, Nicholas brought Sherlock to a buffet area and said, "Lord Sherlock, I'm going to the Merchant Alliance headquarters to report on my progress. You may have something to eat or walk around. I look forward to your dance with Miss Evelyn." "It's all right, please go ahead." Sherlock smiled at Nicholas while Evelyn was blushing. An evening dance? She hadn't done such a dance before. Nicholas bowed to Sherlock and left the ball. Sherlock looked around casually as he picked up a fried piece of clay. Inside the clay was a red bean-like paste. It looked very delicious. He took one piece of the pastry and put it into his mouth. Then he went for the second, third, and fourth pieces. Eggface walked to a wooden barrel that had the words "Bloody Chrysanthemum Tea" on it. There were disposable cups beside the barrel, but Eggface didn't use them. Instead, he opened his mouth at the tap and gulped the contents. "Lord Sherlock, who is your actual target? Is it the Merchant Alliance chairman or another character?" the sharp-eyed parrot that was on Sherlock's shoulder asked. "Are you aware of something that I don't know about?" Sherlock asked the parrot as he helped himself to the desserts. "I'm correct. A great devil like you wouldn't possibly participate in such a meaningless ball. Don't underestimate my capability. This ball is our first step in conquering the world." "Is that correct?" the parrot said excitedly. "Polio, Eggface, and Phoenix." Sherlock chewed on his food as he said, "Go and find Alexandria. Inform me once you find him." "Alexandria? Is that the superior devil from the picture that you showed us last time?" "Lord Sherlock, if you want, I'll kill him. I'll only need a single flaming attack to get rid of that effeminate superior devil," the parrot said to Sherlock. "I don't mind if you can do that." The parrot opened up his wings and flew towards the crowd. Eggface didn't move. He continued to open his mouth at the barrel that was full of bloody chrysanthemum tea. However, his eyes were looking around attentively. He was also looking for Lord Alexandria. Evelyn knew about Alexandria, but she didn't have a deep impression of him. She had only seen him once or twice during her time working in Winterfell, which was quite some time back, so how could she remember him? Evelyn couldn't say it out loud, though, as she was disguising herself as the black kitten Polio. Evelyn walked to the side and looked for Alexandria. She had to pretend she was doing something. After Evelyn left, Brew said to Sherlock, "Lord Sherlock, why are you looking for Alexandria? Have you had enough of his plotting behind your back? He seems to know a lot about Michelangelo. I'm curious, so I want to ask him directly," Sherlock replied. "If that's the case, you could have written to Alexandria. He's the successor of the Northern Dukedom, so he should be easy to find. I tried all sorts of ways and means to contact him. I even invited him to Eternal Kingdom, but there was no response," Sherlock replied to Brew as he took more desserts. "Is he so insolent as to ignore your letters? If I was him, I'd definitely ask you for forgiveness," Brew said indignantly. Sherlock didn't respond to Brew. He looked in the direction of Evelyn and said, "Alexandria is moving in the crowd. Let's go." As he spoke, Sherlock patted Eggface. Chapter 457, Death of Sludge Monster. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Evelyn walked alone in the ballroom as she searched for Lord Alexandria. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, Evelyn's impression of Alexandria had faded, so even if she encountered him, she might not recognize him. What should she do? Should she return? She had just come out to look for Alexandria. If she returned now, Lord Sherlock would be suspicious of her. Evelyn was in a dilemma. She felt extremely nervous in this situation. "Excuse me, Miss Succubus, are you Lord Sherlock's dance partner?" A voice came from behind her as she was hesitating. "Ah? Are you talking to me?" Evelyn turned her head to look at a sludge monster dressed in a black western suit. Due to the sticky liquid on the sludge monster's body, the western suit was soaked and sticky. He looked disgusting, and Evelyn had no intention of extending her hand to touch him. "Of course, I'm talking to you, Miss Evelyn," the sludge monster said politely to Evelyn. "I'm Lord Sherlock's dance partner. How can I help you?" Evelyn turned around and said courteously to the sludge monster. "That's great, I'm looking for Lord Sherlock," the sludge monster said happily. "Can you take me to see Lord Sherlock?" the sludge monster asked Evelyn earnestly. "Take him to see Sherlock?" "Of course." Evelyn didn't know why the sludge monster was looking for Lord Sherlock. It was most likely business related. Evelyn decided to take the sludge monster back to meet Sherlock. She had just left Sherlock, so he should still be at the buffet area. When she turned around, her vision was blurred. It was as though mana was engulfing her. The vision of the sludge monster became blurred. Evelyn felt weakness in her body, and her vision was like shadows being cast on the water. "What happened to me?" Evelyn was puzzled. She shook her head before she blacked out. She was standing in a black room, and the surrounding area was quiet. There was a pool of water on the floor of the room. In front of Evelyn, there was a huge metal cage with a yellow seal that had the large word seal on it. Heavy breathing sounds came from within the cage. It was as though a huge and terrifying creature was sleeping inside. Evelyn was bewildered. Suddenly, a hand grasped and pulled her out of the room for a second. She was back in the ballroom. "Evelyn, are you all right?" Sherlock looked at Evelyn with concern. The guests were looking at her curiously. It was as though Evelyn had done something strange. "Apologies, Lord Sherlock. I'm all right. I merely felt giddy just now." "Yes, a sludge monster was looking for you just now. Where is he?" Evelyn rubbed her temples as she looked around. She only saw curious stares from the guests, but there was no sign of the sludge monster. "Let's not talk anymore. We'll go out for a breather." Sherlock took Evelyn's hand and pulled her outside the ballroom. It was quiet outside. Neat rows of green plants were arranged artistically in the courtyard, while illumination came from distant lamps. Occasionally, couples were spotted strolling among the trees. Evelyn blushed. Was Lord Sherlock hinting something to her? To Lord Sherlock, she was polio. Was Lord Sherlock in love with Polio? He was a tomcat. Her imagination went wild in a short period of time. Polio. Sherlock frowned and asked Evelyn. Polio, he's in my HMM. Evelyn caught herself saying the wrong thing. She squinted her eyes as Sherlock stared at her. You're Evelyn. You're not Polio. Evelyn was blushing with embarrassment. Sherlock was right. Sherlock rubbed his temples as though he had a headache and said, "This is very strange." "Sorry, Lord Sherlock, I'll not do it next time." "Please don't be angry with me," Evelyn said as she lowered her head. She thought Sherlock was angry with her for deceiving him. "I'm not angry, but I have a question for you." Sherlock looked at Evelyn and asked solemnly, "Are you always like this?" "Like this?" "Lord Sherlock, don't misunderstand, I'm not a liar. I only wanted to be with you." Evelyn lowered her head, and her voice became softer and softer. "Don't be mistaken, I'm not blaming you," Sherlock said as he waved his hand. He looked at Evelyn to ensure that she wasn't lying and hiding the truth, then said, "Evelyn, wait for me at the buffet area. I'll join you later. Remember, no matter who speaks to you, don't chat with them. That sludge monster was using mind mana to control you, but you resisted based on your willpower." "What? Such a thing happened? Why did he do that?" Evelyn was puzzled. Why did the sludge monster do that to her? She wasn't an important creature. Could it be because of Lord Sherlock? Did he want to kidnap her and blackmail Lord Sherlock? If Lord Sherlock hadn't rescued her and she was kidnapped by the sludge monster, would Lord Sherlock not have had to rescue her with great effort? Oh my God! Evelyn would have caused a lot of trouble to Lord Sherlock. Evelyn's mind was filled with her worries. When she recovered, Sherlock had left. "Lord Sherlock, where are you going?" Evelyn asked nervously. "Don't worry, I'm looking for Nicholas." Sherlock turned his head to smile. He didn't look like he was angry. Sherlock opened his palm at Evelyn and left. Evelyn could only follow Sherlock's instruction to return to the buffet area. Bruce said to Sherlock, "This Evelyn isn't simple, Lord Sherlock. Is she lying to us? Who sent her to Eternal Kingdom as a spy?" "A spy wouldn't sell such a good dungeon to me," Sherlock rebuked Bruce's speculation. "That's strange, I can't figure her out. I thought she was able to resist the mind control mana because she was Polio. I think only the 72 devils could resist such a strong mana source. Yet Evelyn actually possesses such powerful mana, and we didn't even know. This is very surprising." Sherlock pondered and said, "Evelyn isn't aware of what's happening, nor does she know of her potential power. We also don't have the time to figure it out at the moment. Let's find the sludge monster that attacked Evelyn," Sherlock said as he walked along. A commotion was heard in front of him. "What happened over there?" "A sludge monster was killed." "Are you sure?" "This is a Merchant Alliance ball. The representative of the Northern Dukedom was killed. I took a glance just now. The death of the sludge monster was grotesque." Sherlock quickened his pace and passed through the crowd. He saw a sludge monster that was almost in liquid form on the ground. There was a dagger in the sludge monster, and it was emanating a brilliance of mana. The sludge monster was killed by the dagger. An ordinary dagger was unable to kill a sludge monster that didn't have a solid body, so the dagger was enchanted with mana. "Give way! Please give way!" Armored orcs and gnomes arrived at the scene. They carried a stretcher and some yellow warning tape and soon cordoned off the crime scene. The orcs wanted to place the sludge monster on the stretcher, but they were unable to do so as the victim was in liquid form. When the orcs touched the sludge monster, the body would soften like a liquid and flow on the ground. The untouched parts of the body remained in gel form. The sludge monster had just died. "Lord Sherlock! Lord Sherlock!" When Sherlock was observing the sludge monster, he heard Nicholas shout. Sherlock turned his head and saw Nicholas pushing through the crowd. Nicholas managed to push through the crowd and came before Sherlock. "Lord Sherlock, please follow me. This place isn't safe." Sherlock nodded and left with Nicholas. The surrounding creatures also followed the workers of the Merchant Alliance to the safe zone. "Lord Sherlock, are we leaving like this? The perpetrator is in the crowd. Shouldn't you adjust your spectacles and shout for everyone to stop in their tracks? Tell them that one of them is the murderer and that you've discovered the truth. If you're shy, we can hypnotize Nicholas. He's a suitable candidate for the task," Bruce said happily. Brew liked such a chaotic situation. He was enjoying himself. "Apologies, Lord Sherlock, please follow me. I'm afraid the ball is cancelled. Please have a good rest tonight. I'll arrange for you to participate in other activities tomorrow." "Tonight, I'll be very busy," Nicholas said as he smiled awkwardly. The death of the Northern Dukedom's representative was a huge problem for the Merchant Alliance. The Merchant Alliance invited many important guests to attend the event, but a murder occurred on the first night. How was the Merchant Alliance going to carry out the subsequent activities? It was as though the Merchant Alliance was given a slap on the face. That was unacceptable to the Merchant Alliance. Nobody wanted such a thing to happen. "Nicholas," Sherlock consoled Nicholas. "Let's find Miss Evelyn." "I saw her at the buffet area," Nicholas said as he led the way to the buffet area. There they saw Evelyn. But she was surrounded by a few orcs. Those orcs were in garrison guard uniforms of the Merchant Alliance. "I don't know what you're saying. I didn't do anything. I didn't kill the sludge monster." Evelyn was nervous. She said loudly to the orcs, "I have been here all the while. I didn't go elsewhere." "Miss, don't be agitated. We're only suspecting you. We didn't say you're the murderer." A fully armed orc said to Evelyn, "Some creatures witnessed your conflict with the sludge monster. You emitted powerful mana. As you're the only creature to have a conflict with the victim, we have to investigate. Please cooperate with us." "Captain, she's from Eternal Kingdom," another orc said to his captain. "Eternal Kingdom? The dungeon that everyone has been talking about." The captain was dumbstruck. He was hesitating about what to do when Nicholas walked up to him and said, "Apologies for disrupting you. I think Miss Evelyn isn't your suspect. She's with Lord Sherlock and is his dance partner. Such an important guest wouldn't do anything to a sludge monster." Nicholas lifted his head and said in a commanding voice, "Even if she wanted to deal with the sludge monster, she wouldn't do it in public." "Lord Nicholas." The orcs bowed to Nicholas. "Go and find the real murderer. Don't disturb our important guest." The orc captain nodded and left with his subordinates. "Lord Sherlock." Evelyn quickly went to Sherlock's side, clearly nervous. She was given a fright by the orcs. "Don't worry." Sherlock patted Evelyn's shoulder as a parrot flew towards Sherlock from the crowd and landed on Sherlock's shoulder. The parrot lowered his head and whispered in Sherlock's ear, "Lord Sherlock, I have made a small discovery." Sherlock caressed the parrot's head, but he didn't reply to the parrot. Sherlock smiled and said to Nicholas, "Let's proceed, Lord Nicholas. Please follow me." Dragonborn walked outside of the small house and looked at the forest. He was sure that he didn't recognize the location. He had already uploaded the photographs of the nearby terrain to the discussion forum. The gamers searched Goldshire Town and Victoria City, but they couldn't find Dragonborn's location. He only knew that the hunter had saved him and was the chief Imperial Guard that became a fugitive 3 years ago. It wasn't appropriate for Dragonborn to ask about the hunter's identity and reason for being a fugitive since the hunter had just saved him. Most importantly, the hunter had 2 huge grey wolves, and he didn't have the capability to question the hunter. He could be killed if he dared to question the hunter about his arrest warrant. The hunter was a chief Imperial Guard that became a fugitive. His identity was like a legendary NPC. The hunter wasn't hostile to Dragonborn. Besides letting Dragonborn recuperate there, he didn't talk much. The young wyvern was locked up in the cage. The hunter explained, if the young wyvern isn't locked up in the room, its wyvern mother could find us. I don't want a wyvern to disturb our peace. That was the hunter's reason. Dragonborn couldn't say much since this place was the hunter's home. He could only interact with the young wyvern while it was locked in the cage. He fed the young wyvern with some wood while it chirped at him. The wood was provided by the hunter, who knew very well what the wyvern liked. Dragonborn walked one round and decided not to waste time. He had to trigger new developments in the plot. Otherwise, he would have to recuperate there for a few months. He wouldn't have fun playing the game. Chapter 458, The King and the Empire. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Dragonborn walked out of the small house towards the forest. He had to explore the environment if he wanted to trigger a plot. The hunter had left the place as it wasn't his home. This place was only his temporary dwelling. As a rare legendary NPC, it was normal for him to have such behavior. It made him more believable to the gamers. Just like before, Dragonborn didn't find any living creatures after walking around. It might be due to the wyvern building its nest nearby. Dragonborn was feeling hopeless since he couldn't trigger any new plots. He could only depend on the hunter. He returned to the hunter's dwelling and saw the hunter waiting for him with his forest wolves. I told you before not to wander around unnecessarily. This isn't a safe playground. The hunter said sternly, though I saved you, I won't be responsible for your safety. I'm curious about what happened between you and the wyvern, which was why I saved you. Please don't be mistaken. Just as Dragonborn expected, the fugitive hunter was a cold hermit, and he spoke mercilessly. The hunter must have stayed alone for a long time, so he was unsociable. Apologies, I'm taking a stroll because it's not beneficial for me to lie on the bed for a long time, Dragonborn quickly explained. The hunter didn't respond, but he wasn't hostile either. He brought Dragonborn back to the small house and took out some pieces of jerky. This place is desolate, so there are no proper meals. Have some pieces of jerky. I'll bring some food to give you energy and nutrients later, the hunter said as he tore a piece of jerky for the forest wolves behind him. The two forest wolves were disciplined. They ate half a piece of jerky each. Is it convenient for you to divulge your name? You saved my life. It's impolite for me not to address you properly. Dragonborn took the pieces of jerky from the hunter and ate them. He wasn't feeling hungry. You don't have to know my name. You'll leave once you recover. We won't have much interaction. Dragonborn hesitated, and the hunter said, I wanted to ask if you've recovered. You have multiple wounds and many broken bones, but you aren't in pain. Dragonborn deactivated his sense of pain, so he didn't feel any pain. For NPCs who knew Dragonborn, they didn't feel that he was strange. However, it was the first time the hunter encountered a gamer from the other world. The hunter noticed that Dragonborn was full of injuries but wasn't in pain. That was out of the hunter's expectations. The hunter thought Dragonborn was trying to deceive him with fake injuries. Logically, Dragonborn should be complaining of the pain. If Dragonborn was acting, then his behavior was disgusting. Dragonborn looked at his body. One of his arms was broken, and several of his hip bones were broken. He didn't have any sensation of pain, and he only learned about the fractures from the hunter. Besides the fractures, he had other superficial injuries. It was a miracle that he survived with these injuries after falling from the tall cliff. After becoming conscious, Dragonborn forgot about his immersive role. When he didn't show any sensation of pain, it appeared illogical to the hunter. Dragonborn wanted to explain, but he kept his wits and became very grave. I'm cursed. I don't feel anything, just like a zombie, Dragonborn said solemnly. The hunter frowned and looked at Dragonborn, not believing his words. Dragonborn wasn't affected. He said, I know it sounds incredible, but I can prove it to you. Dragonborn extended his hand that was fractured and used his other hand to grab his palm and twist his fractured arm in an impossible angle. Since his arm was broken, he was able to achieve such an incredible feat. Even the broken bone could be seen protruding from the skin. Dragonborn's action made the hunter's fixing of his fractured bone ineffective. Dragonborn was emotionless while twisting his arm. There wasn't even a bead of sweat on his face. Take a look. No matter how serious my injury is, even if my belly is slit, I won't feel any pain. I don't even have other sensations. Dragonborn said gravely, like what you've witnessed, I'm cursed. Who did this to you? Only a god's curse could have such an effect. Even a great magician is unable to inflict such a curse. Gods and great magicians were characters created in a game, but on the official website, there was no mention of them. Therefore, Dragonborn had to make guesses based on his experience reading online novels. Yes, you're right. But if it was that man, he could inflict such a curse. Dragonborn said bitterly, the despicable ruler, King Potato II of the godly kingdom, inflicted the evil curse on me. The hunter was shocked. Dragonborn was secretly happy. He had guessed correctly. If the hunter was made a fugitive by King Potato II, then he must have a grudge against King Potato II. But he's not a man, the hunter said. Ah! Dragonborn was dumbfounded. His heartbeat raced, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had considered everything except for King Potato not being a man. He pondered for a while. Normally, a person wasn't called Potato. He was in danger of being caught, and he didn't know what to do. Dragonborn panicked. Such a coward isn't fit to be a man. He'll only scheme against you behind your back, the hunter said. Dragonborn secretly heaved a sigh of relief as the hunter recalled his past. The hunter looked at the ceiling and said, my name is Trash, you're all trash. You can't find the fugitive tomato even after so many years. A tall man stood by a throne and smashed a glass ornament and a grape wine bottle on the ground. The grape wine scattered on the floor, and its scent pervaded the air. However, the servants who knelt by the side trembled. None of them dared to clean up the mess. The man who was throwing a temper tantrum wore a golden crown and a luxurious and heavy cloak. A knight knelt before the man. He was the cause of the man's wrath. Your Highness, we have pinpointed Tomato's location. We are sure that he's at the boundary between the fairies' land and your kingdom. Please give us some more time. We'll find his hiding place and bring him before you, the kneeling knight said to the king. I've heard you say that many times, but I don't see that D*MN fugitive before me. I'm only giving you a little time. If you don't capture him, you'll go back to your hometown and raise pigs, the man said loudly before gesturing for the knight to leave. The knight bowed to the king, stood up, and left. Just as the knight was leaving, a cloaked man carrying a staff that looked like a tree branch walked in. The man didn't pay attention to the knight as he walked before the king and said with his hollow voice, Your Highness, I'm paying my earnest tribute to you. May your rule be eternal like the stars. Thank you for your tribute. I hope the news that you are bringing is as pleasant as your tribute. King Potato II inhaled deeply in a bid to soothe his wrath. We captured the escaped large wyvern, and the young wyverns have our markers. The experiment on the wyverns was successful. We're able to control those newly hatched young wyverns, the great magician informed the king. The king walked briskly to the great magician and grabbed his shoulder as he asked, Have we successfully tamed those wyverns? Are we able to form our wyvern army? King Potato II was excited. He looked at the ceiling and exhaled, shedding tears of happiness as he said, Finally, the day has come. I must exact my revenge. I have to capture the emperor, the empress, and all of his women in the empire. I'll let his women wash all of the clothes of the soldiers in the army camp. The servants shivered in fear. They found it hard to imagine that such an evil person existed. If the emperor and the empress were captured, their fate would be unimaginable. It was terrifying. They had to wash clothes day and night. Of course, Your Highness, you'll have your wish, the cloaked man said. There's a small problem. What problem? King Potato too was puzzled. He released his grasp on the great magician and backed up 2 steps. One of the young wyverns was taken away by a fully armed man. According to our magician, the man fell from the cliff with the young wyvern. However, we haven't been able to ascertain that he's dead. To prevent other people from learning about our secret training of the wyverns, I suggest that we comb the area at the base of the cliff and make sure that the man is dead. We can also bring back our experimental young wyvern. King Potato too frowned and said, What are you waiting for? Capture and kill him. Your Highness, there's a serious problem, the man said. That isn't the king's territory, it belongs to the fairies. The wyvern thief snuck into the fairies' territory. King Potato too inhaled deeply. He looked sinister and frightening as he said, Activate your strongest mana unit, Great Magician. Training the wyverns is our first priority. You have to ensure that it's carried out smoothly, even if you have to intrude into the fairies' land. I understand, Your Highness. The Great Magician left after speaking. King Potato too looked outside the window. He looked frightening as he slowly clenched his fists. I have waited for this moment. Nobody can stop me. I can't take it. I'm dying of laughter. Do you know the name of Dragonborn's strange encounter? He's called Tomato. Is the game producer mentally ill? Why is the NPC's name so strange? Takia Spirit was in the stronghold of for that night with Sherlock in Victoria City. He was talking to the gamers at the side. This kind of name suggests masculinity. Look at Captain Cherry, that orc is so masculine. Are you saying that Sherlock is a sissy? I feel that Sherlock's name is pretty good. The Queen's name is good too. Lilo? Isn't that the reverse of the name Loli? Isn't the reverse of Olegnolasum the Great Devil, Michelangelo? What about Winterfell and Goldshire Town? Isn't the development team afraid of being sued for copyright infringement? What's there to be afraid of? Even the updates are contributed by the gamers. Many official updates were left blank for the gamers to fill in. I feel that it's because of the game design. This game has too much content for the official website. I heard that some gamers received a mission for a hairdresser conference, and he unlocked the hairstyle system. All the participating gamers received a free punk bald head hairstyle. The pictures were cool. This hairstyle system isn't found in the updates. What punk bald head hairstyle? What kind of hairstyle is that? That is to comb the scalp of a bald head and perm it like a punk hairstyle. Didn't you check out the discussion forum? There were many posts in the forum. A lot of the gamers from Eternal Kingdom have this hairstyle. It's becoming a fad. That's awesome. I'm so envious. I want to have the same hairstyle. The creatures of the underworld are too ugly. The Victorians are more beautiful. What do you know? In online games, ugly means character, and that's cool. Power is a matter of upgrading, but being cool is for a lifetime. I feel that a gnome with a punk hairstyle is more appealing than a human. Lancelot was outside the castle waiting to report to Queen Victoria about Dragonborn's encounter and capture by the wyvern 3 days ago. He discovered that the news had already spread in Victoria City. Almost everybody on the street knew about it. In spite of this, he went to the castle and knocked on the door. Are you looking for the queen? She's not in the castle. She left for the dungeon a few days ago. Second boss was the one who opened the door. Beside him was Fat Otaku, whose stomach was rumbling. Lancelot knew that Fat Otaku was hungry, as his eyes lit up when he saw the wood at the side. What? She has gone to the dungeon. Lancelot was taken aback. He thought he had heard wrongly. Though the queen's mana skills were superb, it was still dangerous for her to venture into the dungeon alone. Lancelot thought that the dungeon was the crossroad intersection outpost. That was the stronghold that Victoria City wanted to occupy for when they were going to conquer the Underworld. He heard the information from the gamers, but he hadn't been to the outpost because Queen Victoria didn't allow her employees to go there. It's nothing. It's not dangerous for the Queen. Second boss shook his head and said, it's understandable for Queen Victoria to rush over after Lord Sherlock did that. He already has the Queen, and yet he did that. It's hard to understand. Lord Sherlock did it this time. Lancelot didn't understand what second boss was saying. Chapter 459, Fox. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Lord Sherlock, what shall we do? I suggest cutting open the belly of Evelyn to check what's inside. She deceived us first, Bruce said to Sherlock when Nicholas brought Sherlock and Evelyn to the safe room. Evelyn sat in embarrassment at the side. There was only a bed in the room. Nicholas was mistaken, so he didn't arrange 2 rooms for both of them or 2 beds in the room. The color of the room was also very strange. It was a hint. The room created a feeling of heightened heartbeats and blushing. Sherlock didn't respond to brew. He poured himself a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea. Nicholas brought Eggface and the parrot to another small room. Sherlock had registered Eggface as his secretary on the guest list, while the parrot was merely Sherlock's pet. Whether it was his secretary or pet, it wasn't appropriate for them to stay with Sherlock. Moreover, Sherlock was staying with his dance partner Evelyn. The Merchant Alliance had made detailed arrangements, so Sherlock didn't have to worry. Lord Sherlock, I can sleep on the floor or the sofa, Evelyn said as she blushed while watching Sherlock drink his bloody chrysanthemum tea. It's all right. Sherlock sipped his tea while he walked to the bed and sat down. Then he patted the spot beside him and said, you may sleep on the bed. Come over here, Evelyn, I have something to tell you. Ah! Evelyn was stunned. She didn't expect Lord Sherlock to be that direct. She was nervous, but she stood up and walked towards the spot that Sherlock had indicated. Don't be nervous. I'm not going to eat you up, I'm going to tell you something. Sherlock wanted Evelyn to relax, but his words weren't effective. Evelyn became more nervous. Evelyn walked to Sherlock, who wasn't nervous at all. He was like a bad boy. Evelyn sat beside Sherlock as instructed. She closed her legs and looked nervously at Sherlock before lowering her head. Sherlock extended his hand. Evelyn thought something was going to happen, but in the next instant, her thoughts sank. The feeling was more obvious than the sludge monster's mental attack. When Evelyn opened her eyes, she was back in the small black room that had a pool of water and a huge metal railing. The railing had the word seal on it. Behind the huge railing was a creature that was breathing heavily. Evelyn looked around nervously. She didn't know why she had returned to this room. This time, she wasn't alone. Sherlock was standing beside her. I see. Sherlock looked at the huge railing and Evelyn. He said apologetically, apologies, Evelyn, I didn't tell you. I was worried that you may feel frightened or nervous. Lord Sherlock, what is this? Evelyn looked on in fright. Previously, she was too nervous and terrified to notice the things before her. She thought it was her imagination. However, with Sherlock's help, she returned to that room, so she couldn't treat it like her imagination. I don't know what it is. I have to see how many tails it has, Sherlock said with a smile. Evelyn was befuddled, not understanding what Sherlock was saying. Tails. Lord Sherlock, since when did you like to joke? Bruce smiled and said to Sherlock in his mind. Wait, who's speaking? Is that the monster before us? It was very surprising that Evelyn could hear Bruce's voice. Oh, greetings, Miss Evelyn. I'm the Dungeon Core of Eternal Kingdom, Brew. I would like to thank you for introducing me to Lord Sherlock, Bruce said politely to Miss Evelyn. Don't be nervous, Evelyn. Our awarenesses are fused together, so you can listen to our thoughts, Sherlock said as he walked to the huge metal railing. Wait, I heard voices in Lord Sherlock's mind. Then Lord Sherlock can also hear. Evelyn was terrified. At the same time, she heard her heart's voice. I'm together with Lord Sherlock. This is exhilarating. What is Lord Sherlock going to do to me? I've chosen a conservative dress. I'm very nervous and a little afraid. I wonder if Lord Sherlock's kid will be more devil or succubus. I hope it's more like a devil. Ah, which kindergarten is best for the kid? Winterfell's kindergarten isn't bad. However, Winterfell isn't the central dungeon of the Underworld. It's better to study at the central dungeon. It's better to choose a strict kindergarten. Then the kid will grow up and be successful. I wonder whether it's a boy or a girl. I hope it's both a boy and a girl. When it's time for their marriages, the brother will get married first, followed by the sister. Let them get married 1 year apart, don't let them get married in the same year. Retirement is also an issue. I'm staying with Lord Sherlock for my whole life. During our twilight years, if we need money to tour the world, it would be better for Lord Sherlock to save a bit and reduce unnecessary expenditure. Wait, what's this about? Why am I thinking of such strange things? What if Lord Sherlock hears my thoughts? Please stop these terrifying thoughts. Evelyn was trying to suppress her thoughts nervously, but they were persistent and wandered about. She wasn't sure if Lord Sherlock could hear them. If he could hear them, it would be very embarrassing for Evelyn. Sherlock was nonchalant, seeming as though he didn't hear anything. He walked to the metal railing and placed a single hand on the paper seal that was on the metal railing. Sherlock infused his mana, and the paper lifted at one corner. However, he was unable to remove the entire paper seal. Sherlock frowned. It was outside of his expectations. What are you doing? A voice came from behind the metal railing. Sherlock didn't expect the creature behind the metal railing to talk to him. He backed up a step as a black figure edged closer to the railing. The black figure extended in height and stood before Sherlock. It was a cute and petite fox. The fox squinted his eyes. Behind him were a few long tails that were like wavering flowers in a breeze. But there was no breeze in the room. Why did you knock on my door? Why are you looking for me? The fox looked at Sherlock and asked. What is this? Evelyn looked at the fox in disbelief. If Sherlock hadn't told her it was the mental realm, she wouldn't have been able to imagine that a fox was living in her body. Nicholas sat in his office with a headache. Before him were other dungeon lords who came to participate in the Merchant Alliance's ball. During the ball, a sludge monster, who was a representative of the Northern Dukedom, was killed under the eyes of the public. It was as though someone had given the Merchant Alliance a slap on the face. Though the dungeon lords were gathered for a meeting, they couldn't come up with a viable solution. Everyone looked at each other. They had to go through the procedures. While they were getting restless, footsteps were heard from outside. A creature approached rapidly as though he was about to report something. Before the creature came into the room, a huge explosion was heard. Boom! What was that? Did someone attack there? Nicholas stood up in shock as a creature opened the door and dashed in. It was an orc commander who said, Lord Nicholas, a fallen angel is outside the manor. She requests to come in, but she wasn't invited. The explosion ended just after the orc finished speaking. Everyone looked at the orc commander, befuddled. She can come in by herself, the orc commander said. Chapter 460, Lilo's Help. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It was the fallen angel Lilo who created the explosion. As the guards refused her entry, the hot-tempered fallen angel blasted the Merchant Alliance Manor's door. When Nicholas arrived, he saw the fallen angel, who resided in Winterfell for a short period of time. He knew about the relationship between the fallen angel and Lord Sherlock. Nicholas followed the orc commander quickly to the manor's door. The scene was in ruins. Fortunately, nobody was injured. Only the huge metal door was blown to bits, as the fallen angel had used it to vent her anger. After the fanfare, she asked a simple question. "Where is Sherlock?" When the staff members arrived at Sherlock's room, it was locked, and there was nobody inside. When they looked for Lord Sherlock's secretary, Eggface, he was befuddled. In fact, Eggface wasn't fully awake. Lord Sherlock's door was closed. How would I know what he was doing? Eggface looked irritated as he rebuked the staff members before returning to his dwelling. Nicholas was embarrassed. He didn't expect the Black Dragon to be that insolent. He thought that Eggface would be courteous since he had a good relationship with Sherlock. It was too much to ask of a Black Dragon. It would be strange if a Black Dragon treated anyone with respect. "Miss Lilo, as you've seen, Lord Sherlock might be resting. Shall we look for him tomorrow?" Nicholas said to Lilo beside him. Lilo frowned and placed her hand on the door. Then there was another loud explosion. The door was blasted open, just like the huge door of the manor. Nicholas was shocked. Was Lilo not afraid that Sherlock would be disgusted by her action? A guy didn't like to be disturbed at this time. Lilo walked into the room. Nicholas didn't want to go in, but he was afraid Sherlock and Lilo might break into a fight. If a superior devil and a fallen angel fought, then it wouldn't be as simple as blasting a door. The Merchant Alliance made good arrangements for the privacy of Sherlock. There were no other guests staying beside Sherlock. Nicholas was counting his blessings. At least there wouldn't be spectators watching the embarrassing scene. Both of them stepped through the door and surveyed the living room. The interior was Lord Sherlock's bedroom. However, they shouldn't enter as it could be fatal. Who knew what Sherlock and the succubus were doing? Nicholas only allowed a female succubus assistant and an orc staff member to follow Lilo into the bedroom. He was mentally prepared for a third explosion, but it didn't occur. "Lord Nicholas, please come here." The voice of his staff came from the bedroom. Nicholas was taken aback. He hesitated for quite some time before going in. It shouldn't be that bad since the hot-tempered fallen angel didn't cause any more explosions. Nicholas walked in. The bedroom wasn't what he imagined. It wasn't an embarrassing scene. Sherlock was sitting on the bed, and Evelyn was sitting beside Sherlock. There were elliptical mana formations at their feet. At this moment, the mana formations were active. That was why the staff called Nicholas in. "Everyone, stop moving!" Nicholas shouted immediately. He felt something was amiss when he saw the mana formations. All the staff members were stunned. They froze as they looked at Nicholas. This is a high-level mana skill to control the victim's awareness. I have only seen this in legendary books. Lord Sherlock is under an awareness attack. Both of them are trapped in the mana formations. Nicholas was terrified. He turned his head and said to the guard who was by the door, "Look for magicians. The more, the better. We're going to need a lot of mana to break the mana formation." The guard ran out and looked for magicians of the Merchant Alliance. Nicholas muttered to himself as he paced around the mana formations. He was trying to estimate the amount of time required to create the mana formations. 1 month, 2 months, or 3 months. Nicholas didn't have confidence, and he wasn't sure whether Lord Sherlock and Evelyn would be adversely affected after the mana formations were removed. Nicholas made up his mind to save Lord Sherlock, no matter how long it took. Lord Sherlock had helped Nicholas numerous times, so he couldn't leave Lord Sherlock in the lurch. He decided to use his entire fortune to employ the best magician team and rescue Lord Sherlock. Nicholas had just spent his fortune to help Lord Sherlock. So, where was he going to obtain the money? Of course, he was going to obtain it from the Merchant Alliance. He didn't notice Miss Lilo walk to the bed and examine the mana formations. She extended her hand and pressed down on them. The mana formations vanished. "Who?" Sherlock opened his eyes and exhaled, wiping the sweat off his forehead. "Lord Sherlock, are you all right?" Nicholas didn't know what happened. He looked at the awakened Sherlock and the vanishing mana formations in surprise. To Nicholas, the mana formations were godly, but they were simply removed by a fallen angel who pressed her hand on them. It was terrifying. Was that the true capability of the fallen angel? Evelyn was still unconscious on the bed. Her breathing was smooth, and she was in no danger. Sherlock covered Miss Evelyn with a blanket gently, causing Lilo to turn her head and scoff. Humph! The commotion in the room awakened the parrot Phoenix, who was placed in another small room. The red parrot flapped his wings and flew into the bedroom. He landed on Sherlock's shoulder and said in tears, "It's great, Lord Sherlock. It's good that you're fine. I was worried to death, afraid you might not wake up. That would be terrible. I was prepared to be buried with you." Sherlock wasn't sure if the parrot was speaking the truth. He looked at Lilo, who was taken aback. "Yo," Sherlock said to Lilo as he lifted up his hand. "What's going on, Sherlock? I heard you brought Evelyn to attend a ball. I didn't know you were researching mana formations." Lilo frowned. She didn't show her anger over Sherlock sitting next to Evelyn on the bed. A fallen angel was a creature that didn't show any expressions on their face. "There's a slight problem. I'll explain it to you later." After speaking to Miss Lilo, he said to Nicholas, "Lord Nicholas, thank you for hurrying over. I hope you'll tighten the security around my bedroom. I have some confidential matters to discuss with Miss Lilo." Nicholas nodded with understanding and said to his staff, "Everyone will leave. Do not divulge anything. Do you understand?" All of the staff members left, then Nicholas bowed to Sherlock and went out. As an experienced vampire lord, he was clear that he had to keep what he saw confidential. It was definitely not a coincidence that both Lord Sherlock and Miss Evelyn were trapped in the mana formations. From what he heard, Lord Sherlock must have purposely chosen to be in the mana formations. It could be related to an important secret, so it was best that he stayed clear. Lilo shut the door and locked it. She then created a small mana formation on the door before looking at Sherlock and asking, "Can you tell me what's happening now?" "Simply speaking, I discovered a monster with powerful mana in Miss Evelyn's body, one good at deception. I didn't detect anything previously, and I believe you didn't either." Sherlock got off the bed and picked up the unfinished cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea that was on the table. Then he said, "You have seen what happened after that. After I entered Miss Evelyn's body, I wanted to chat with the monster and check out his background. I wanted to coax him to come out, but he was happy staying inside Evelyn. He had no intention of coming out. In fact, he wanted to keep me with him. Did I save you?" Lilo raised her brow and asked Sherlock. "You saved the monster. If you hadn't removed my mana formations, I would have killed him." Sherlock frowned and said, "I intend to keep the monster as my pet." The red-hot parrot quivered his feathers and widened his eyes as though he recalled something unpleasant. "It's all right, it's better this way. I may have opportunities to get him out in the future. However, it won't be easy to go in and speak to him." Sherlock looked at Lilo and asked curiously, "Why are you here suddenly? Shouldn't you be busy capturing the wyvern at Victoria City? It's a pity I can't have a great dragon as my ride. However, I can still put up with a wyvern. When I received information that you were attending a ball, I came over immediately." Lilo put both of her hands on the sides of the bed, then tipped her leather shoes and sat right beside Sherlock. She said, "It was the correct decision to come over here. I helped you." "Yes, thank you. Are you leaving tonight?" Sherlock smiled and asked. "No, I'm sleeping in this room." Lilo shook her head. Before Sherlock had a chance to speak, she pointed at Evelyn and said, "She's staying with me. You'll take another room." Sherlock was chased from the bedroom, but he didn't feel it was a pity even though there were a succubus and fallen angel inside. "Lord Sherlock, this isn't a wise decision. Haven't you considered the possibility that Miss Evelyn may not survive the night with Miss Lilo?" Brew asked Sherlock. Do you think Miss Lilo is a devil who kills without batting an eyelid? She was an angel before. Believe me, she won't do such a thing to Evelyn, Sherlock explained to Brew. But Brew said with concern, Lord Sherlock, you said that she was an angel, but now it's hard to say. Though I think the useless Evelyn is better off dead, I'm only joking. Please don't take me seriously. Let's put aside these irrelevant issues. Sherlock said as he walked, there are many things to attend to tonight. Chapter 461, Delivery Runs. Sherlock didn't return after coming out of the bedroom. Nicholas had arranged another new room for him, so Sherlock went to look for him. Nicholas didn't expect Sherlock to come out so soon. It wouldn't be that easy for Sherlock to solve the problem with Lilo. Lord Sherlock was indeed a resourceful devil. Sherlock was nonchalant about Nicholas' admiration for him. He asked Nicholas about the Northern Dukedom's involvement in the Merchant Alliance's ball. There weren't many representatives from the Northern Dukedom. Besides the killed sludge monster, there were only ordinary staff members. I checked, there was no high-ranking official. Nicholas was puzzled about why Sherlock was interested in the Northern Dukedom's involvement in the ball. Regardless, he told Sherlock whatever he knew to Sherlock. It's strange that the Northern Dukedom sent so few people when it's a large collaborating partner of the Merchant Alliance. I think the highest-ranking official was the killed sludge monster. Didn't the Merchant Alliance ask about or investigate this matter? Sherlock looked curiously at Nicholas, who sighed and said, it has been investigated. The high-ranking officials of the Merchant Alliance wrote letters to the Duke of the Northern Dukedom, but I'm not sure of the replies. I understand. Can you provide a list of the raw materials merchants related to the Northern Dukedom? If it's convenient, I'd like to have their room numbers, Sherlock said to Nicholas as he nodded. Ah, this isn't a problem, as it's not confidential. If you want it, I can provide you the details immediately. But why is Lord Sherlock interested in this? Do you suspect that a creature from the Northern Dukedom is hidden in the raw materials merchants? Nicholas hit the nail on the head. Sherlock nodded and revealed his thoughts. Due to some unclear reasons, the dead sludge monster had some special thoughts about my dance partner. I have to investigate. If it's an action taken by the Northern Dukedom, I can't allow my staff to be in danger. Nicholas nodded in agreement. As the Winterfell Dungeon Lord, Nicholas had great influence within the Merchant Alliance. He didn't need much time to investigate the staff of the Northern Dukedom. While Sherlock was drinking his tea, Nicholas had already returned. After Sherlock examined the name list provided by Nicholas, he stood up and said to Nicholas, if you don't mind, can you make arrangements for some staff members? We can capture the perpetrator who killed the sludge monster. Lord Sherlock, you already know. Nicholas found it hard to believe that Sherlock would know who killed the sludge monster just by examining the name list. However, Lord Sherlock had always been a man of his words, so Nicholas had faith in Sherlock. Nicholas gathered his staff and the guards of the Merchant Alliance before following Sherlock to the room that was indicated on the name list. When they arrived at the room, there were 2 gnomes and an orc. They all looked sad and were mourning the sludge monster's death. When they saw Nicholas and his guards, they asked in surprise, Lord Nicholas, why did you bring so many guards? Is there anything we can do? Nicholas looked at Sherlock, seeking advice on what to do next. As a Winterfell Dungeon Lord, he couldn't arrest the representatives of the Northern Dukedom without any evidence. Apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Dungeon Lord Sherlock from Eternal Kingdom. It's my intention to look for you, not Nicholas. Sherlock smiled politely and looked at the 3 of them as he said, I would like to discuss your master. If possible, can you arrange for us to meet? Are you looking to discuss business? I heard that Eternal Kingdom is developing very fast. If you require raw materials, my master will be very happy to do that, one of the gnomes said happily. Apologies, I think you're mistaken. If it was about raw materials, the Merchant Alliance could provide contacts for the merchants. I would like to ask about the master who ordered you to attack my staff member, Sherlock said with a smile. Sorry, Lord Sherlock, I don't understand. The orc was befuddled. Before he finished, Sherlock extended his hand, strangled his throat, and lifted him high up. The orc groaned in pain, but he was strangled and couldn't articulate clearly. Even his breathing was labored. I think it's better to be honest in our communication. Don't you think so? Sherlock said to the three of them. Peasant rode on his darting bird that was pulling a small cart. He was on his way to the crossroad intersection outpost from Eternal Kingdom. He was completing his daily mission of transporting raw materials. After various compensations, Eternal Kingdom gained hundreds of beet lemon. To the gamers, the hundreds of beet lemon weren't sufficient for their transportation missions and outings. Most of the beet lemons were reserved by Lord Sherlock to transport the raw materials. The Crossroad Intersection Outpost was a newly built one-month-old stronghold. Besides housing factories, it was a neutral city that allowed gamers from Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City to live in peace. The gamers from the two factions could engage in commerce. There were also teleport portals that facilitated transportation to both Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City. Hence, gamers would proceed to the Crossroad Intersection Outpost after finishing their daily missions. Many gamers were diverted from Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City. The speed of the darting bird wasn't slow, but with a heavy load of goods, Peasant took several hours to arrive at the Crossroad Intersection Outpost. He received a handsome reward due to the long period of travel. Besides the daily mission reputation points and coins, there were also reputation points for the Crossroad Intersection Outpost. When a certain number of points were reached, they could be exchanged for equipment, even legendary equipment. Not many gamers had superior equipment, so the temptation of legendary equipment was strong. The gamers would go to the Crossroad Intersection Outpost to work in the factories or to transport goods in order to gain outpost reputation points. When Peasant arrived at the Crossroad Intersection Outpost, Arthur and his companions were at the outpost mining ore while waiting for him. Why are you so slow? Peasant, we waited for you for a long time, Sylvanas looked at Peasant and complained. Sister Vanas, I have to ride on my darting bird to come here. I can't possibly fly, Peasant said as he dismounted from the darting bird and started unloading the goods. Arthur and the rest went forward to help him. Are you serious? You actually used the darting bird for transporting the goods? Don't you know you can buy the transported goods at the Crossroad Intersection Outpost? It's much more convenient for completing the daily mission. Burning Chest Hair looked bewildered at Peasant. I don't understand the gaming methods of the rich gamers, and I don't have more than 10 silver coins in the game. The expenses in the game are high. You are using renminbi to purchase game currency, but I can't afford it, Peasant said as he smiled in embarrassment. With the help of his comrades, Peasant unloaded the goods very fast. They transported the goods to the designated location before Peasant confirmed the submission of his mission. He had completed one delivery run. Whether it was reputation points or game currency, they were stored like virtual currency in the game interface. The beta gamers had spent the gold coin distributed during the first beta test. Since then, the game had undergone many refinements and updates. Have you heard the latest news? Victoria City had a huge strange encounter mission. Dragonborn encountered a young wyvern, not wearing pants, informed the other gamers. I read the post. Not only does he have a young wyvern, but an NPC called Tomato is teaching him swordsmanship. Why are there so many strange mission encounters in Victoria City? Previously, there was Hoodlum, who attained weapon level 10, and now there's Dragonborn. I'm guessing he'll reach level 10 very soon, Peasant said with envy. Chapter 462, Informant. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Arthur and his team of 5 gathered at the Crossroad Intersection Outpost. They weren't in a hurry to queue up at the entrance of the instance dungeon. Instead, they bought sufficient tonics and the feed for the darting birds. They had an important activity today. They were going to follow the gamers of Victoria City to see if they could explore the surface world. The gamers of Victoria City were able to enter the Underworld via the Crossroad Intersection outpost. As the surface world gamers could enter the Underworld, there was no reason the gamers of Eternal Kingdom couldn't go to the surface world. There weren't many areas around Victoria City for exploration, and there were limited places for hunting monsters, but it didn't dampen the gamers' exploration spirit. The gamers of Victoria City were mainly accumulating wood and mining rocks and ores. They had only discovered the nearby Goldshire town and the York territory. The gamers set off in a bid to attack the York territory, but they were delayed by the attacking wyvern and were still hunting it. It wasn't possible to capture the wyvern now. Therefore, Lancelot was gathering the gamers to continue their war campaign against the Duke of York. After building a teleport portal outpost near the Duke of York, they would start the attack. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom wanted to let the gamers of Victoria City lead the way to the surface world teleport portal, but the gamers of Victoria City didn't want to do that. That was what the big guilds decided. However, there were no secrets in the game, especially when the information was out in the open. The gamers of Victoria City had used the surface path many times. Arthur didn't spend much money to obtain information about the surface paths from the individual gamers of Victoria City. He even found a guide. When Arthur and his team arrived at the entrance of the Crossroad Intersection outpost, there were tens of gamers from Victoria City waiting for them. Arthur's remuneration was attractive. Even though the guild members of Victoria City declined Arthur's offer, there were tens of individual gamers who were willing to lead Arthur and his team to the surface world. A gamer of Victoria City came over and spoke, but Arthur couldn't understand. The gamer looked at Arthur's expression and understood it. He pondered for a while before speaking to Arthur again. "Are you ready?" The gamer of Victoria City spoke in Mandarin. The languages of Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City were different. However, they were using Mandarin in the real world. To speak Mandarin in the game was no easy feat. The game setting was such that each gamer had their faction language. If they didn't think it through before speaking, it would be the Underworld or surface world language instead of Mandarin. If the gamer thought clearly, they would be able to speak Mandarin. "No problem. Let's go," Arthur said to the tens of gamers before him. "Yes, please keep it a secret. Don't divulge our names. The guild members of Victoria City don't allow us to lead the way," a gamer of Victoria City said to Arthur. "Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Even if it's divulged, there won't be any big problems. I heard a few large guilds have found gamers from Victoria City to lead the way to the surface world," Burning Chest Hair said. "I don't wish for the other gamers to detest us. Most of the guild members of Victoria City didn't want us to lead the way for you." "Okay, I understand. We won't tell on you. Let's go," Sylvanus said to the Victorian gamers. They set off. They had only left the Crossroad Intersection outpost for a while before a group of guild members noticed them. They were guild members of Chang'an City, who were the open enemies of the Pioneer Alliance. Chang'an City was also an influential guild in the top 5 guilds of Eternal Kingdom. It was extremely hostile to the Pioneer Alliance, which was the top guild in Eternal Kingdom. In a guild conflict, they would use all sorts of ways to diminish their opponents. The leading members of the Pioneer Alliance were far away from the revival point, making this the best chance to ambush them. And they were well prepared. Sherlock was in the Merchant Alliance's manor interrogating the suspects with Nicholas. Nicholas and Sherlock captured 2 gnomes and an orc of the Northern Dukedom immediately after obtaining information on them. They were subjecting the suspects to a cruel interrogation. Sherlock didn't participate in the actual interrogation. He sat in the waiting hall while observing the sporadic flashes of sacred light. He couldn't help but turn his head away. This was horrifying. The Merchant Alliance really had their way with such a terrifying interrogation method. Were the suspects being forced to do examination questions? The surprising thing was that the three suspects weren't giving up any useful information even though they were subjected to such a terrifying method. They were obstinate. That was what the Merchant Alliance staff said when they passed by the waiting hall. Sherlock was very patient. He didn't require any sleep, so he stayed in the waiting hall even though Nicholas invited him to the room to rest. Sherlock only shook his head and let Nicholas have his rest while he continued waiting. Outsiders thought Sherlock was concerned about the safety of his staff, so he wanted to obtain information firsthand. After all, the suspects intended to attack Evelyn and killed the sludge monster of the Northern Dukedom. Who knew if the suspects would strike against other staff members of Sherlock? That was what the Merchant Alliance staff thought. When it was late at night, most of the staff had returned to rest. Only the interrogator was still questioning the suspects. The waiting hall that Sherlock was in dimmed down. It was like a layer of black cover engulfing the hall. Even the air became dense and sticky, and it started becoming hard to breathe. The staff who stayed in the waiting hall collapsed to the ground. Only Sherlock and his parrot, which was on his shoulder, were intact. Under the wavering light cast by the shaking lamp on the wall, an octopus figure crawled slowly on the wall. The black figure moved and occupied the entire wall, and the dark shadows expanded as though they were growing into objects. The black objects fell to the ground and gathered together. Sherlock didn't move, but his pet parrot flew and circled the room ceiling. After the parrot circled one round and landed on Sherlock's shoulder, he extended his hand and stroked the parrot's chin. "Ignorant devil, I heard you were looking for me." The dark figure fell to the ground and emitted chaotic noises. "You were nearby. I thought Alexandria would look for me personally," Sherlock said without emotion to the dark figure. "Alexandria? Do you think that the small lad is ordering me about? I'm only collaborating with him. Don't think I'm his subordinate. I don't think too highly of Alexandria." The dark figure wavered as he spoke to Sherlock. "I see. I don't think you're from the Devil Management Committee. Are you from the Ancient Gods' Army?" Sherlock nodded and said, "I thought one of the 7 devils was involved. I didn't expect the Ancient Gods' Army to be involved as well. Looks like I underestimated you. How did you recognize me so fast? It was no accident that Frangipani was killed by you." The dark figure laughed in an unpleasant voice. Sherlock interrupted him and asked, "Since you were willing to meet, we'll have a good discussion. I don't have any special hate or dislike for the Ancient Gods' Army, but the Ancient Gods were sealed. You won't be able to do any rash things. I hope you'll stop harassing me. I'm just a normal superior devil who wants to earn some money." Sherlock didn't think too highly of the recent deeds of the Ancient Gods' Army. However, he didn't think it was a big deal for the Ancient Gods' Army to attack Winterfell or to revive Frangipani. Just a normal superior devil? That's a hilarious joke. The plans of the Ancient Gods' Army for this year were wrecked by you. Even the revival of Frangipani was disrupted by you. If I didn't know what you have done, I would have believed your lies." The dark figure had solidified into a physical mass. He looked like a sludge monster who was stained with black ink. But there was a difference between him and a sludge monster. A sludge monster had facial features and obvious limbs, but the dark creature did not. "Thank you for your compliments. However, we don't have much time." Sherlock said, "Tell me. How can I stop you from harassing my staff and me? You are enlightened. Are you giving up fighting us? The Ancient Gods' Army is reasonable. As long as you're not a threat to us, we have no intention of antagonizing you. Frangipani was killed by you. Under these circumstances, we couldn't come to an agreement. But now, if you're willing to give up Evelyn, we won't take revenge." "I see. Do you know what's inside Evelyn's body?" Sherlock nodded and asked. "Of course. That's the crux to reviving Michelangelo," the dark figure smiled and said. Sherlock frowned and asked, "Even the Ancient Gods' Army is showing interest in Michelangelo? He was the superior devil that sealed the Ancient Gods." I don't see how the revival of Michelangelo is of any help to the ancient gods. There are no eternal foes in this world, Lord Sherlock. The past liches were loyal servants of the ancient gods' army, but aren't they on the same side as you? I understand. I'll act according to what you've said. The creature can't be extracted out easily. Come, I'll give you a gift as a token of our agreement, Sherlock said as he extended his hand and looked at the dark figure. A gift? Are you joining our ancient gods' army? If you join us, there's a large hamper, the dark figure said as he walked to Sherlock. Sherlock suddenly grabbed the body of the dark figure with his hand, which slowly dissolved into the dark figure. The dark figure started shaking, but he was unable to speak. He felt a strange power attacking his awareness and penetrating the deepest part of him. The eyes of Sherlock lit up, and the world before his eyes started to travel at light speed. He saw countless gnomes, orcs, werewolves, and other high-level races. They were cleaners cleaning the streets, waiters working in cafes, shopkeepers in a toddler's product shop, adventurers exploring the wilderness, and staff members working for the Merchant Alliance. In the images that Sherlock saw, everyone was a normal creature. But Sherlock knew that they were related to the ancient gods' army. They were hidden believers of the ancient gods. They weren't the targets of Sherlock. His vision traveled towards the depths of the tunnel. His vision came before a face in the depths. The creature sensed the presence of Sherlock. He turned around in terror and wanted to hide from Sherlock's vision. However, Sherlock had already seen his face. When Sherlock was about to take action, a dark mass disrupted his connection. Sherlock's awareness was being expelled from the connections to these creatures. When Sherlock opened his eyes, the dark figure was like the killed sludge monster. The body had become black mud and fell to the ground. Ignorant devil! You're fooling with the ancient gods' army. You'll pay a heavy price for your actions. You and the creatures around you will become the stepping stones for the return of the ancient gods' army. The dark figure transformed into a pool of dark water that slowly seeped into the ground and vanished. Lord Sherlock, are you all right? Is there any special discovery? The parrot asked with concern as it flew to Sherlock's shoulder after regaining awareness. Nothing. It's more complicated than I thought, and I saw many familiar faces. I feel I have to question Frangipani, Sherlock said as he nodded. Frangipani? The tortoise that you captured? Please pardon my frankness, but if you intend to obtain information from him, it might be easier to destroy his shell and eat his flesh. The parrot paced on Sherlock's shoulder and almost slipped. Phoenix said, that creature isn't easy to deal with. Even if you kill him, he might not tell us the information. Thank you for your reminder. If I fail, I'll treat everyone to a tortoise banquet, Sherlock said as he stood up. He then walked outside the hall. What? Are you saying that the barbarians hiding in the forest are gathering their forces to attack my castle? The Duke of York couldn't believe it. A resident from Goldshire Town was reporting the movements of the Victorians to the Duke of York. Just like Guinevere, who provided information to Victoria City, some residents of Goldshire Town weren't against the Duke of York. Some residents who wanted the gold and rewards would provide information to the Duke of York. The gamers would brag about their intention to attack the Duke of York. This kind of information wasn't a secret. Even without the information from the residents of Goldshire Town, the Duke of York would have information about the Victorians a few days later. Yes, those insolent fools gathered thousands of troops to attack you. They even intended to capture the Wyvern to attack you. They are despicable, the informant reported. Chapter 463, Declaration of War. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. If it was during the previous time, the Duke of York would think that the Victorians were crazy. Victoria City had only a few thousand residents, and yet it was attacking the York territory. Previously, the Duke of York dispatched 3,000 knights to attack Victoria City, but they were annihilated. Only a few hundred knights and the commander, George, escaped. George was released voluntarily by Victoria City. George brought back a lot of useful information. For example, his nephew Guinevere betrayed him and defected to Victoria City. Also, the ruler of Victoria City was a self-proclaimed Queen Victoria. The Duke of York remembered that it was a handsome man who bought the land from him. None of that was important. The important fact was that the Victorians were attacking him, yet there were no capable knights available to the Duke of York. Did he have to conduct conscription in his vassal states? If he conducted conscription because of a small Victoria City, a lot of people wouldn't be happy. They would even belittle him. He couldn't care anymore. The Duke of York wrote letters and handed them to the guards, who rode in a hurry to the vassal states. He had to kill those arrogant Victorians. Sylvanas held her blue Sylvanas short bow while she leaped nimbly on the rocks. She found a suitable spot and readied the bow as she took aim at the fighting crowd, then released an arrow. The arrow hit a gnome who was wielding a pike. Below the gnome's name were the words Chang'an City. Arthur's team was ambushed. Sylvanas took aim at another target. Before she released the second arrow, an arrow flew towards Sylvanas. The archer's aim wasn't as good as that of Sylvanas, so the arrow landed on a huge rock beside her. Though the arrow didn't hit Sylvanas, a gnome and an orc warrior charged towards her. "Capture Sylvanas, I want her alive," someone in the crowd shouted loudly. Sylvanas was dumbstruck. She immediately understood what the gamers were trying to do to her. They wanted her alive so that she couldn't revive or move around. They wanted to destroy her gaming experience by imprisoning her. Unless she died of hunger, she would have to stay in the cage prepared by them. This kind of gameplay wasn't prohibited, so some gamers did that. If the deeds were exposed on the discussion forum, the perpetrators would be denounced by the gamers. To a large guild like Chang'an City, it was of no use. The chairman of Chang'an City didn't care about those denouncements. It wasn't a problem as long as there was money. The individual obstinate gamers were a minority. If there was money, there wouldn't be much resistance from the gamers. It was only a game. Sylvanas didn't want to be captured by them. Arthur, Sylvanas, and their team were ambushed by the gamers of Chang'an City while they were on their way to the surface world. After a chaotic battle, Sylvanas and some gamers were separated by the Chang'an City guild members. Though she could see Arthur fighting in the distance, she had no help from her comrades. Sylvanas knew that she couldn't allow herself to be captured. Suicide would be her last resort. There were tens of gamers behind her. Sylvanas couldn't be sure she could kill all of them, but she was going to try. Sylvanas continued escaping while looking for a good location to hide. The guild members of Chang'an City were hot on her trail. When Sylvanas arrived at a flat plateau, she stopped escaping. Sylvanas put away her short bow and took out a longbow while chanting. It was a mana incantation that she had just learned. The pursuers saw Sylvanas' action and knew that she was going to attack soon. They weren't afraid, their comrades would retrieve their equipment once they perished. Their main aim was to capture the high-ranking members of the Pioneer Alliance, such as Sylvanas. Sylvanas completed her incantation, and a ball of fire appeared on the arrow. She released the bowstring, and the flaming arrow flew towards her pursuers. The flaming arrow landed on the ground in front of the pursuers and exploded violently. The members of Chang'an City didn't expect Sylvanas to have such a powerful enchanted arrow. The flames from the explosion engulfed the pursuers. Though the enchantment was powerful, it consumed a lot of mana. The single flaming arrow depleted all her mana. Sylvanas used up 5 mana skills books to learn the enchantment. A mana skills book was very expensive, and even a rich gamer like Sylvanas took a long time to accumulate the 5 mana skills books. She was willing to pay, but there was no market for it. When a mana skills book appeared in an auction, it would be bought instantly. She had to make agreements with her guild members to purchase mana skills books from them when they obtained one. It was normal for such an expensive mana skill to have a powerful effect. Not all of the pursuers were killed by Sylvanas' mana attack. Only 3 pursuers were killed instantly, and their equipment was almost destroyed. The rest of the pursuers only had burn wounds. Sylvanas knew that she was unable to escape, so she took out a dagger and wanted to end her life. Before she could stab her throat, a powerful mana force restrained her. She saw a pursuer take out a tree branch magic wand and tear a mana scroll. With the power of the mana scroll and magic wand, a restraining spell was cast on Sylvanas. Her plan to kill herself failed. The pursuers pounced on Sylvanas and buried her underneath their bodies. A gamer took out a spider silk rope and tied up Sylvanas before carrying her away. Some guild members of the Pioneer Alliance saw Sylvanas being captured and charged over, but they were too late. The guild members of Chang'an City ran off with the captured Sylvanas. The battle at Arthur's side continued to rage on. Arthur and his comrades weren't in danger even though they were ambushed. They persisted and counterattacked based on their strong combat power. When the last guild member of Chang'an City was killed by the black longsword of Arthur, a gamer charged over and shouted, "Arthur!" Sylvanas was captured by the Chang'an City members. "Wait, can you repeat yourself?" the blood-stained not wearing pants replied first. Sylvanas was captured by the Chang'an City members, the informant shouted. "I heard our senior Sylvanas was captured by the monsters." Peasant was able to crack a joke even in this dire situation. The other gamers weren't worried. Even if they captured Sylvanas, they would only strip her equipment and imprison her. They couldn't ban her account, so they weren't worried. Sylvanas had legendary equipment, which was soul-bound. Once Sylvanas died, the equipment would return to the designated location. Sylvanas had only lost a few days of gameplay. It was highly possible that Sylvanas might bribe the guard watching her. Perhaps she would be released soon. Even Arthur wasn't worried. It was normal to be captured by opposing gamers. All online gamers understood the feeling of being captured. It wasn't shameful. Instead, it could be fun. Even when Sylvanas was imprisoned in a cage, she could still crack jokes with her captors. It was only a game and not a life and death issue. It was important to have fun. Not wearing pants shouted loudly, "Won't we be missing Sylvanas? We have to save her, she's a high-ranking member. Our guild's reputation will be tarnished." Burning Chest Hair looked surprised at not wearing pants and patted his shoulder, saying, "Gosh bro, I didn't know. You're so concerned about our guild. You were a good choice for the deputy chairman." I was indignant, but now, I'm convinced. I didn't think of this. The gamers at the side also nodded. They hadn't considered the point that Sylvanas was a high-ranking member. If she was captured by Chang'an City, it would tarnish the Pioneer Alliance's reputation. If she was being fooled by them or was forced to do something terrible, how would they resolve it? Previously, due to Raintia, the two guilds were at odds. Chang'an City would take the opportunity to take revenge. The gamers wanted to rescue Sylvanas, and Arthur nodded in agreement. The original plan was to explore the surface world with the Victorians and create rapport with them. However, the Victorians were killed during the ambush by the members of Chang'an City. They couldn't visit Victoria City now, but they could use the spare time to rescue Sylvanas. Since it was decided, Arthur had no intention to delay. He immediately declared war on Chang'an City. Chapter 464, Siege. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sylvanas regained consciousness. Where was she? Was she imprisoned in a basement? Why was it so dark? She was so angry. She was also unable to communicate with Arthur and the others. Sylvanas sat up. She strongly condemned Chang'an City for kidnapping her on the forum. Her action only gained sympathy from the non-affiliated players. The guilds allied with the Pioneer Alliance also gave her support. However, Chang'an City was unwilling to release Sylvanas. Arthur informed Sylvanas in the guild chat about their plans to attack the Chang'an stronghold and rescue her. Sylvanas had to be in the Chang'an City stronghold for Arthur to rescue her. However, the chance was slim. Since the gamers could build their stronghold outside of Eternal Kingdom with a one-time payment of reputation points and game coins, it was likely that Sylvanas was kept in a location outside of Eternal Kingdom. Most guilds didn't want to build their stronghold outside of Eternal Kingdom since it wasn't safe. After all, other gamers could rob and destroy the strongholds located outside of Eternal Kingdom without any punishment. There were no benefits to building a stronghold outside of Eternal Kingdom, considering all of the daily missions were to be completed in Eternal Kingdom. To earn magic stones, the gamers had to work in Winterfell. They were unable to build a stronghold at the boundary of Winterfell because there were garrison guard patrols. The guards would stop the gamers from building illegal buildings and demolish them. The offending gamers could also be fined. Not many gamers were fined. When they revealed they were from Eternal Kingdom, the garrison guards would show their respect. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom had received high standing in Winterfell after they saved Winterfell a few times. It even applied to gamers who didn't play the game for long. The gamers suspected that there were two reputation systems. One was group reputation, while the other was individual reputation. However, there was no clarification on the official website, so the gamers weren't sure if there was such a differentiation. However, Chang'an City wasn't a normal guild. Even the Pioneer Alliance was going to the surface city to build a stronghold. Hence, it was expected of Chang'an City to build another stronghold outside the safety zone. Normal guilds didn't want to build their strongholds outside of the safety zone. This was because they couldn't ensure the safety of the strongholds if they were discovered by other gamers. Every gamer could become a robber or vandal without being denounced or discovered. Even if the offending gamer was discovered, their physical location couldn't be traced via the internet, and they couldn't be subjected to punishments. Arthur could use similar methods to find out Sylvanas' hidden location and Chang'an City's stronghold outside the safety zone. He only had to spend some money, as it could make the world go round. Sylvanas failed to establish her location by surveying her surroundings, so Arthur contacted specific members of Chang'an City. He also created an announcement on the forum to reward anyone with information of Chang'an City's stronghold and Sylvanas' location. Hundreds of gamers claimed to know the location of Chang'an City's stronghold and Sylvanas and provided detailed information. But most of them were lies to obtain rewards. After checking through the information provided by the rest of the gamers, Arthur obtained two stronghold locations of Chang'an City and a possible location where they would imprison Sylvanas. The management of Chang'an City was resourceful. They had chosen locations outside the safety zone that gamers didn't normally visit. They were at the corners outside the map of the Ogre Fortress. The Ogre Fortress was located in the Sighing Wilderness, which was an accessible plain. The Sighing Wilderness was connected by many underground tunnels that were inhabited by underground spiders or dire wolves. Only a capable guild would be able to clear the tunnels of monsters and build their stronghold. The other stronghold location was in the forest that Eternal Kingdom and the Merchant Alliance had previously signed an agreement on. It was no longer called a forest, as the last tree was cut down. It was now barren land. All of the wood required by Eternal Kingdom was supplied by Victoria City. The gamers of Victoria City made their earnings from selling wood. This was the reason Arthur and his members wanted to build a new stronghold in the surface world. Instead of spending a lot of money to purchase wood from the Victorians, it was better to obtain the wood themselves. Arthur gathered his guild members and started planning for the coming battle. The news of the impending war between the Pioneer Alliance and Chang'an City spread like wildfire in the game. Other guild members and non-affiliated gamers waited in anticipation. This was the first time since the start of the game that a stronghold battle was occurring outside the safety zone. The fully armed gamers of Victoria City were about to set off towards the Duke of York under the lead of Lancelot and his wife, Guinevere. After Dragonborn and Hoodlum cooperated in a secret operation to capture the Wyvern, it hadn't appeared anymore. Though Queen Lilo's order was still valid and the gamers had to capture the Wyvern, most of them didn't harbor any hopes of capturing it. Dragonborn had the strange encounter mission, so it was unlikely that the Wyvern would appear again. Lancelot only needed to bring a few gamers to the York territory to build a stronghold with a teleport portal. Dragonborn, who was the protagonist of the Wyvern incident, was enjoying life in paradise for the past few days. Besides going offline to sleep at night, Dragonborn was receiving tortuous and unbearable training. Each session was a breakthrough in his constitution and mental endurance. He also sustained multiple injuries and fractures. The fugitive chief Imperial Guard was a powerful combatant and a priest with the power of sacred light. Whenever Dragonborn sustained injuries or fractures during training, he would use the power of sacred light to heal Dragonborn's wounds. It was a new discovery that the power of sacred light had healing effects on humans. Dragonborn shared his discovery on the discussion forum, and the human gamers did an experiment and confirmed Dragonborn's finding. The power of sacred light could heal fairies and elves too. For the gamers of Eternal Kingdom, the power of sacred light could only aid in combat. It was unable to heal underworld creatures. The inquisitive gamers asked the Sacred Knight Mentor Beast, who replied, "This is a curse on all underworld creatures. Most underworld creatures aren't passionate about learning, so we were abandoned by the Holy Lord. If we persist in learning, the Holy Lord will accept us one day. Time is better spent learning than thinking of the impossible. Be a learned creature and obtain the essence of the sacred light. That is the truth." That was Senior Beast's advice for the gamers of Eternal Kingdom. Dragonborn had a similar strange encounter to that of Hoodlum. Dragonborn's mentor was a powerful fighter. Besides physical training, he tutored Dragonborn in his studies. He had the intention to train Dragonborn like a sacred knight. The reason the legendary fugitive Tomato was willing to train Dragonborn was that Dragonborn begged Tomato to teach him. Dragonborn expressed his hatred for King Potato too. Even if Dragonborn sacrificed his life, he wanted King Potato too dead. Tomato felt that the curse was a blessing for Dragonborn, who was without any sense of pain. Perhaps, Dragonborn could finally defeat King Potato too. Dragonborn's weapon level increased rapidly to level 9 within a few days of training. He was now only second to Hoodlum's weapon level 10. It was only a matter of time before Dragonborn attained level 10. The young wyvern was kept in the cage and fed with wood every day. Occasionally, the young wyvern was let out of the cage for Dragonborn to be intimate with it. That was Tomato's request. Tomato was worried that the large wyvern would locate the young wyvern's trail and find them. However, that didn't happen. Tomato thought that the large wyvern might have given up looking for the young wyvern. He was curious why the young wyvern was friendly with Dragonborn. The young wyvern was treating Dragonborn like its mother. Dragonborn said, when the creature hatched, it treated the person that it saw as its mother. However, Tomato thought it was nonsense. There must be a special reason this young wyvern was treating Dragonborn like its mother. Tomato didn't know the reason. He thought it was probably due to the curse inflicted by King Potato too. He would find out the truth in the future. When Dragonborn woke up and was prepared for a day of training, he discovered Tomato wasn't in the small house. He stood up and looked around for Tomato. When he walked out of the house, his mouth was covered from behind. His first instinct told him that it was Tomato. Dragonborn didn't shout loudly or ask any questions. He followed the person to the middle of the house. He then heard some movements outside the window. Before dawn, a few figures flashed by the window. They didn't know who had besieged the small house. "I wanted to wake you up, but I was unable to do so. You sleep like a dead person. Fortunately, you're still breathing," Tomato said behind Dragonborn. He was complaining about Dragonborn's deep sleep, something he had done many times. As a fighter, it was important to maintain vigilance during sleep. However, Dragonborn was unable to do that. When Tomato was about to abandon Dragonborn and his young wyvern and leave with his 2 forest wolves, Dragonborn woke up. He was lucky. "Who's outside?" Dragonborn asked softly. "I don't know. I don't think they have good intentions. They destroyed the traps and alarms that I set up at the boundary and got in by stealth," Tomato said as he held a bow and grabbed an arrow. The two forest wolves were in the living room. They were ready to pounce and remained quiet due to Tomato's order. Tomato gave an eye signal to Dragonborn for him to back up. Dragonborn backed into a bedroom, and Tomato walked to the middle of the living room. Tomato placed his hand on a corner of the table. He activated a mechanism that made the wall between the living room and the bedroom turn. The ground started turning and revealed an opening for a single person. Tomato signaled for the two forest wolves to go into the opening. Dragonborn gaped in astonishment. He had been living there for days, but he didn't realize that behind the wall was an opening to a tunnel. Dragonborn immediately opened the wyvern's cage and released the young wyvern, signaling for it to enter the tunnel as well. The young wyvern understood Dragonborn. It chirped softly and squirmed into the opening obediently. Dragonborn followed behind the young wyvern. The last person to leave was Tomato. He pressed a rock in the tunnel, and the wall returned to its original position, hiding the exit. Let's leave immediately. If they can deactivate the alarms outside the house, they can find the mechanism for opening the exit. Let's leave before we're discovered, Tomato said solemnly to Dragonborn. He walked to Dragonborn and led the way in front of the two forest wolves. Tomato looked experienced. It wasn't the first time he encountered them. Dragonborn was puzzled, but he followed Tomato without asking questions. It was a tense situation, and it wasn't appropriate for Dragonborn to ask. After walking for an hour, they arrived at a dead end. Dragonborn didn't know if Tomato dug the tunnel by himself. It was awesome if he did. How did he manage to dig such a long tunnel? There were intersections along the tunnel that led to different places. However, there were no indicators. Besides Tomato, nobody knew where they led to. Who are those people? Are they here to kill you? Dragonborn asked Tomato after they exited the tunnel and arrived at a strange forest. They could have been sent by King Potato too, or they could be bounty hunters. I was in the godly kingdom before. I'm willing to train you because King Potato 2 has to be overthrown. I was unable to do so, but perhaps you can do that. However, you have to be prepared for death, Tomato said bluntly. Let's go. We have to leave this forest. It's a long journey. Take this, it'll hide our scents from the forest fairies. Tomato handed a pouch to Dragonborn. The items in the pouch emitted a special smell. Just as Dragonborn took the pouch, mana energy accumulated above his head. Tomato pushed Dragonborn away, and a series of mana bullets landed at their previous location. Chapter 465, The Power of Rich Gamers. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The mana bullets were like rockets that smashed into the ground, and the dust from the explosions engulfed the entire forest. When the dust settled, Dragonborn and Tomato had vanished. The magicians who attacked them didn't think that they were hit by the mana bullets. Even if they were killed, there would be corpses. A man wearing a magic cloak squatted on a tree branch. He was looking for traces of Dragonborn and Tomato, but he couldn't find them. As he was hesitating whether to jump down and look for them, he heard wind movements beside him. He turned his head and felt his neck being held before a ka-cha sound of twisted bones was heard. The magician fell limply from the tree branch and landed on the ground with a thud. The forest became quiet. It was as though nothing had happened. After a few minutes, a man walked slowly towards the tree that the magician had fallen from. As he got close, his foot stepped on something, and a rope tightened around his ankle. He was pulled up to an opposite tree trunk. A large tree stump that was sharpened to a fatal tip flew towards him and penetrated his chest. He was pinned to the tree trunk and didn't make any noise. The people who were hiding could no longer wait peacefully. They came out from the trees and rocks and gathered as they surveyed the surroundings. They had masks on their faces, and numerous magicians, who were holding their trademark magic wands, could be seen. What's happening? Did you see Tomato? A person asked another man impatiently. Everyone shook their heads. They didn't know where Tomato attacked from. What should we do now? Another man asked. Illumination mana, the leader ordered. A few magicians lifted their magic wands towards the sky. Strong illumination emitted from their magic wands, and a few light balls flew up to the sky and exploded. The forest was lit up like daytime, the morning mist was dispelled, and the figures of the hiding creatures in the trees were clearly identified. But there were no traces of Dragonborn or Tomato. Even the two forest wolves and the young wyvern weren't around. D*MN, are there any traps nearby? Didn't your men say that there were no traps here? Are you deceiving us? The leader asked as he grabbed a nearby magician. The magician said calmly to the leader, I didn't deceive you, we didn't detect any traps. My men sustained casualties too. Don't be too agitated. Even if there are traps that aren't disarmed, it's all right. Tomato and the man who disrupted our plan can't escape. The magician spoke firmly, and the leader calmed down and released his grasp on the magician. Let's get out of here. Tomato is hidden. From my understanding of him, he'll not show himself. He will kill us one by one. Don't get separated. The magician at his side said loudly, we've paid you. Are you mercenaries going to leave like that? We have to capture both of them today. The leader rebuked loudly, we only received the mission to capture the man who stole the young wyvern. We're not supposed to capture Tomato. Even though the bounty is generous, if we perish, what's the use of the bounty? If you want to capture Tomato, please go ahead. Don't involve us. The leader was blunt. What are you saying? Are you revolting against the king? The magician lifted his magic wand angrily and pointed it at the leader. The leader looked fearlessly at the magician and said, if you want my brothers and me to be killed, we'll kill you now. Do you believe that? A warrior pulled the leader's arm nervously as he said softly, Leader, it's not the time to be willful. They are the king's tower magicians. The magician smirked, but the leader was adamant. He unsheathed his weapon and stabbed the magician's chest. The magician looked on in disbelief as the leader kicked him to the ground. Fresh blood flowed from the magician's chest, and his life force was draining. The magicians at the side were horrified. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. A magician wanted to attack with his magic wand, but a mercenary slashed him. A chaotic battle ensued as the mercenaries and magicians fought. Mana was released, and weapons cut into bodies. When the battle came to an end, only a few mercenaries and the leader were left. A blood-stained mercenary who was seriously wounded said angrily to the leader, Leader, we were just exiled by the Empire, and now you've offended the king. Where are we going to go now? Are we going to live among the underworld creatures? The leader had no intention of explaining. He grabbed the man's shoulder and stabbed his chest like the magician that he killed. The blood-stained mercenaries were seriously injured and were in a daze. A strange mercenary turned and killed other mercenaries around him. The rest of the mercenaries fled but were pursued by the leader and the strange mercenary. In the end, the fleeing mercenaries were all killed. The strange mercenary panted as he sheathed his weapon. He was Dragonborn. It was hard to imagine how a man could kill two opponents within a short time and disguise himself as the dead person. Dragonborn hadn't encountered or heard of this skill before. To Tomato, it was like his daily routine. The scary part was that it wasn't a mana skill. It was actually Tomato's favorite assassination skill. That was the skill that he was going to teach Dragonborn. The leader was actually the disguised Tomato. He had killed the leader at the start of the battle and disguised himself as the leader. Everything went as planned by Tomato. All the mercenaries and magicians were killed in the battle, though it remained to be seen whether there were other pursuers. At least Dragonborn and Tomato were safe for now. Tomato took off his disguise, walked to a huge tree, and knocked on the tree trunk. The bark of the tree opened, and two forest wolves and a young wyvern came out. They were hiding in the tree trunk of the huge tree. A smart assassin and hunter would also take care of his pets. Dragonborn looked at the corpses on the ground and felt exhilarated. The magician's equipment was endowed with mana. If he could bring them back, the equipment would fetch very high prices. Perhaps the equipment might be of legendary quality. The equipment of the mercenaries was also of superior quality. In fact, the armor of the mercenaries was of better quality than the current armor of Dragonborn. Though the armor wasn't appraised, during the battle, he felt the power of the armor, which had some magical defenses. His current armor didn't have any magical defenses, so his skin would be scalded by a flame attack. As he was about to salvage the equipment, Tomato stopped him. "There's no need to clear the corpses. We have to leave immediately." "We're not safe yet," Tomato said as he threw away the armor and magic wand that Dragonborn was holding. He grabbed Dragonborn and walked towards the exit of the forest. Tomato looked nervous. It was as though there were pursuers behind him. "Are there enemies nearby?" Dragonborn asked nervously. "No, I don't sense any enemies nearby. However, there might be more fearsome creatures than humans in the forest," Tomato said fearfully as he stopped suddenly in his track. Dragonborn almost knocked into him. When Dragonborn recovered, he saw Tomato looking at a tree in front. Dragonborn saw a petite creature with a pair of translucent wings standing on a tree branch. He had seen this creature before. It was the little fairy captured by Lord Sherlock in Eternal Kingdom. The unyielding little fairy had become the potion concoction instructor in Eternal Kingdom. The creature on the tree branch looked exactly like the little fairy. The fairy spat saliva and looked without emotion at Tomato and Dragonborn. The powerful Tomato didn't move at all. There were sounds of saliva spitting coming from the trees, and pairs of eyes were gazing at them. Countless fairies had surrounded them. Dragonborn was anxious. What should he do? He waited in the precarious situation. At the Sighing Wilderness, there were hundreds of Eternal Kingdom's warriors gathered at a forked road. They were members of the Pioneer Alliance Guild. They were gathered there at the order of Arthur to attack the Chang'an City stronghold at the far end of the forked road. There were only around 100 members there because the remaining guild members were at the forest to bait the main force of Chang'an City. "Is this the forked road?" Burning Chest Hair asked an orc as he held 2 daggers and looked excitedly at the forked road ahead. "Brother Chest Hair, it's this forked road. We have scouts in front. We'll walk 10 minutes before arriving at the Chang'an City stronghold. According to our informants, Sylvanas should be held at this stronghold," the orc replied quickly. "Okay, everyone should be clear about the mission. Our mission is to rescue Sylvanas or kill her so that she can revive. Then she won't have to be imprisoned here, wasting her time. If possible, our secondary mission is to destroy this stronghold," Not Wearing Pants said to his comrades. An orc shouted, "For Sylvanas." Another gnome said, "I don't want to do it for Sylvanas. She killed the Great King and messed up the latest 8.25 plot. I believe there is going to be a new instance dungeon soon, and Sylvanas's reins can be found inside. Gosh! You hypocritical tribesmen! I'll never yield and become a slave. How hilarious! Do you believe that you'll be the first one to challenge the instance dungeon once it's out? I'll never take the reins of the person I respect. Just like the Blood Prince, I haven't had his reins. Be reasonable. In the current plot of World of Warcraft, if Queen Sylvanas doesn't clear up the plot, I'll never play the game." "Shucks, you're already playing Dungeon. Why are you playing World of Warcraft? Dungeon is Dungeon. World of Warcraft is different. The classic World of Warcraft is fun. Try it, it's fun." "No, aren't we about to start a war? Aren't we supposed to be preparing? Why are you talking about World of Warcraft?" "Because everyone is trash. Everyone is dying. Most people don't understand what you're talking about." The gamers weren't nervous about the coming battle as they were all seasoned. Their combat skills were high, and most of them were first beta gamers. The most important preparation was accumulating enough explosives. Hemp rope technology had come up with a new rune mana explosives. The explosives were accounted for and distributed to the guild members. They weren't going to scale the walls of the enemy stronghold. Instead, they would use explosives to blow up the entrance. Walls created by normal materials were unable to withstand the power of the explosives. There was nothing that the explosives couldn't destroy. If there was, the explosives would be used a second time. After the distribution of the explosives, Not Wearing Pants brought the guild members to the enemy stronghold. Arthur was at the forest with 100 guild members to bait the main force of Chang'an City. Sylvanas was kept in a prison cell, with 2 orc gamers watching over her. The Chang'an City members didn't have gamers below the gnome level. The lowest levels were either gnomes or houndhead men, while most of the members upgraded to orcs. Though the mana skills and power of an orc was inferior to a gnome, an orc could still use mana skills and fight at the same time. Mana skills weren't widely used, and their power wasn't as high as the bladder bombs or the rune mana bombs. Orcs were the main choice for gamers. If the gamers didn't like OCS, they could choose goblins, gnomes, or houndhead men. Becoming a houndhead man required the blessing of Eggface, while goblins and gnomes could be freely chosen. If they chose other races and reverted back to an orc, they would have to redo the orc upgrade mission. "Hey, do you want to earn some extra money?" Sylvanas said to the emotionless guards, "Release me, and I'll give both of you 1 million renminbi. I'm not joking." Chapter 466, Yggdrasil and Dragonborn. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sylvanas' bribe wasn't successful, as her bribe of 1 million renminbi was too high to be believable. The members of the Pioneer Alliance started attacking the stronghold that was holding Sylvanas. Sylvanas heard the explosions and occasional footsteps outside. As the stronghold was far from the revival point in Eternal Kingdom, the members of Chang'an City weren't able to replenish their dead members. If the members were killed in battle, there was no chance of rejoining the battle since they had to pass through the sighing wilderness and walk through a long tunnel. If they didn't travel in a group, they could be killed by underground spiders and dire wolves. This was advantageous to the members of the Pioneer Alliance. At the forest stronghold, as the revival point was nearby and the way to the stronghold was relatively safe, both Chang'an City and the Pioneer Alliance were able to replenish their dead members quickly. That was why the forest battle lasted for a long time. Not Wearing Pants led his members in a fierce attack against the Chang'an City stronghold. They used bladder bombs and new weapons that were designed by hemp rope technology, such as the rune mana bombs. It was a bladder bomb that had a rune mana enchantment. The enchantment increased the power of the explosion and allowed delayed detonation. The power of the new bomb was a few times stronger than the original bladder bomb, but the cost was much higher. A rune mana formation was required, and it required mana materials to create. Even rich gamers like Arthur, Burning Chest Hair, and Sylvanas didn't have much money to create such rune mana bombs. Their only stock of rune mana bombs was used to bomb the Chang'an City stronghold at the Sighing Wilderness to rescue Sylvanas. The walls of the stronghold weren't able to withstand the bombs of the Pioneer Alliance and were destroyed within seconds. Not Wearing Pants led his members into the stronghold and killed the Chang'an City members. The members of the Pioneer Alliance were all first beta gamers. Their equipment and combat experience were superior to the Chang'an City members. The elite Pioneer Alliance members charged into the stronghold and demolished the defenses of the Chang'an City members. When Not Wearing Pants thought he had won, he heard battle cries coming from outside the stronghold. Not Wearing Pants didn't know what happened, but the members of the Pioneer Alliance behind took a look. "They're from other guilds." Chang'an City and the other guilds formed an alliance, someone yelled. Not Wearing Pants was surprised that Chang'an City had used this tactic, but he could only brace against the incoming attack. They couldn't escape or retreat. The battle that he was sure of winning had become a precarious situation. "If we fail, prepare to execute Plan B." Plan B was to kill Sylvanas before they committed suicide. They might lose equipment, but if they weren't imprisoned, the loss of equipment wasn't a huge problem. The tied dragonborn was dragged by a fairy. Beside him was Tomato, who was also tied up. The fairies didn't make things difficult for the two forest wolves since they weren't enemies of the fairies. The fairies only captured the humans. Even the young wyvern was released. The young wyvern had no intention of leaving and followed Dragonborn throughout the journey. The two forest wolves also followed the contingent at a distance and didn't make any rash moves. Dragonborn walked behind the fairies for a long time. The fairies were familiar with the forest, going left and right as they traveled in the forest. The fairies chatted while walking. However, Dragonborn was unable to understand their language. He could guess that they were discussing him and Tomato, as well as the magicians and mercenaries that they had killed. "Mentor, where are these fairies taking us?" Dragonborn asked Tomato, who was walking behind. A fairy flapped his wings and moved over to Dragonborn. He slapped Dragonborn's head and said, "Don't talk, human. You've broken the agreement and intruded into our territory. We're taking you to stand trial." Trial? It wasn't a nice word considering such trials always ended in a death sentence. Dragonborn hoped that his strange encounter mission wouldn't end this way. It was highly possible for Dragonborn to be killed this way. If he continued and learned Tomato's assassination skill, then the other gamers had no way of surviving Dragonborn's attack. Even if Arthur had powerful equipment and combat skills, it was of no use against Tomato. Currently, there was a balance in the game. Whether they were rich or poor, the gamers depended on their combat strength during a PK. Even though equipment could help, it was quite limited. If he learned such an assassination skill, equipment would have no effect against him. The game wouldn't allow him to obtain such a good bonus. It would be very unfair to other gamers. If there was no balance in the game and he could fight against 10 gamers, the other gamers wouldn't enjoy the game, and that would be fatal for the game. That would also mean that Tomato could die or be separated from him. Dragonborn felt sad since he hadn't learned the assassination skill. Perhaps he would have other missions that allowed him to meet with Tomato. Tomato pondered. He saw that Dragonborn was also deep in thought and was pleased with him. Though they hadn't been together for a long time, Dragonborn's willpower and training progress were excellent. He was happy that Dragonborn was composed, but he would never know that Dragonborn's mind was in turmoil. Tomato also considered escaping. However, there were too many fairies. There were even fairies on the tree branches. If he made any strange moves, the fairies would spit saliva at him. His brain would be penetrated, and he wouldn't have any chance to resist. The fairies were led to them due to the battle with the magicians and mercenaries. He had set up a barrier around his small house, so the fairies shouldn't have felt any mana ripples. After hearing about the trial, Tomato became very grave. As a human, he didn't want to go through a trial because his life would be decided by a plant that was the symbol of the world's mana focus point. Yggdrasil was the fairies' homeland. As they advanced deeper into the forest, the surroundings became different. There were more fairies appearing in the dense forest, and there were tree houses on the tree branches. This was the living quarters of the fairies. Dragonborn noticed a great tree that was like a huge building. Dragonborn was like a small ant in comparison. The leaves were lush, and the branches were thick. The foliage looked like a huge umbrella that covered the sky. That was Yggdrasil, which the fairies depended on for survival. The fairies were busy moving around. Some fairies set up shops with signboards on the branches, while some fairies poured dirty water from wooden basins down from the tree. The fairies below would lift up their heads and complain in anger. The scene was full of life. However, something was amiss. Should the fairies not be different from the mortal elves? Recalling the actions of the elf gamers, they weren't different from the mortals in this world. Dragonborn knew about Yggdrasil from many movies and animes, but this was the first time that he saw a real Yggdrasil. The physics engine of the game created ultra-realistic sensations. The awe-inspiring feeling couldn't be described using language. They were brought to the foot of Yggdrasil, where an elderly fairy waited. "Are they the intruders?" I remember there being more intruders, the elderly fairy said, looking at Dragonborn and Tomato. Elder, the rest are dead. When we arrived, the rest of them weren't breathing, replied a fairy who brought Dragonborn and Tomato to the Yggdrasil. The eyes of the elderly fairy lit up. He adjusted his brows and said to both of them, "So, both of you protected our great forest. Though your violence towards the intruders was excessive, I'd like to express my gratitude." The elderly fairy walked over to them. He wanted to grab and shake Dragonborn's hand. Dragonborn felt that the elderly fairy might be teasing him, but the elderly fairy was serious, so Dragonborn couldn't tell his thoughts to the elderly fairy. The elderly fairy was earnest. That was what Dragonborn thought when the elderly fairy was about to grasp his hand. Another embarrassed fairy walked to the elderly fairy and lifted his hand to cover his mouth as he whispered to the elderly fairy. The elderly fairy looked shocked. Then he looked gravely at Dragonborn and Tomato as he said, "So it was a rebellion by both of you. Yggdrasil was furious about your intrusion." The elderly fairy walked towards Yggdrasil and said, "Your fate won't be decided by us. You will stand trial before Yggdrasil. Let's see if you'll be punished." The fairies pushed Dragonborn in front of Yggdrasil before shoving him towards it. Dragonborn's back leaned against Yggdrasil. When he touched the tree branch of Yggdrasil, vines wrapped around Dragonborn and tied him up in the tree. The fairies looked curiously at the tied Dragonborn. It was their first time witnessing a trial of an intruder by Yggdrasil. "Ah, great Yggdrasil, we pray for your miracles. We hope you can give a trial to the sinful humans. Please show us the way." The elderly fairy raised up his hands and shouted. Yggdrasil didn't respond. Dragonborn felt the vines around him draining his mana. The draining wasn't rapid, but Dragonborn felt his mana flowing towards Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil only drained a little bit of mana before stopping. Then the vines wrapped around Dragonborn were released. Dragonborn didn't know what happened. He saw the befuddled expressions of the surrounding fairies. It was the first time that the elderly fairy encountered such a situation, so he was dumbfounded as well. However, he coughed twice and said to all of the fairies, "Yggdrasil doesn't think that the two humans deserve the death penalty, but I can hear the words of Yggdrasil. They are spared the death sentence, but they can't escape punishment. I sentence the humans to work for our community for 100 years. The surrounding fairies applauded and cheered loudly. They were very satisfied with the sentence. "Wait, what is the meaning of working for 100 years? Dragonborn was taken aback as he looked at the fairies. Tomato sighed and said, "It means that we work for the fairies for 100 years. At the Merchant Alliance's manor that was located far away in the Underworld. Sherlock learned from the black muddy monster that the ancient god's army intended to revive Michelangelo. He was pondering his next move in his room when he suddenly felt his mana being drained by a huge pool of mana in a faraway land. Though it was only for a short period of time, the capacity of the mana source gave Sherlock a fright. "Brew, check the conditions of the gamers. Tell me what they are doing," Sherlock ordered Brew. "Please wait a while, Lord Sherlock." Brew replied quickly and became silent. Before long, he said to Sherlock, "Chang'an City, the Pioneer Alliance, and other small to medium-sized guilds are battling at two different locations. The gamers have good imaginations. They actually captured their opponent and imprisoned her in a cage. They made sure the prisoner didn't die in order to destroy her gaming experience. They are so talented at creating new gameplay." At Victoria City, Lancelot and Guinevere are leading a small contingent of gamers to the York territory. They will arrive at the boundary in about 2 days. Before long, the gamers of Victoria City will launch an attack on the Duke of York. It will be an exciting battle. They are carrying out the first step of Lord Sherlock's conquest of the world, Brew said. Suddenly, he was astonished. Brew spoke excitedly, "Wait a moment, Lord Sherlock. I noticed a strange phenomenon happening to a gamer. That gamer seems to be in the vicinity of Yggdrasil." Chapter 467, Café. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Yggdrasil? I see. I understand why it has such a large mana pool. Sherlock nodded. Lord Sherlock, I feel that we should let the gamers of Victoria City take over Yggdrasil. If Dragonborn is in the vicinity of Yggdrasil, we can find his location easily. If we have Yggdrasil, then we can start the open beta. The number of gamers will increase dramatically. With these gamers, it won't be a problem to conquer the world. Brew suggested excitedly. Sherlock remained aloof. He pondered for a while before saying, locate Yggdrasil, we need it. If we use violence, it will create unnecessary conflicts and start a full-scale war on the surface. It may also cause attention to focus on our dungeon, which may then bear the brunt of the surface world's attacks. Eternal Kingdom will be drawn in a costly battle. After analyzing the situation, he said, we haven't completed our tasks in the Underworld. Taking over Yggdrasil and making more enemies isn't a good strategy. Of course, we have to plan to take over Yggdrasil properly. We can't let the chance slip by. Locate Dragonborn first. I understand, Lord Sherlock. Don't worry, I'll locate Dragonborn, Brew said and remained silent. Sylvanas sat impatiently in the cage as she heard sounds of battle coming closer. The fighting was just outside the prison. However, she didn't know what happened, but the sounds of battle became softer and further. Had they failed? Sylvanas was worried. If they failed, would Not Wearing Pants and the rest be imprisoned as well? The members of Chang'an City were sly and cunning, capable of unscrupulous acts. It wouldn't be surprising if they imprisoned more high-ranking guild members. The battle lasted for almost 2 hours, which wasn't a short battle to the guilds. It was also difficult for the gamers to focus on fighting for 2 hours, especially when the game was ultra-realistic. Fighting drained both physical and mental energy. Sounds of battle were heard outside the prison, followed by a huge explosion. The prison door was blasted open, and the fragments flew all over the place. An orc Chang'an City gamer was sent flying by the explosion and landed in front of Sylvanas' cell. Sylvanas quickly picked up the gamer's longsword. It was only of green quality, but it was better than nothing. She could use the sword to kill herself and escape the prison. Sylvanas looked warily outside. It was filled with dust after the explosion. Though she wanted to go offline and ask Not Wearing Pants or Arthur about what was going on via chat or phone call, she was worried it might affect their battles. They had to focus on their fighting, and a phone call might cause their demise. After hesitating for a few days, Sylvanas decided to stay in prison and wait for their rescue. When the dust settled, a green-skinned orc dashed in. It was Not Wearing Pants. Sylvanas saw Not Wearing Pants and shouted excitedly, "You're finally here to rescue me. Get me out of here, hurry." Not Wearing Pants was depressed. He said to Sylvanas, "It's because of you that hundreds of our members had to come and save you. We were ambushed by Chang'an City's members after we attacked the stronghold. Now, we're all going to die and lose all of our equipment. How are you going to compensate us?" Sylvanas was stunned. She hadn't thought of that. She quickly said, "Sorry, bro, it wasn't intentional. Don't worry, I'll compensate all of the guild members who helped rescue me. I'll replace the lost equipment and improve them to level 5. The gamers who came in behind Not Wearing Pants shouted happily. "Sister Vanna's is awesome. Vanna's bro is gutsy." The gamers looked excited, while Sylvanas was bewildered. She noticed the difference in expressions of Not Wearing Pants and the gamers who just came in. "Silly dude, is Not Wearing Pants fooling me? Am I fooling you? I brought 100 members, and now only tens of them are left. How am I fooling you?" Not Wearing Pants shouted at Sylvanas. Not Wearing Pants was no longer serious. He laughed and said, "We were ambushed by Chang'an City and other guilds and were losing. However, Arthur brought a large group of members and turned the tide. We killed all members of Chang'an City and the other guilds and obtained their equipment. We even captured a high-ranking Chang'an City member. We'll imprison him for a few months to give him a taste of his own medicine. A gamer brought a bomb over and said to Sylvanas, "Sister Vanas, please stand back. We'll be using a bomb to get you out." Sylvanas nodded and backed up 2 steps. The cage wasn't very large. If the bomb exploded, it would be dangerous. Sylvanas extended her hand and shouted, "Wait a moment, bro, there's not enough space." The gamer had already lit the bladder bomb in his hand, and the burning fuse was at its end. Though another gamer wanted to douse the fuse, he was stopped by not wearing pants, who said, "It's too late. Let's run." "Wait, wait. Shucks. Boom. That's awesome. I heard Arthur brought the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance members to attack Chang'an City. Did the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance and the Pioneer Alliance form an alliance? I didn't know that. Chang'an City was badly beaten by the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance and the Pioneer Alliance. The neutral Pioneer Alliance is now involved in guild wars. The game is going to get very interesting. Join a guild, especially when all guilds are actively recruiting. You'll get a salary every week. I have received a salary for a few weeks as a guild member. No, I would rather be a non-affiliated gamer. In the commerce area of Eternal Kingdom, a shop that was rented by gamers was changed into a small cafe. The cafe had 10 tables and 40 seats, and more seats could be added depending on demand. Currently, the small shop was almost filled up. The name of the cafe was Marco Polo Fast Food Restaurant. Anybody could guess the owner of this shop. It was Marco Polo, who triggered the Old District's strange encounter mission. Marco Polo earned a large amount of magic stones from the Old District residents, and he used them to purchase Eternal Kingdom shops. He didn't invest in Winterfell shops because the development of Eternal Kingdom far exceeded Winterfell. The officials of Winterfell were favorable towards Eternal Kingdom, and the development of Eternal Kingdom would overshadow Winterfell. By then, the value of his shops might have multiplied many times. Earning magic stones wasn't Marco Polo's aim. His main aim was to set up a cafe and collect information from other gamers. Then he could earn magic stones to sustain his exploration expenses. Marco Polo obtained information about the battle between the Pioneer Alliance and Chang'an City. He wasn't concerned about the guild wars. He was more concerned about new maps and new routes. As his name suggested, he preferred exploration of maps, new gameplay, and finding Easter eggs rather than guild wars and daily missions. He obtained valuable information over the past few days. Chapter 468, Version 0.39 Update Log. Marco Polo placed a plate of clay dishes on a table. His main life skill was cooking, unlike the blacksmithing and carpentry that most gamers were interested in. Both blacksmithing and carpentry required lots of time and money. He wasn't concerned about earning money or upgrading his skills, so he preferred cooking. If he learned how to cook, he could prepare a delicious dish with a wok, some clay and materials and sell it for a tidy sum. Setting up a cafe wasn't as profitable as becoming a blacksmith or carpenter, but it was still profitable. The most important task was to collect information. Most of the gamers wanted to patronize his cafe and try his food even though there were no buffs or benefits. The cafe allowed the gamers to have an immersive experience, and that was an important aspect. As the number of patrons increased, Marco Polo was able to collect more information. Recently, he gathered a piece of important information. A new underground forest. The underground forest wasn't discovered by the gamers. Some gamers heard about it from a Winterfell guard who obtained it from a gossip channel. The hidden forest was about a day's journey from Eternal Kingdom. Though it was a headache to solve math problems and cut down the trees, it was a bigger headache if there were no wooden logs. If Marco Polo could discover the forest, it would be a huge boost to the game development. It was an irresistible temptation for an explorer such as Marco Polo. The gamer who provided the information tried to find the forest, but he failed. The gamer didn't find anything in the direction that the information provided. The tunnels were too narrow for trees to grow. Marco Polo wanted to verify the information received by the gamer. He was prepared and could set off at any time. Rock climbing ropes, hooks, a walking stick, backup boots and gloves, a tent, a sleeping bag, light sticks, a handheld magic lantern, a compass, a stove, a thermos flask, and a potion. Those were the main items. It wasn't the first time Marco Polo went on an expedition. He was familiar with his tools. After preparation, he set off towards the location provided by the information. He had accumulated enough resources because he tutored the NPCs in the old district. Even now, he was giving the kids classes to earn magic stones. He also purchased a darting bird from a gamer. The darting bird could carry his items and shorten his traveling time. The darting bird could shorten a day's journey to less than half a day, so Marco Polo soon arrived at the designated location. Like what the gamer had said, the tunnels were narrow. There were no monsters and no forked road. There was also no forest. Most of the hidden tunnels weren't apparent. Marco Polo knew that he would have to put in some effort to find the hidden forest. In front of him was a long tunnel. There were no complex paths or forked roads. However, if he searched the area, he was sure he could find something. He stopped the darting bird at the tunnel and took out a small hammer. He knocked continuously on the walls to find hidden mechanisms or hidden tunnels. He searched for a long time, but he didn't find any hidden locations. However, he didn't give up and continued searching. When he hit the wall this time, he heard a crisp echo from within. He was surprised. He took out a small shovel from his bag and started knocking on the wall. The wall wasn't thick, it was hollow. When he hit it the third time, there was a hole in the wall. The rest was simple. Marco Polo continued hitting for half an hour, and soon, the wall was broken down. There was a hidden tunnel behind the wall that he had just cleared. It was dark inside without any vines that provided illumination. As a precaution, he set up a stake and tied the darting bird to it. He then placed most of his items on the darting bird. After that, he tied a rope to his waist and took out his handheld magic lantern as he walked into the tunnel. The tunnel was pitch black and spacious. He felt around and confirmed that there were no forked paths, then walked along the tunnel for 30 minutes. His horizon widened. Illumination appeared at the end of the tunnel. The end of the tunnel was a huge cliff that had glowing vines below it. The most important thing was the valley below, which was full of luscious trees that stretched beyond the horizon. Gosh! Have I found the forest already? Marco Polo was exhilarated. He had to find ways to climb down the cliff to the valley below. When he was pondering how to get down, a team of orcs came out from the side. The orcs were wearing safety helmets that had magic lamps on them, and they were holding ropes in their hands. They were surprised to see Marco Polo, as they didn't expect to see other creatures there. Because Marco Polo was focused on finding hidden gameplay and locations, he didn't upgrade his combat power. He also didn't go for combat training. Like hemp rope technology, he was focused on his interests. As such, he was still of the lowly goblin race. The orcs were taken aback at finding a fully armed and equipped goblin. The orcs hesitated before charging at Marco Polo. "Catch him! Don't let him escape!" someone shouted. Marco Polo quickly fled so that he could evade capture by the team of orcs. But a goblin was unable to outrun orcs, especially in such treacherous terrain, where he had nowhere to run. Soon, Marco Polo was captured and tied up with ropes. "What shall we do? Why is there a goblin?" The orcs started talking. One of the orcs noticed the green symbols above Marco Polo's head and was dumbstruck. He said, "Wait, this creature is from Eternal Kingdom. Look at the green symbols above his head. The creatures from Eternal Kingdom have the same symbols." Eternal Kingdom? Didn't they defeat Lord Morgan and Lord Andrew? Marco Polo recalled that Morgan and Andrew were both successors to Eternal Fire. Morgan was Andrew's brother and the second successor to Eternal Fire, while Andrew was the third successor to Eternal Fire. They were defeated by the valiant gamers. Were these orcs related to Eternal Fire? Otherwise, how did they know about Morgan and Andrew? Perhaps Morgan and Andrew were too notorious, so they heard about them. We can't keep him alive. Let's kill him. We can't let other creatures know of our stronghold below. This forest belongs to us, one of the orcs said. Marco Polo wanted to explain and make use of his glib tongue, but before he could speak, an orc placed a knife to his neck. He cut Marco Polo's throat, killing him. When he recovered, Marco Polo was at the revival interface. Peering into the darkness, Marco Polo was stunned for a long time. Then he appeared at the revival point. He looked bewildered at the bustling Eternal Kingdom. His darting bird and other equipment were lost. Marco Polo didn't recover himself for a few minutes. He was overwhelmed with grief. Marco Polo didn't like to train in combat techniques or go after combat equipment. It wasn't easy for him to buy a darting bird and equipment for exploration. Now, they were lost. Nobody could understand his sense of loss. He wailed loudly. He was going to get some gamers to kill those orcs. Sherlock returned to the Dungeon Lord main hall from the Winterfell Manor. He let Evelyn rest for a week so that she could forget the unpleasant incident at the manor. She wouldn't be in a good mood after learning that a monster was residing in her body. Especially when she was timid and conservative. Eggface and the parrot returned to the Dungeon Lord main hall, but Sherlock didn't open the cabinet that Polio was locked in. Sherlock discovered that the gamers had a new goal and plan. According to the gamers, the game officials had updated new content. Sherlock tried to recall, but he didn't know what content he had updated. He was busy dealing with the Merchant Alliance, so he didn't have time to bother with new gameplay or maps. The current gameplay and maps were sufficient for the gamers. In fact, they didn't even have enough time to complete their daily missions. Moreover, there was the newly built crossroad intersection outpost that allowed the gamers to work. There were many factories that required the gamers to work in them. If they didn't work hard in the factories and earn the reputation points of the crossroad intersection outpost to exchange for equipment, then what were they planning? To motivate the gamers, Sherlock created mana skills books and legendary equipment as rewards that could be exchanged for using reputation points. Sherlock accessed the discussion forum and started browsing. He found the content that conveyed the new goal of the gamers. I discovered a new underground forest. A new underground forest? Sherlock was taken aback. He quickly accessed the post and started reading. I am Marco Polo, and I'm sharing my adventure with everyone. It's related to the discovery of a new underground forest. Let me show you my custom-made map. Picture. This is the hidden path that I discovered at the tunnel. I used a small shovel to create a hole. If you discover it, you can enter it. I left a darting bird and my equipment at the entrance. However, when I returned to look for them, they were missing. If you find them nearby, please tell me. I will be very grateful. The important thing that I'm going to say is that there are other creatures at the underground forest. There were 7 to 8 orcs who killed me. If you see them, please kill them to avenge me. I'm not sure if they built a stronghold or if there are other races, as I was captured and killed after entering. That is despicable. From their conversation, I'm guessing that they are related to Eternal Fire. That's because they mentioned Morgan and Andrew, who were from Eternal Fire. I believe that, in the future, Eternal Fire will be our next target. Before that, we have to take over the underground forest. I'm divulging this information without any compensation because I hope that everyone can have new gameplay. YINYY1994, you're indeed a veteran. You are sharing this information without any compensation. Lusty and Saint Zhang, awesome. I'm going there to take a look. If I see those orcs, I'll help you kill them. CHEN11, our guild is ready to set off. XXX guild is recruiting members. Peaceful Pickaxe Handle, hey, previous commenter, is your guild XXX? Not wearing pants, you're awesome. The post created by Marco Polo wasn't long. The rest of the posts consisted of pictures. The gamers replied and showed their respect for him for divulging the location of the underground forest instead of keeping it to himself. If the gamers were to discover the underground forest, they would cut the trees in secret without letting anyone know. Even if there were hostile monsters, they would kill them repeatedly using revivals. Marco Polo's post made the gamers curious and excited. The forest that Eternal Kingdom and Winterfell had signed an agreement on was now barren. The gamers were excited that a new forest had been located. After all, they required the wood for upgrading their equipment and for building furniture and houses. The wood provided by Victoria City was limited and expensive. That was the new content update that the gamers were talking about. Marco Polo discovered a new underground forest, and it's close to Eternal Kingdom. Yet, we didn't know about it. Sherlock muttered to himself, and Brew replied, I didn't expect it either, Lord Sherlock. I calculated the area of the underground forest. We can't demark the underground forest within the radius of the dungeon core unless I upgrade 2 levels. After Brew assimilated several dungeon cores, he had attained level 4. As Sherlock was unable to provide enough mana, the 4th beta testing, also known as the open beta, wasn't implemented. Sherlock had to solve the mana shortage problem before implementing the open beta. Otherwise, Sherlock and Lilo would be sucked dry by the numerous gamers who were going to join the game. The current solution was to find a mature Yggdrasil, which was discovered by Dragonborn. Sherlock hadn't found a way to link up the Yggdrasil and his dungeon core secretly. If he took over Yggdrasil by force, it would create a world war. Even if he depended on the gamers' power, they would be unable to stop the attacks from all over the world. Lord Sherlock, I feel that it's a good chance to take over the underground forest. Though we are unable to extend the radius of the dungeon core, nobody owns the underground forest. As we're the closest dungeon, it's unlikely that there are other dungeons around. Sherlock nodded in agreement. He ordered Brew, prepare a new daily mission to direct the gamers to build a stronghold and teleport portal at the underground forest. I'll arrange for new beet lemon routes to the forest. I feel it's time for a content update. Sherlock started editing the official update post. Version 0.39 update announcement. Dear gamers, after half a year, it's now time for version 0.39. We will introduce the detailed contents of version 0.39 to all gamers. We updated the new stronghold, Crossroad Intersection Outpost, a new complete city. All gamers of Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom can carry out their daily activities without any harm. It's a safety zone in which gamers cannot attack other gamers, including opposing factions. Gamers can also receive special Crossroad Intersection Outpost daily missions and corresponding reputation points upon completion. The reputation points can be exchanged for mana skills books and legendary equipment. However, a longer time is required to complete the daily missions at the Crossroad Intersection Outpost. We added new gameplay, working in factories. There are new factories at the Crossroad Intersection Outpost. They belong to Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom and not other dungeons or contractors. All gamers who work in the factories can obtain reputation points. We provide support for fixed long-term work systems, such as working from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. from Monday to Saturday. This is the future of our work system. We added a new NPC, Frangipani, though the name is the same as the Ancient Gods Army commander, he's not the same commander. He's a pet tortoise purchased by Lord Sherlock. His function is unknown, but he's going to be an important NPC in the future. We updated a new map, Unknown Forest. This is an underground forest hidden in the dark tunnels. We aren't sure of the name. The forest's location was determined by Marco Polo. Gamers can explore the forest and gain generous rewards. We updated new content, Victoria City's Wyvern. This was the wyvern that attacked the gamers of Victoria City. We don't know the location of the wyvern, but we hope you can capture it. The possibility of capturing it is pretty low. We updated new content, Goldshire Town. This is a small town on the surface world. It belongs to the Duke of York. The mayor of Goldshire Town has a close relationship with Lancelot's wife, Guinevere. Goldshire Town seems to be allied with Victoria City instead of the cruel Duke of York. This is a good chance to diminish the power of the Duke of York. We updated Healing Mana skill. After Raintia's strange encounter mission, we are providing an exchange system for the Healing Mana skill. All gamers of Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom can exchange for this skill using Mana skills books. We updated with a new usage of the power of Sacred Light. The power of Sacred Light can be used to heal the wounds of Victorians, but it can't be used to heal gamers of Eternal Kingdom. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom can only be healed by using potions or healing mana skills. We updated with a new bug. If you reveal the location of the newly discovered underground forest to other NPCs, your character will die suddenly, and all of your equipment will be destroyed. This isn't a joke. I'm leaving a wild card. If you find any new content that I didn't write, feel free to add it. Sherlock checked through the post. After some pondering, he added a few more words. I will give a preview of the coming open beta. We have released the two factions, Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom, and created the plot and gameplay. The current game isn't the final game version. We will implement various changes in the open beta. If you have any good suggestions, feel free to post them in the forum. We welcome all discussions. The crux of the open beta rests on the result of Dragonborn's strange encounter. Yggdrasil is an important factor that can speed up the start of the open beta. We will release more content about Yggdrasil. All gamers should be well prepared. Your main goal will be to develop the plot for the start of the open beta. I hope that everyone has a fun time. Love from the game producer, Shirley. Chapter 469, Stronghold in Unknown Forest. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Source of Dawn, Polio, Phoenix, and Frangipani. They aren't big bosses, they are Shirley's pet names. Peaceful pickaxe handle, Yggdrasil has been targeted. Even Jesus can't save it now. Slag nest, I suddenly thought of mana replenishment, manual comedy. The content updates in version 0.39 were numerous. In the coming future, there would be more new content. In order to implement the open beta testing, the gamers of Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom had to cooperate to take over Yggdrasil. This was what the gamers speculated. If they had Yggdrasil, then the game could implement open beta. The Yggdrasil plot had been triggered by Dragonborn's strange encounter mission. The gamers didn't know the location of Dragonborn, but they knew it was only a matter of time. There were many updates, like a new map at Eternal Kingdom for the Unknown Forest. It didn't mean that the forest was called Unknown Forest. The lazy game officials were simply too lazy to give the forest a proper name. The gamers were used to the laziness of the game officials. Most of the names on the maps were given by the gamers, including the various areas in the dungeon and the Sighing Wilderness, where the Ogre Fortress was located. After discussion, the gamers suggested using Moonlight Forest, but the name was already used by the forest at Victoria City. The gamers couldn't come up with a good name. All the guilds had sent their members to the forest. As such, there were 10 beat lemons that serviced the route between Eternal Kingdom and the Unknown Forest. If a beat lemon could only carry 100 gamers, 10 beat lemons could only carry 1000 gamers. However, there were 5000 gamers in Eternal Kingdom. There was no consideration for the fact that an orc's body was much larger than a gnome. Perhaps a beat lemon wasn't able to ferry 100 orcs. Most of the guild members organized their darting birds and formed groups to ferry their members to the entrance of the forest. However, this method wasn't feasible for non-affiliated gamers. Marco Polo's post had stated clearly that the entrance was pitch dark. It wasn't suitable for darting birds to go in, as they would panic in the dark environment. Many gamers complained about the darkness phobia of darting birds when the birds were living in the underworld. The gamers had no choice, as it was a game setting. The end was a steep cliff, and the gamers could climb down, but the darting birds were unable to do so. A lone non-affiliated gamer wouldn't know where to put his darting bird. Marco Polo, who was a lone adventurer, lost his darting bird and equipment. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom couldn't steal each other's rides. If a gamer had a darting bird and another gamer killed the owner, the second gamer was unable to take the darting bird. Of course, he could choose to kill the darting bird. For opposing factions, the gamers could steal each other's rides. For example, gamers of Victoria City could kill the owners of the darting birds and take their rides. This fact was confirmed at the Sighing Wilderness. The Pioneer Alliance organized its members to explore the unknown forest. As a 500-member guild, it organized a group with 300 members, each having a darting bird. They also arranged for extra tens of darting birds to carry loot and necessities such as tents, lamps, food, and water. The gamers knew that there was hunger and exhaustion in the game. If the gamers didn't eat and rest sufficiently, their combat power would be greatly diminished. There was even some food that had a special buff that increased their agility. That was what the food description said. However, it wasn't clear whether the food was effective. Most of the gamers believed the food to be effective, though there wasn't an attribute panel for confirmation. Could the description be used to deceive the gamers? After the battle between the Pioneer Alliance and Chang'an City, the Pioneer Alliance was able to have a sizable force. One reason was that there were more rich gamers in the Pioneer Alliance. The other main reason was that after attacking the two Chang'an City strongholds, they pillaged the enemy's resources and captured their high-ranking members. Arthur didn't want to build a stronghold in the wilderness to imprison the high-ranking members of Chang'an City. He found a convenient location to imprison them and got some guild members to keep watch. He didn't care how long they were imprisoned. Arthur was nonchalant about whether Chang'an City was willing to spend money to rescue the prisoners. The imprisonment was a method to tarnish the guild's reputation and serve as a warning. It wasn't meant to keep them locked up for a long time. There were 300 Pioneer Alliance members and other allied guild members that made up the 500 to 600 members that set off from Eternal Kingdom towards the unknown forest. The contingent looked like a long dragon. Under good management of the guilds, the contingent traveled orderly towards the destination. There was no way unaffiliated gamers could have such an orderly contingent. As it was a large contingent, the speed wasn't as fast as Marco Polo's traveling speed. The 600-member contingent traveled for half a day before it arrived at the entrance of the unknown forest. 100 of the members went offline for various reasons, but they weren't abandoned. Instead, they were placed on the backs of the darting birds or tied to the carts. If they were left on the road, their equipment would be stolen. The darting birds couldn't be stolen, but if a piece of equipment wasn't soul-bound, it could be stolen. It was almost nighttime when they arrived at the entrance of the unknown forest. It was also the time when most of the gamers were online. Most of the unaffiliated gamers would choose to take the beat lemons and go offline to do other stuff. When they got online again, they would have arrived at a beat lemon stop. Even if the beat lemon arrived early, their friends would inform them via messaging. Then they would go online immediately and dismount from the beat lemon. The gamers were safe from attacks and stealing when they were on the beat lemon. More gamers were online at night. When Arthur and his members arrived at the unknown forest, there was a vast crowd at the narrow tunnel. It wasn't a good choice to set up camp at the tunnel entrance. Arthur ordered half the members to stay, while the rest of the members escorted the darting birds back. They could then return to the unknown forest via the teleport portal, which would be built shortly. Arthur and half of his members proceeded into the tunnel to explore the unknown forest. Arthur wasn't worried that the Chang'an City members would take revenge. As there were many gamers, if the Chang'an City members attacked, there would be accidental damage to other gamers, who would retaliate immediately. Chang'an City would have antagonized other guilds and unaffiliated gamers besides the Pioneer Alliance and its allies. Chang'an City wouldn't be so foolish as to do that. Arthur and his 300 members brought along their essential equipment and entered the tunnel of the unknown forest. Almost 1,000 gamers were jostling in the tunnel. After 30 minutes, they exited the tunnel and arrived at the spacious top of the cliff. The gamers had to find a way to climb down the cliff, like what Marco Polo encountered. They walked around but didn't find any tunnels that went down. They could only scale down the steep cliff. Though the constitution of orcs, gnomes, and goblins was pretty good, without proper training and safeguards, it was as good as suicide. The gamers were multi-talented. They chose a few expert rock climbers from the 5,000 gamers of Eternal Kingdom to scale down the cliff. Many gamers came forward and revealed their professional rock climbing experience. They also requested spider silk and ropes to create a ladder. It wasn't difficult to overcome this cliff. The gamers were familiar with the tensile strength of the spider silk. Even if tens of orcs bore weight on the spider silk, it would be able to support them. Once the gamers were united, their efficiency skyrocketed. Before long, they created tens of meters of rope ladder using the contributed spider silk. Then they used wooden stakes and rocks to fix one end of the rope ladder before throwing it down the cliff. They climbed the rope ladder down in an orderly fashion. This took quite some time, but there were no other choices. The impatient gamers could choose to climb down by themselves, but those without proper training met with a grotesque end. Arthur and his members contributed the most spider silk, so they had priority in using the ladder. The 300 members spent more than an hour to gather in the forest. The forest was lit up by faint light, and it looked like a fantasy scene. The gamers' mission was to make a clearing in the forest so that they could build a stronghold and a teleport portal. Then, Brainiac would activate the teleport portal. When the gamers were scaling the ladder, Brainiac used mana to float down the cliff. He chose a good location for the teleportation of the rune mana formation's materials. The learned gamers started logging the trees while the other gamers explored the area. Learning couldn't be forced on the gamers. Though Arthur was good in his studies, he didn't stay at the stronghold and log trees. He didn't require any wood, and his improved equipment was at the maximum level. Arthur didn't want any furniture or need to make bows or arrows. He led 100 members to explore other parts of the unknown forest. According to Marco Polo, there were other orcs. Perhaps, there might be other strongholds at the far end of the map. Arthur was going for the equipment of those orcs. Compared to logging wood, they preferred to obtain the NPC's equipment. The size of the unknown forest went beyond Arthur's imagination. After exploring for more than 2 hours, they didn't reach the forest boundary. They didn't find any strongholds or traces of the orcs either. On the other side of the map, other gamers discovered something and shared their findings on the discussion forum. It was a stronghold with a campfire. From the stronghold size, there were a lot of creatures. There were hundreds of orcs and gnomes patrolling the perimeter. They cleared a large area for defense purposes. It wasn't clear where they came from. After all, the underground forest was so huge that it could be connected to other tunnels. So, they could have come in from other tunnels. To the gamers of Eternal Kingdom, they were enemies. Even without being antagonized, the gamers saw them as enemies with red names. The gamers who discovered the stronghold were small in number. They didn't have the courage to dash in and take a look. They would lose all of their equipment if they died. They retreated immediately after discovering the stronghold and shared the information on the discussion forum. The other guilds learned about this and deployed a group to the enemy stronghold location. The orcs in the enemy stronghold weren't aware of an impending attack. Chapter 470, Decline. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The unknown forest stronghold was about an hour's journey from the steep cliff. Most of the gamers felt that the journey was too long. If there was no strong reason, they wouldn't travel the distance just to fight monsters. It was common for the gamers to travel for half an hour just to fight monsters or complete a mission, and they were used to it. If the gamers had to travel on the airship or a beet lemon for half a day, they would go offline and do some self-study. When the airship or Beat Lemon arrived at the destination, the gamers would receive reminders from their friends via WeChat or QQ. An hour was too far for the gamers to walk. Fortunately, there were teleport portals. Brainiac was able to create a rune mana formation for a teleport portal fast, as he did it many times. Within 2 hours of reaching the unknown forest, Brainiac had created a rune mana formation for a teleport portal at a valley of the unknown forest. Sherlock was very concerned about the underground forest, so he spent a fortune to purchase the materials for the rune mana formation. After the teleport portal was completed, more and more gamers traveled via the portal to participate in building the gamers' stronghold. Beat Lemons that were used as transportation tools between Eternal Kingdom and the unknown forest were teleported to the forest valley. The Beat Lemons were to be used to transport the gamers to the enemy stronghold. Before the first Beat Lemon arrived at the enemy stronghold, Arthur had brought his guild members and other guild members to the location to do surveillance. There were also unaffiliated gamers scouting around the area. They couldn't wait for the teleport portal and the Beat Lemon routes to be established. The orcs and gnomes in the enemy stronghold noticed the arrival of the unwelcome guests. They shut the door of their stronghold and went on high alert. They then sent out a gnome emissary who shouted at the gamers, "Warriors of Eternal Kingdom! We're from the Northern Office of Eternal Fire. We came here in peace and offer our friendship. This underground forest isn't occupied by anyone. If you're interested, we can develop the forest together." A goblin from the gamer's side came forward and shouted, "Nonsense, you just killed me. You call that peaceful and friendly?" That was Marco Polo, who was killed by the enemy orcs. The enemy gnome didn't expect his offer of friendship to be declined bluntly. He was embarrassed, but he said with thick skin, "I think there's a misunderstanding. We have never killed any citizens of Eternal Kingdom. The deed could have been done by the second and third successors of Eternal Fire. It has nothing to do with Eternal Fire. They were merely successors and not the Dungeon Lord. You must be clear about that. Our Dungeon Lord would never do anything to harm the peace of the Underworld. We are here for peace and prosperity." Though the enemy gnome was glib-tongued, the gamers didn't believe him, as their orcs had killed Marco Polo mercilessly. That was the truth. The gnome's words had no bearing. Most importantly, their names were red in color. As long as their names were red, their flattering words were useless. They were monsters to be attacked. A gamer dashed out towards the emissary since his name was red and he was wearing a beautiful costume. The clothes were fashionable. The game didn't have shops selling fashionable clothes. To the gamers, fashionable clothing was a necessity. Most of the clothes of the NPCs were good. As long as the clothes weren't damaged when they were stripped, the gamers were happy wearing them. The good thing about the game was that the equipment didn't have expiration dates. This included fashionable costumes. Some online games made players pay money and placed expiration dates on clothing. To ensure that he wouldn't damage the costume, the gamer used a metal club instead of a sharp weapon to hit the emissary on his head. The emissary didn't have a chance to evade and fell to the ground. Wah! His reaction was fast. I should have used a club to knock the gnome out. I don't want to listen to his crap. I'm regretting it. I shouldn't have listened to his nonsense. Oh my god! The gamers felt regretful, but it was too late. The gamer who killed the gnome had the loot. Unfortunately, the costume was sized for a gnome, so it could only be sold to a gnome. The orc gamer who hit the emissary wasn't able to wear the costume. The conflict escalated. The emissary was killed, so there was no chance for a peaceful resolution. The gamers attacked the enemy stronghold. The enemy stronghold responded with a series of raining arrows, some black and red mana exploding rockets, and various elemental attacks from behind the rock walls. There were only about 500 to 600 gamers, and they were devastated by the first wave of long-range attacks. Most of the unscathed gamers fled instantly. They were mainly acting as scouts to collect intelligence. If the gate of the enemy stronghold was open, they would use the chance to pillage the enemy. However, they didn't have such a chance. The gamers were defeated by the first wave of attack from Eternal Fire's northern section. In the stronghold of Eternal Fire, a few commanders who were wearing armor of superior quality gathered at a table that had a huge sand table map. The sand table's terrain was the physical model of the unknown forest and its valley. Who can tell me how information was divulged? How did the warriors of Eternal Kingdom find this location? How did they discover this hidden underground forest? An orc commander who was standing in the middle looked gravely at everyone. He was in a terrible mood. Nobody dared to utter a word. Not even a single breath could be heard. After a long time, a gnome trembled as he said, "Commander, I feel that it's not the time to find blame. We have to solve our current problem. We started a fight with Eternal Kingdom, and we need to use diplomacy to resolve the problems. Eternal Kingdom isn't a dungeon to be trifled with. Lord Morgan and Andrew have been sent to prison by Eternal Kingdom." All of the other members nodded in agreement. The commander pondered hard. He had to solve the problem fast. If we send another emissary to Lord Sherlock to explain the situation, he will understand our defensive motive. It was Eternal Kingdom that attacked first. "We didn't start the conflict," another orc said. "That's correct. If we tell Sherlock that we'll relinquish the forest to him, I believe Lord Sherlock won't attack us. I heard he's a magnanimous devil." "Magnanimous devil? Are you joking? I haven't heard of a devil who is magnanimous. Do you know how many magic stones and resources Sherlock has blackmailed the Merchant Alliance and Eternal Fire for?" The commander looked ghastly as he spoke. "From what I heard, he blackmailed the Merchant Alliance and us for 50 million magic stones. That isn't the most frightening part. He actually sacrificed the lives of his citizens to obtain the magic stones. Do you believe that? Most of the compensation was for death compensation. Can you imagine the number of casualties sustained by Eternal Kingdom?" A creature at the side commented, "Ah, I also heard that the warriors of Eternal Kingdom weren't afraid of death. They weren't afraid of death and were a bit perverted. They were looking forward to death. And what's terrifying is that they laughed when they were dying. During the battle, they were more concerned about protecting their equipment than saving their comrades. I have never seen such warriors before. During the middle of battle, many of their warriors become naked green troops without any equipment. Then they pick up weapons from the battlefield and continue fighting. That's scary. What a horrifying dungeon." The group chatted until the commander banged on the table. He shouted, "Enough, I know how awesome Eternal Kingdom is, I don't need you to repeat it. I will report our situation to Eternal Fire and send an emissary to Eternal Kingdom to negotiate with Lord Sherlock. No matter how the warriors of Eternal Kingdom taunt us, we shall not retaliate. We will only defend and prevent them from coming into our stronghold. If we retain this stronghold, we will have territorial rights over this forest." Everyone became quiet. His order wasn't feasible. How could they not retaliate? If they didn't retaliate, with the current defenses, the stronghold would be overrun. But it was an order, and they had no choice but to obey it. They hoped to come to a resolution with Lord Sherlock as soon as possible. As for the negotiation with Lord Sherlock, "Please take a seat." Sherlock pointed to the chair in front as he spoke to the werewolf. The werewolf was an emissary of Eternal Fire. He had arrived at Eternal Kingdom via the Winterfell teleport portal after approval from Sherlock. Sherlock invited the werewolf to take a seat politely. Eggface brewed a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea diligently and placed it before Sherlock, then returned to his computer. "Lord Sherlock, I believe you are aware of my intentions." The werewolf looked at Sherlock, who didn't show any remorse. Sherlock gazed at the werewolf and replied, "I know, you're here to discuss compensation, aren't you?" "Wait, what compensation?" The werewolf was dumbstruck. Sherlock quickly said, "That's correct, it's regarding compensation for the loss of Eternal Kingdom." 500 of my citizens were killed in the underground forest belonging to Eternal Kingdom. I have video evidence. Sherlock took out a few adamantine rocks and infused them with mana. Images appeared from the adamantine rocks. The images showed the first-person perspective of numerous arrows and mana rockets flying towards the camera at the forest stronghold. There were explosions all around. Each series of images only lasted a few seconds. When the images were stitched together, it showed the gamers being massacred by Eternal Fire's long-range attacks at the stronghold. Wait a moment, Lord Sherlock, perhaps you don't understand the entire incident. The warriors of Eternal Kingdom killed our emissary and stripped his clothing. They even wielded weapons and attacked our stronghold. Take a look at the bladder object in the images. Isn't that a bomb made by Eternal Kingdom? The werewolf was very familiar with Eternal Kingdom and did his homework before coming. Sherlock remained composed as he said, I think we shouldn't have any misunderstandings. Your orcs killed my goblin, so my warriors went to your stronghold to demand justice. Sherlock took out another piece of adamantine rock and infused it with mana, and a series of images appeared before them. It was the first-person perspective of a goblin as a few orcs surrounded him. They spoke about Eternal Fire and threatened to kill him. Then, an orc took out a knife and slit the goblin's throat. The goblin died. That was the recorded video created by Marco Polo before he was killed by the orcs from Eternal Fire. The later images showed the emissary walking out of the stronghold and denying killing the goblin of Eternal Kingdom. Then the emissary was clubbed to death by a warrior of Eternal Kingdom. We have strong evidence. Moreover, the underground forest is within the boundary of Eternal Kingdom, while Eternal Fire is so far away. Why did you build a stronghold in my territory and kill my warriors? Is Eternal Fire declaring war on Eternal Kingdom? Sherlock said as he looked bewilderedly at the werewolf. The werewolf didn't expect Sherlock to have evidence. When the orcs killed the goblin, they didn't see the goblin holding any image recording devices. How did Sherlock obtain those incriminating images? The werewolf couldn't figure it out, but the evidence was laid out before him. Even if Eternal Fire made a complaint to the Devil Management Committee, the Devil Management Committee would side with Sherlock. However, Eternal Fire had its reasons for not giving up the underground forest. The werewolf said to Sherlock, Lord Sherlock, I believe these are just some misunderstandings. Eternal Fire is sincere in reaching a resolution with Eternal Kingdom. Let bygones be bygones. We're willing to offer triple compensation for your losses during the conflict. In addition, we're willing to provide additional compensation to you in order to lease the underground forest. The rental price will be very attractive to you. Don't worry about money. As he spoke, the werewolf gestured out a figure with his finger. That was a figure that a normal dungeon lord wouldn't decline. Sherlock pondered for a while and said, I decline. Chapter 471, Escape. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The negotiation between Sherlock and the emissary of Eternal Fire ended in failure. The proposal of the werewolf was tempting, but Sherlock didn't have the intention to agree. After 3 failed attempts to persuade Sherlock, the werewolf left, dejected. Eternal Fire didn't give up on resolving the conflict with Eternal Kingdom. In the following days, Eternal Fire sent an emissary daily to present gifts to Sherlock. Even officials from the Merchant Alliance came to mediate their conflict. Then news of the discovery of the secret forest near Eternal Kingdom spread like wildfire. The Merchant Alliance and other dungeons at the boundary of the secret forest wanted to have a share of the newfound resource. But the other dungeons weren't as close to the forest as Eternal Kingdom. The gamers didn't participate in other activities during these few days. They concentrated on building their own stronghold in the secret forest and attacking Eternal Fire's stronghold. The gamers' attacks were neutralized by Eternal Fire. Some gamers wanted to use suicide bombing to blast open the gate of the stronghold. However, they were stopped by mana defenses, long-range arrows, and attacks from magicians. They were killed before reaching the walls of the stronghold. As the largest dungeon in the northern underworld, Eternal Fire had strong capabilities. The gamers were unable to penetrate the defenses of the enemy stronghold. If the gamers used the Gundam, it could be a different story. However, Sherlock didn't intend to use the Gundam. The deaths of the gamers were creating wealth for Sherlock. Every dead warrior of Eternal Kingdom would require death compensation. When the war was over, Sherlock could obtain large amounts of compensation. Hence, Sherlock didn't stop his gamers' suicidal attacks. The gamers tried many times to attack, but they were stopped by the defenses of Eternal Fire. The attacks dwindled. Eventually, only a few guilds organized attacks on Eternal Fire's stronghold. The other gamers were busy logging the trees in the secret forest. To the Underworld residents, logging was a decadent activity. But to the gamers, it was no problem. A lot of gamers became passionate learners after playing the game. Sherlock wasn't bothered with this, as he was busy trying to discover the treasure of the secret forest. He was curious why Eternal Fire wasn't bothered by the logging activities of Eternal Kingdom. The emissaries sent by Eternal Fire didn't ask Eternal Kingdom to give up the forest resources. Eternal Fire only wished to lease the land and was willing to give up all of the wood to Eternal Kingdom. Sherlock was sure the stronghold of Eternal Fire wasn't built for securing wood. Eternal Fire must be looking for an object, but Sherlock wasn't sure what it was. He believed that if he continued to occupy the forest, he would learn Eternal Fire's secret. While Eternal Kingdom was fighting against Eternal Fire at the secret forest, the gamers of Victoria City had arrived at the York territory. Lancelot didn't bring along many gamers. Besides Big Boss Hamster, who was tasked with building a teleport portal, there were only about 100 gamers who were disguised as mercenary guards. Hence, they didn't encounter any resistance when they entered the York territory. Lancelot was skilled in choosing a location for a hidden stronghold. He found a suitable location for the stronghold at the boundary of the York territory. It was in a valley with surrounding high ground, and it had only one entrance. To the gamers, who could revive unlimited times, this was the most suitable location. As long as they weren't killed simultaneously, they could continue fighting using revivals. This was the reason Lancelot chose this location. Big Boss Hamster followed Lilo's instruction to create the Rune Mana teleport portal, which took a day. The gamers stood guard nearby to protect the teleport portal. It wasn't really crucial to stand guard, as there were no people around. The surface world humans weren't familiar with Rune Mana formations. The stronghold teleport portal was connected directly to the portal in Victoria City. The gamers arrived at the York territory via the teleport portal. They used tools and materials to construct the stronghold. They loved building the walls and houses. Lancelot was unable to understand their passion for construction. Only laborers would do such a job, but the gamers enjoyed doing it. They were even willing to use their own money to buy materials for construction. Lancelot believed that building was their hobby. He was also concerned about his wife, Guinevere. Though he was unwilling, Queen Victoria had betrothed Guinevere to him even though he didn't know if Guinevere was a man or woman. Guinevere said he was a man, but Lancelot observed that Guinevere wasn't like a man. He felt that Guinevere was trying to protect herself and thus lied about being a man. In novels, it was common for the male protagonist to encounter the female protagonist who was disguised as a man. Lancelot imagined that, in the novel, he would protect Guinevere and die on the battlefield. As a knight, he could accept such an ending. The gamers didn't know that Lancelot had wild imaginations. They only wanted to finish building the stronghold and pillage the castle of the Duke of York. The distant European-style castle showed traces of opulence and created a great deal of anticipation in the gamers. They wanted to occupy it very badly. Some gamers started planning the occupation of the castle, while other gamers were wondering whether the castle was like a second Winterfell. In the distant forest of the fairies, Dragonborn had been held captive for 5 or 6 days. He did nothing much except help the fairies repair their tree houses. He was being treated like he was their slave. As a legendary fugitive warrior, Tomato didn't fare any better. He didn't receive any special treatment. To the fairies, he was like a common human, and Tomato conformed to their expectations. The two forest wolves kept Tomato company. The fairies weren't hostile to the forest wolves. When they saw the forest wolves beside Tomato, they treated Tomato better than Dragonborn. The fairies were wary of the young wyvern and kept it outside Yggdrasil, though Dragonborn was able to visit the young wyvern occasionally. He had to ensure that his strange encounter treasure wasn't lost. Things changed on the seventh day. When Dragonborn finished his work for the day and was about to return to his treehouse to rest, Tomato patted his shoulder. Dragonborn looked at Tomato, who made a silent hand gesture. Then Tomato said, "Shh, don't say a word. I think we can escape tonight. They aren't on guard today." Dragonborn didn't know how Tomato knew that the fairies weren't on guard, but he trusted Tomato. Therefore, he nodded and followed Tomato's instructions. They had to remove their shackles. The fairies tied tree vines on their hands that prevented them from using mana. Dragonborn felt that he was unable to activate his mana skills. While Dragonborn was looking for something sharp to cut the vines, Tomato shrunk his hands and squirmed out of them. Was that the contorting skill? Dragonborn looked in astonishment at Tomato's feet. Tomato was nonchalant. He put Dragonborn's hands on the table and nodded before saying, "Are you ready?" Dragonborn didn't understand Tomato, but he nodded and replied, "I'm ready." Tomato raised his fist and pummeled Dragonborn's hands, and the crisp sound of bones fracturing could be heard. His hands became limp, and he was unable to control them. Dragonborn felt that his hands were fractured, but he didn't feel any pain. He understood what Tomato was doing. After his bones were fractured, his hands could get out of the vines easily. It was another contorting skill. Tomato said to Dragonborn, "Don't worry, I found a healing potion. The fairy's healing potion is the best." Tomato took out a potion and poured it on Dragonborn's hands. His two fractured hands healed completely. "Let's go and retrieve our weapons and armor before leaving. Follow behind me. There are few guards today, as they went to Yggdrasil for a ritual that is held once every 2 days. Follow me," Tomato explained and brought Dragonborn out of the room. Dragonborn watched as Tomato used the previous vines to pick the door's lock. The door was opened, and they walked out. Tomato was familiar with the surroundings. It was as though he was walking in his home. When they arrived at each corner, he would place a shiny object on the tip of his foot, then extend it out to see around the corner. It was like the scenes in movies. If it were real life, Tomato would definitely be a special agent. However, Tomato was only a digit in the game world. Dragonborn was full of respect for Tomato, who was like his mentor. He had only read about such feelings in newspapers. Some gamers developed feelings of like or dislike for game NPCs. He didn't expect himself to develop such feelings for an NPC. Dragonborn thought he was foolish for treating an NPC like a real person. Tomato didn't know what Dragonborn was thinking about. He led Dragonborn around the fairies' territory and evaded their patrols. Finally, he got Dragonborn out of the fairies' territory. Dragonborn turned back to look at Yggdrasil. He knew that the tree was related to the open beta. He didn't know when he would return, but he was sure the next time he returned, it would be to take over Yggdrasil. Dragonborn shook his head and tossed all thoughts of Yggdrasil out of his mind. He followed Tomato and vanished into the dense forest. Behind them, a fairy stood on a branch overlooking their departure. He turned his head and said to his companion, "Those 2 humans have left. Do we follow them?" The companion was wearing golden armor and looked nobler than the rest of the fairies. The fairy in golden armor nodded and said, "Let them leave. The human is able to build a close relationship with the wyvern, so perhaps he can help us. Follow them. If they can interact with the primordial creatures, it will be useful in our mission to find the princess." The fairy at the side nodded and followed behind Tomato and Dragonborn. Dragonborn didn't know, but Tomato discovered that someone was trailing them. After leaving the fairies' territory, he didn't let down his guard. He moved with Dragonborn and changed directions several times, using several techniques to determine their location. After an hour of fleeing, Tomato and Dragonborn arrived at a wooden house. The wooden house was built on top of the branches of a large tree and was hidden by the thick foliage. It was hard to discover unless one looked closely. The house looked aged, and the walls were covered in green moss. When Dragonborn entered the house, he found that the furniture was quite new in contrast to the aged appearance outside. Tomato leaned next to the window and looked outside before saying to Dragonborn, "I don't know whether the fairies followed us here, so we can only rest here for an hour. Don't worry about your young wyvern. It will catch up based on your scent. Of course, not now. Otherwise, the fairies will follow the young wyvern to locate you. I covered your scent with some fragrance. Once we are out of the woods, I'll remove the fragrance. Don't worry, the young wyvern's sense of smell is acute." Dragonborn believed Tomato. He didn't expect Tomato to be knowledgeable about wyverns. He had a lot to learn from Tomato. Tomato sat down and frowned. He said to Dragonborn, "The fairies are preparing for something. I don't know what they're planning, but I feel something ominous." Dragonborn's eyes lit up. It must be the sequel to his strange encounter mission. Chapter 472, These People Are Crazy. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Dragonborn wasn't sure what conspiracy Tomato was talking about. It must be a strange encounter mission. If he followed the plot mission, he would trigger more plot developments and rewards. Tomato wasn't interested in the fairies' conspiracy. Whatever the fairies intended to do had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to leave the fairies' territory. Tomato was unable to return to his previous hideout and had to find a new place for his base. He was still a fugitive, so he couldn't go back to the Empire. After a good rest, Tomato and Dragonborn left the wooden house and went into the forest. Dragonborn thought he might not be able to go offline to sleep for a few days. They were both fleeing. If he went offline to sleep, he might get Tomato into trouble and cause the strange encounter mission to fail. Dragonborn thought that the game was really tough for his physical body. The gamers of Victoria City came out from the teleport portal at the York territory and started building their stronghold. In the castle of the Duke of York, a team of garrison guards was patrolling the surrounding territory and discovered something unusual. In the sparse woods, there were creatures who had green symbols above their heads. They used crude tools to log the trees and dig up soil. The garrison guards knew that it was abnormal and went to ask the creatures what they were doing. The creatures saw the garrison guards come over, but they didn't flee or speak. The creatures merely looked on curiously and with anticipation. The garrison guards became wary. If they were residents from the nearby villages, they would greet them and tell them what they were doing when they saw the patrol team from the Duke of York. Though it wasn't illegal to log trees, this was the private land of the Duke of York. It wasn't appropriate to cut the trees there. If the loggers were caught, they would be sent to prison. "What are you doing?" one of the garrison guards shouted at the creatures, but they didn't respond. They were chatting among themselves before electing a representative. The garrison guard found them to be very excited and heard something about strange encounters coming. "Let me try to talk to them, I'm more immersive in my role, and I'm a good performer." The representative walked to the garrison guard and said earnestly, "We're cutting down the trees to build our stronghold. Are you affiliated with the Duke of York?" The garrison guard was taken aback. "Building a stronghold? What stronghold?" The garrison guard grasped the hilt of his sword and became fierce. He looked at the gamers and asked authoritatively, "What stronghold are you building? This is the private land of the Duke of York. If you don't have any business here, leave immediately. If other guards find you, you'll be killed. I'm in a good mood, so I won't fight with you. If you don't leave, I'll turn nasty." The gamers chatted for a while. Then, the representative said to the garrison guard, "You look like a good person. You shouldn't be working for the evil Duke of York. Why don't you defect to Victoria City? Don't worry, no matter what problems you have, we'll help you. The garrison guard was befuddled. He unsheathed his weapon and said, "Capture them. They are from Victoria City. Bring them back for interrogation." The garrison guards were taken aback as they unsheathed their weapons and got ready for a fight. The gamers smiled. They were even a little excited as they threw their tree logging tools to the ground. An impatient gamer tied himself up and shouted to the guards, "Quick, I'm tied. Bring me back." The garrison guards thought the creatures were crazy and tied them up before bringing them back to the castle of the Duke of York. The Duke of York was bewildered when he heard about it. He had just gotten out of bed, and a guard reported to him that the Victorians had arrived at his territory. "Wait, how did they arrive?" "There were no warnings," the Duke of York asked his assistant. The assistant responded calmly, "They must have disguised themselves as merchants. Recently, there were many merchant bands passing through." "Don't worry, Great Duke, the spies in Goldshire Town have replied to us. There were many Victorians in Goldshire Town yesterday. They can't reach us that soon. The Victorians that appeared must be a handful of scouts to gather intelligence." "Don't worry, Great Duke." The Duke of York nodded. Since there were many Victorians at Goldshire Town, they wouldn't arrive at his castle that fast. Unless they could fly, of course. The Duke of York was relieved. He went to the prison to question those captured Victorians. The excited Victorians were tied to a wooden beam, and their bodies were full of whiplashes and burn marks. They weren't afraid or in pain. The prison wardens were unable to figure it out. The Duke was happy. Like the slave merchant said, the Victorians were like hoodlum. They didn't know fear or pain and were natural slave warriors. If he could defeat the Victorians and conscript them to be his slave warriors, he would be able to create a huge slave army. Then he could defeat all other dukes and even the king. He could envision a loyal slave army marching and cheering in front of him. His enemies and the king would fall into his hands in the future. The slaves would fight for his dreams and goals. Without fear, they would defeat all of his enemies. He would ascend the throne and get married to the princess of the neighboring country. They would have a pair of cute babies, a boy and a girl. The boy would become his successor, while his daughter would help him gain a diplomatic alliance with a neighboring country. When he had two strong allies, they would attack other countries and occupy more lands. If he was strong enough, he would collude with one of his allies to attack the other ally. When the world was left with only his country and the other ally, he could take his time to conquer the ally. At this moment, he had imagined his grand world conquest. "Great Duke, Great Duke." The assistant reminded him softly, and the Duke regained awareness. He nodded as he looked at the prisoners. The prisoners had green symbols above their heads. The Duke couldn't recognize the symbols, but he knew they were from Victoria City like hoodlum. "Are you from Victoria City?" the Duke asked even though he knew the answer. The prisoner nodded and said, "That's correct, we're from Victoria City, and you're an evil Duke." Though he was covered in injuries, the Duke ordered the prison wardens to whip him as a punishment for speaking against him. But the Duke didn't see any hatred, anger, or pain on his face. All of his previous prisoners would react strongly to his torture, which was the Duke's favorite pastime. This was just the beginning. The Duke believed he could make the slaves yield even though he didn't manage to make hoodlum yield. "I think you're mistaken, I'm not a cruel Duke. In fact, I'm generous. I took good care of your comrade, hoodlum, before. He had good food and drinks and gained fame. I could have provided him with tens of women and made him happy if he had requested." "Gosh, are you mad? You wanted to provide him with tens of women just to make him happy?" "I wouldn't do that," another prisoner shouted and looked at the Duke as though he was a fool. The Duke was furious. He obtained a metal club and bashed it on the prisoner's leg, which was immediately fractured. The prisoner looked at his fractured leg and the metal club in the Duke's hand. Nobody knew what the prisoner was thinking. Gosh, you're quite violent. Is it alright for the game to have such a violent NPC? Won't the game be shut down by the censorship department? Another nearby gamer shook his body and reminded his companion, remember to be immersed in your role. Otherwise, our strange encounter mission will fail. Do you want to be the second hoodlum? The gamer with the fractured leg nodded and wailed in pain. Halfway through, he felt that his voice wasn't professional and reduced his volume. Was he a nutcase? Even if he was, it was all right. The Duke of York had encountered many crazy people. He said to the prisoners, "Good, I won't say much, I'll just tell you to be obedient. I can provide what you require if I can gain your trust. Let's build a friendly collaboration. Don't you agree?" The Duke of York showed his pleasant smile, and the gamers thought that his smile was sinister. However, they didn't tell him. As long as he provided them with strange encounter missions, the gamers were good. This was a game, unlike in reality, where people were righteous. Some gamers preferred to join the evil faction. If given the choice, the gamers didn't mind joining the Duke's faction. The Duke and his men had red names, so the gamers were unable to join them. The Duke noticed that the gamers didn't respond to his question and felt he wasn't direct enough. He said, "If you cooperate with me, I'll find the best physician to treat your wounds. I'll also confer VIP status to you. You'll obtain the most luxurious house, unlimited delicacies, a piece of land, and become a noble. How's that? Is anyone willing to provide intelligence on Victoria City?" The gamers immediately started shouting. "Yes, yes, yes. Let me tell you. Give me this strange encounter mission, please. Please, Daddy, give me the chance." The Duke of York could only make out a few words in the din. He didn't obtain any useful information. He felt that the chattering prisoners were insulting him instead of begging him. Enough. The Duke slammed down on the table and looked at the gamers as he said, "If you don't cooperate and continue to fool around, I'll kill all of you." A gamer quickly said, "Great Duke, don't be angry. My companions are slow-witted. I'm willing to cooperate with you. I'll tell you information about Victoria City. They're building a stronghold outside our castle." Another gamer smiled and said, "Oh my God, aren't you impatient? Is the castle ours? If I upload your conversation to the discussion forum, everyone will laugh at you." Another gamer said, "I'm already laughing to death. You're such a weasel. I have to make a complaint against you. You won't be able to survive in Victoria City." The face of the Duke became dark with anger. Why were the Victorians building a stronghold outside his castle? How could that be? The prisoner had to be fooling him. He was furious. He controlled his temper and said to the gamers, "Tell me more details. How many Victorians are there? How many Victorians have arrived?" The gamer replied, "Great Duke, we have 5,000 gamers or Victorians. They come here daily to build the stronghold outside your castle. I can provide you the location." The Duke of York could no longer take it. He took a long sword from his guard and stabbed the gamer to death. The other gamers looked bewildered at the Duke, who was wiping the bloodstains off his face. Then the Duke said viciously, "This is the result of deceiving me. Don't treat me like a fool. If you deceive me again, I'll kill all of you." He threw the weapon to the ground and asked angrily, "How many of you have come to my castle?" Another gamer said, 5,000. I can guarantee that 5,000 warriors will appear at your castle during the battle. You'll be dead. If you believe me and release me, I'll recruit warriors for you on the discussion forum. Half of them will be willing to join you if you provide enough equipment and land." The Duke took another weapon and stabbed the gamer to death. Were they treating him like a fool? The 5,000 Victorians were at Goldshire town yesterday, so how could they arrive so fast? The Duke wouldn't tell that to the gamers. After killing the previous gamer, he looked at the third gamer and said, "Tell me how many of you are here. If you deceive me, I'll kill you. No, you'll be in a worse state. The third gamer lowered his head and thought for a while, then lifted his head and said to the Duke of York seriously, "Great Duke, do you want to listen to the truth or lies?" The Duke said, "I want the truth." The gamer replied, "The truth is that tens of us are in the forest. Nobody will attack your castle. Those two guys were fooling you." The Duke of York nodded. Finally, there was an honest guy. He asked, "When do you intend to attack us? Do you have any detailed battle plans? Why are you here?" The gamer pondered and said, "Great Duke, we came here to carry out Queen Victoria's order to build a stronghold and gather intelligence about the weaknesses of the castle. We don't wish to work for that poor Queen Victoria. We want to work for you. We are defecting." The gamer spoke earnestly. The few surviving gamers immediately shouted, "Yes, yes. We are defecting." The Duke pondered for a while and said to his assistant, "Keep this man for interrogation, and imprison the rest. If anyone wants to cooperate, record their statements. I'll hand them to you. I don't care about their life and death. The important thing is to capture all of the Victorians in the forest. Do you understand?" The assistant nodded and said, "I understand." The two stabbed gamers who were tied to the wooden beam slowly disintegrated into mana and vanished. The Duke of York was given a fright. He hadn't seen anyone transforming into mana after death. Nobody had seen such a situation before. They thought that anything was possible with a Victorian. Perhaps the Victorians were like the legendary race that was blessed by the gods. The Duke of York decided to capture them and use them as his tools for world conquest. He left the prison with a heart full of ambition. The York territory was only his stepping stone for his ambition, while Victoria City was his second step. Thus, he had to defeat Victoria City. That was what the Duke of York thought. The few prisoners slept simultaneously. The prison wardens thought that the prisoners had fallen asleep. The prison wardens hadn't been insulted before. They whipped the prisoners viciously, but there were no responses. It was just like hoodlum. When the gamers went offline, the first thing they did was inform everyone on the discussion forum about joining the York territory. If the gamers defected voluntarily, they could become the Duke's men. That was the Duke's intention. Everyone knew about Hoodlum's strange encounter mission. He became a slave after being imprisoned and was then trained. Perhaps the gamers could be trained after being imprisoned and trigger a new hidden faction. It was exhilarating to join the York territory. There were free rides, armor, houses, food, and female servants. It was like attaining the pinnacle of life. The gamers of Victoria City were excited. They arrived at the forest via the teleport portal in a rush and looked for the patrol teams. The entire forest was soon filled with gamers. The guards who were supposed to capture the Victorians were given a fright, and they fled back to the Duke's castle, reporting what they saw to the Duke of York. The Duke of York had returned from the prison and was in a room sipping his tea while listening to the reports. After listening to the astonishing report, he spat out tea on the guard's face. Then he asked loudly, "What did you say? Repeat it." The guard replied, "Great Duke, the Victorians are all in the forest outside the castle." The Duke of York didn't believe it. He left the room and walked to the balcony, observing the black mass of people in the forest. He estimated that there were a few thousand of them. Did the two prisoners who died tell the truth? And the prisoner whom he thought was telling the truth was actually lying? However, his intelligence report told him a different story. Were the Victorians not in Goldshire town? How did they arrive so fast? Did they fly? The Duke of York couldn't figure it out. He looked at the report in his hands that was sent from Goldshire town 3 days ago. It stated that there were 3,000 to 4,000 Victorians at Goldshire town. The Duke of York thought that his intelligence system was perfect and that the information was accurate. However, he was wrong. The Victorians were standing below and in front of his castle. How could that be wrong? He ordered the guards loudly, rush those counts who are providing reinforcements. Shut the castle door. Don't let them in. The Duke went back to the prison and took a weapon. He then hacked the sleeping prisoner that provided false information to death. When the killed gamer went online and found himself at the revival point, he was very surprised. The gamers formed groups and arrived at the castle. They shouted, "Let us come in. We're defecting. Capture us quickly." The gamers were getting impatient. Not all of the gamers were shouting to defect. Some gamers tried to climb the walls. The guards at the parapet looked at the Victorians' behavior, and they all had the same thought: were these people insane? Chapter 473, Rescue Team. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The gamers didn't attack. Instead, they tried to sneak into the prison to lock themselves up. That was a good thing, as the guards of the castle weren't attacked. The gamers were busy defecting and sneaking into the castle in a bid to become famous slave warriors. Who had the time to attack the castle? The few gamers who wanted to attack the castle were unable to break the defenses and cause any harm. The gamers of Victoria City tried all sorts of ways to sneak into the castle to defect, even at night. The gamers who got into the castle weren't released. The Duke was reluctant to kill these gamers since they were fearless warriors. Where could he find such warriors? The gamers were locked in cells. Recently, more and more gamers climbed over the walls, swam through the moat, and disguised themselves as commoners in a bid to get into the castle. Within a week, the prison cells of the castle were flooded with Victorians. There were about 500 to 600 Victorians locked up in prison, and the number was increasing. The gamers got to know more methods to get into the castle on the discussion forum. A gamer made use of the night to sneak into the prison. It was a wonder how the gamer knew the location of the prison. The next morning, the prison wardens got a fright when they noticed an extra prisoner. They tried to confirm whether the extra prisoner was previously captured or just recently captured. However, none of the prison wardens had seen the extra prisoner before. It was as though he suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The extra prisoner said, "Please lock me up. I'm willing to be your slave. Let me fight for you, even if I have to do it for a lifetime." The prison wardens didn't expect such a thing to happen. They had no choice but to lock him up in the prison cell. More and more gamers of Victoria City appeared in the prison cells. They even disguised themselves as female servants and other staff members in the Duke's castle so that they could be captured by the castle guards. On the 10th day, the small prison cells that could accommodate only 300 prisoners had 1,000 gamers all crammed together. The prison guards suggested that the Duke kill some of the prisoners. Otherwise, the prison might become a dangerous place. The Duke wanted to fulfill his goals, so he was reluctant to kill these excellent warriors. The gamers developed a strange relationship with the Duke of York. One Queen Victoria got to know about it. She frowned and asked the three hamsters, "What are the gamers doing? Are they betraying Victoria City?" Big Boss Hamster quickly replied, "No, my lady. I feel it's one of their schemes. They have successfully infiltrated the castle, and when we give the order, they can attack from within." Second Boss Hamster said, "That's correct. That's what I think too. That's a brilliant scheme. As long as we can take over the castle, I can accept any of their schemes." Fat Otaku said, "Can we have our meal?" Lilo nodded her head. "What you've said makes sense. Let them infiltrate the castle. When the time is ripe, we'll take it over," Lilo said to the three hamsters. Lancelot wasn't sure what the gamers were up to when they tried to sneak into the castle. He thought they were infiltrating the castle to attack the Duke. However, he got to know from the gamers that they were defecting. As a knight, it was inconceivable to defect. These gamers were definitely not normal. They weren't defecting due to fear. What were the gamers thinking? Were they planning to attack the castle from within? From Lancelot's observation for the past few days, the gamers weren't planning to attack the castle from within. Instead, they were defecting to the Duke. It was a serious case of treason, so he informed Queen Lilo, but she was nonchalant. She told Lancelot that the gamers would never betray her and should never betray her. Lancelot thought that the Queen had a hold over the gamers. From his memories, every time Lilo appeared, the restless gamers would become obedient. They wouldn't say a word or make any moves. Instead, they would watch the Queen closely. Lancelot had other problems, such as setting up the defenses of the stronghold. Due to the mass defection of the gamers, the Duke knew about the stronghold's location and sent scouts to conduct surveillance. Once the Duke discovered the stronghold, he would want to destroy it. Fortunately, Lancelot chose a strategic location. The surrounding sides were protected by high terrain, and there was only a single entrance. It was difficult for the castle guards to mount an effective attack against the stronghold. Moreover, the number of castle guards was inferior to the number of gamers. Even if 1,000 of the gamers were imprisoned, there were still 3,000 gamers at the stronghold. The Duke's scouts conducted surveillance of the stronghold and never came back. Occasionally, some guards came to keep watch on the stronghold to prevent any surprise attacks. Lancelot knew that the Duke didn't have the capability to attack, but he didn't let down his guard. The counts were on their way to reinforce the Duke of York and could arrive anytime. Once the counts arrived with their reinforcements, the gamers of Victoria City would lose their numerical superiority. Though the gamers wouldn't be defeated, they would have to spend a lot more effort to take over the castle. That wasn't what Lancelot wanted. Lancelot tried to persuade the Queen to attack the castle immediately, but she wasn't in a hurry. She wanted to see what the gamers were up to. He could only fulfill his responsibility as a subordinate. He ordered the gamers to build siege weapons. The gamers had a new daily mission to build siege weapons, but they were indifferent to the additional daily mission. The Duke was extremely happy. He thought he was doomed when he saw his castle being sieged by the great number of Victorians. He even thought of fleeing his castle. However, he didn't expect the Victorians to defect to him en masse. The Duke was overjoyed when he heard that the counts bringing reinforcements had arrived at the boundary of the York territory. The plains at the boundary of the York territory were filled tents, knights, and their squires who were busy preparing meals. The counts were resting in the tents. Their responsibilities included governing their lands, enjoying life, and fighting for their lord during wartime. Fighting a battle was dangerous, so the noble counts tried to enjoy themselves as much as possible. There were 5 counts that came to reinforce the Duke. The most capable count was called Steamed Dumpling, and he was the leader of the reinforcements. Before they entered the York territory, they held a war conference. "I believe that all of you are aware that there are 5,000 enemies sieging the Duke's castle," Steamed Dumpling said. Another count asked, "I heard they were only farmers without complete equipment. How are the farmers a threat to us?" Another count smiled and said, "These farmers are sieging our respectable Duke in his castle. It seems like the Duke is too kind-hearted towards the farmers." All of the counts laughed, as they knew that the Duke wasn't kind-hearted. The Duke was besieged because his 3,000 knights were killed by the farmers. This was a piece of astonishing news. The Duke wanted to have a strong reason to attack Victoria City, so he spread the news of his humiliation. After attacking Victoria City, his knights were annihilated. Only a handful of survivors returned to the Duke of York. This was a piece of incredible news. After the initial shock, they laughed at the previously domineering Duke. Due to his defeat, the Duke's reputation was badly tarnished. Even his subordinate counts were in contempt of the Duke. However, they had to fulfill their responsibilities as subordinates. Steamed Dumpling tapped the table lightly and said, "Gentlemen, you must be thinking that the warriors of Victoria City are weak. Don't forget that these weaklings defeated 3,000 knights of the Duke. I'm sure you know how strong the Duke's knights were. Don't underestimate the enemy, as they aren't as simple as we thought." The other counts became solemn. They had become too complacent. As Steamed Dumpling was about to discuss their war plans in detail, a scout ran hurriedly into the tent and said, "Great counts, the warriors of Victoria City are closing in on our camp." The counts and barons broke into a loud discussion in the tents. They couldn't believe it. They furiously discussed it at length. They felt it was an insult that the farmers of Victoria City dared to launch an attack. Steamed Dumpling ordered the counts and barons to lead their armies and fight against the Victorians. When they deployed their formation outside their tents, they discovered that there were only 100 Victorians, and they weren't in formation. They weren't on horses, wore no clothes, and held inferior clubs. They didn't look like scouts. Perhaps they were emissaries? The counts and barons didn't order an attack, as they were confused. The Victorians stopped at a distance of 3 minutes of horse riding from the camp. The Victorians pointed at the camp and chatted, but it was too far to make out what they were saying. Steamed Dumpling was getting impatient when the Victorians stood their ground. He ordered his squire to ride towards the 100-strong group of enemies with his flag. The gamers became excited when they saw a squire on horseback coming towards them. The counts thought the farmers of Victoria City were fearful. "I feel that the prowess of the farmers from Victoria City was overrated. They became fearful after seeing our camp. When the battle starts, they'll surely flee. I can't imagine why the Duke was besieged and requested our help. He must have been complacent," a baron commented condescendingly, and the other barons laughed. The 100 gamers rushed towards the squire and knocked him unconscious. Then, they stripped his clothing and stole his horse. After a discussion, one of the gamers rode the horse and left happily. How could the counts endure such humiliation? They rode out with their horses. Soon, 400 to 500 horsemen dashed towards the gamers. The gamers saw the approaching horsemen and panicked. They started to flee from the cavalry. How could the gamers outrun the cavalry? The horsemen swung their weapons and massacred the gamers who were cursing, swearing in anger, and laughing. They didn't hear any gamers beg for mercy. Just like what they heard in the legends, the gamers had no intention to surrender. Steamed Dumpling was deeply shocked and became silent. He had never encountered warriors with such superior willpower. There were only 100 enemies. He could imagine how terrifying it would be to fight against 5,000 of them. He realized that the legendary Victorians weren't overrated. Steamed Dumpling trembled, not in fear but in anticipation of an impending vicious battle. He had a strong desire to defeat such a worthy opponent. Steamed Dumpling turned his horse around and shouted to his counts and barons, "Prepare yourselves, we'll launch an attack on Victoria's stronghold. We can't let them besiege the Duke's castle. We have to diminish their arrogance." Everyone roared with excitement, and a large group of horsemen set off from the camp towards Victoria's stronghold. The massacred gamers appeared at the revival point. They cursed and swore, then spread the news of new horsemen arriving at the boundary of the Duke's castle and attacking them. However, the gamers didn't mention their deeds of robbing the squire's armor and horse. To them, it was their normal affairs. What was there to talk about? Chapter 474, Start of Battle. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. At Victoria's stronghold in the York territory, the gamers were informing each other of the new knights that appeared at the boundary of the Duke's castle and an impending attack. They had to prepare their defenses. The gamers were used to being attacked, having been attacked several times since the start of Victoria City. After every attack, the gamers would have a bounty, so they welcomed the attacks. The knights were going to attack them, so they were extremely happy. Lancelot was nervous as he directed the gamers to build up the defenses, such as chevaux de frise and obstacles at the only way into the stronghold. Lancelot was still worried, but there were no other choices. The troops of the counts and barons got close to Victoria's stronghold. When thousands of knights surrounded the stronghold, many gamers were wandering outside, and they were captured by the knights. They were easily captured. After all, the gamers had no intention to flee. The gamers thought that the knights were ordered to capture them by the Duke, so they offered to be captured. If they joined the slave warrior army, they could be like hoodlum and be at their life's pinnacle. Why would they want to flee? The gamers didn't know that the knights were the reinforcements of the counts and barons, who didn't have the intention to form a slave army to conquer the world. To rescue the Duke, they tried their best to diminish the combat power of the gamers. After capturing and interrogating the surrendered gamers, they killed all of the prisoners. The counts didn't have any prisons to keep the gamers, especially when there were thousands of them. Even if there were only hundreds of them, the counts wouldn't hesitate to kill them. The gamers got to know on the discussion forum and from the other gamers that defecting to these knights would only invite instant death instead of strange encounter missions. Since there was no mission, the gamers started attacking the Count's army. The ambitious steamed dumpling felt the same hopelessness that George had. When the battle began, steamed dumpling's soldiers held the upper hand and almost overran the stronghold. The chevaux de frise and obstacles were cleared. Then he used fire and burned all of the obstacles. The gamers outside were captured and killed before they launched an attack at the stronghold. Count Steamed Dumpling. As the troops were about to attack, a knight walked to Steamed Dumpling and said, "The location of the Victoria camp is strategic. I thought the Victorians were only brave and brutish. I didn't expect them to have such a tactical genius. I'm surprised too. However, this defensive stronghold isn't a problem for us." Steamed Dumpling smiled confidently and said to the troops behind him, "Bring forth our cannons." A few squires pushed 3 large cannons forward. The gamers in the stronghold noticed the large cannons. They never expected such a weapon to exist in the medieval ages. However, it was nothing strange for such a thing to occur in a game. The cannons used by Count Steamed Dumpling weren't simple cannons using gunpowder. They were similar to the Underworld magic cannons. The energy used wasn't mana but the power of knowledge. In other words, it was the power of sacred light. The energy for the cannon shell wasn't derived from a gunpowder explosion. Instead, there was a propulsion device attached at the back of the cannon. Before firing, the device had to be filled with water, and a shell that was filled with the power of sacred light was loaded into the cannon. Only members of the church knew the details of the cannons. Steamed Dumpling wasn't a member of the church, and he wasn't interested in the mechanisms of the sacred light cannon shell. He was only interested in using it. Steam energy didn't provide much power, so a member of the church blessed the cannons with sacred light. He chanted and engulfed the 3 cannons in the sacred light. The gamers were shocked. They didn't expect that the power of sacred light could be used this way. With the order of Steamed Dumpling, the 3 cannons fired simultaneously. The brilliant shells flew towards Victoria's stronghold and exploded in midair. The explosion was blinding and destroyed everything in the stronghold. The wooden defenses were completely destroyed by the second volley of the cannons. The first volley destroyed most of the stronghold. Only the rune mana formation that was protected by mana was intact. The rune mana formation was more than enough for the gamers to turn the tide. At Victoria City, Lancelot had just come out from the castle when he felt something strange in the atmosphere. A lot of naked gamers came out of the revival point, cursing and swearing. "What's the deal? The cannons killed all of us. Isn't this an online game? Why is it a plot-driven massacre?" It was horrifying. I didn't have a chance to react before I died. "Make haste. Let's go back and check our equipment. It should still be around since we were killed during a plot. If I lose my equipment, I'll kill the game producer's mom." The gamers were making a fuss. They then ran towards the teleport portal. Lancelot didn't have to ask to know that something happened at the stronghold in the York territory. As he was about to enter the teleport portal, Big Boss Hamster stopped him and said, "Count Glamorgan, please don't leave. The Queen ordered us not to enter the York territory. But our stronghold is being attacked. I have to direct their defenses. If the enemy enters the teleport portal, even the Queen will be in danger." Big Boss smiled and said, "That's impossible. Even if they arrive here, they are of no threat to the Queen. Just heed the order of the Queen and stay in Victoria City. This is for your safety." Big Boss Hamster didn't explain much. Lancelot speculated that the Queen believed in the revival ability of the gamers. They didn't have to fear the enemy. As a knight, he was always hiding when there was danger. It was difficult for him to accept. He wanted to rebuke and obtain a chance to fight at the front line. Big Boss didn't give him a chance and went back into the castle. As Lancelot was about to catch up with Big Boss, he saw Guinevere, who said, "Count Lancelot, I heard the stronghold in the York territory was attacked. Did the Duke counterattack?" Seeing Guinevere's worried expression, Lancelot quickly explained, "Don't worry. The situation isn't clear. Believe in our strength. We'll help you get back your land, Miss Guinevere." As he spoke, Lancelot straightened his back like a real knight. "Apologies, I'm not Miss Guinevere. I told you before that I'm not a woman." Guinevere was embarrassed, but Lancelot nodded with understanding. If Guinevere's territory was being usurped and she was forced to flee, she would disguise herself as a man. It would be easier for her. It was unknown when Lancelot began to believe that Guinevere was a woman and disregarded other people's perceptions of Guinevere. Guinevere was now his wife, and the Queen was his master. The Queen betrothed Guinevere to him, and the order couldn't be rescinded. Though Lancelot nodded, Guinevere didn't think that Lancelot had accepted his explanation. Guinevere tried to explain many times, but Lancelot still thought of him as a woman. However, it wasn't the time to fret over it. He asked Lancelot, "If you require my help to fight at the stronghold, please tell me. Don't look at me like that. I can wield weapons and ride a horse to battle." Lancelot was about to say something when a gamer interrupted them and said, "Do you want to take a look at the battlefield? I can be your guard. Give the mission to me." A gamer volunteered himself while other gamers had just recovered from their shock. They didn't know that a strange encounter mission could be obtained from a plot. Was that not a hidden mission? If a gamer could receive a generous reward from escorting Guinevere around the battlefield, it would be an easy mission. Choose me. The Hoodlum Yoga Association is the strongest guild in Victoria City. I'm stronger, my weapon level is level 5. Give me the chance. Guinevere, I respect you a lot. Let me be your escorting knight. I'll protect you. Even if I die a million times, I'll not let any harm come to you. Are you becoming unscrupulous because of a strange encounter mission? Are you ditching your integrity? Lancelot didn't have a chance to speak to Guinevere, who was uncomfortable with the gamer's offers. Guinevere raised his hand nervously in a bid to decline their offers. The commotion attracted even more gamers. At that moment, a gamer at the teleport portal shouted, "My equipment is gone. All destroyed by 2 volleys of cannon fire. Give me back my equipment, you trashy game. Isn't that a safety zone? There's no safety zone when monsters attack. Even the Queen can be killed. Go and help at the stronghold. The knights are attacking." More and more gamers entered the teleport portal to help defend the stronghold at the York territory. Guinevere was moved when he saw the gamers fight fervently to help him regain his territory. His eyes started to well up. Lancelot noticed Guinevere's tears. He unsheathed his long sword and said to Guinevere, "Don't worry, we'll help you get back the York territory." "Thank you, Count Glamorgan." Guinevere was touched as he looked at Lancelot. Then, he said to the gamers, "Thank you, everyone. Thank you for helping me regain the York territory. I'll reward everyone who has shed their blood and life. Your names will be remembered by all in the York territory." Guinevere's voice became louder. The gamers were full of anticipation for the generous rewards. They became very excited and dashed to the teleport portal to battle the enemy knights. The battle between the Duke of York and Victoria City had just started. Chapter 475, I Want to Join You. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Steamed Dumpling, who was wearing white armor and a red cloak, was riding on his strong warhorse. From his appearance, Steamed Dumpling looked like a knight from a painting. He looked on with satisfaction at the stronghold that was flattened by his 3 cannons. Previously, it was filled with many Victorians, but now, even the flesh was vaporized. Only their metal armor and weapons were left damaged on the ground. Steamed Dumpling was puzzled. Even if the firepower of the cannons was enormous, shouldn't there be some corpses left? Steamed Dumpling thought it was a new kind of a cannon. The stronghold was destroyed, but he ordered his men to perform a search to see if there were any survivors. Read more new novels on. Steamed Dumpling couldn't afford to fire more cannon volleys. After all, the cannon shells were endowed with special sacred light. Normal cannons' shells weren't that powerful. After considering the strong willpower of the Victorians, Steamed Dumpling borrowed the 3 powerful cannons to reduce his casualties. It was a wise decision on his part. The squires walked towards Victoria's stronghold, while the knights stationed themselves on the high ground at the boundary of the stronghold. They chatted happily as they looked down at the empty camp. When they let down their guard and were about to return to the Duke's castle, they saw a strange rune mana formation emitting magical brilliance. Then, many naked humans, elves, and fairies walked out of the rune mana formation. They had green symbols above their heads and looked surprised at the squires. They then charged viciously at the squires empty-handed. George stood on the parapet of the Duke's castle and observed the battle at the distant stronghold. Ever since the warriors of Victoria City arrived at the Duke's castle, he would stand on the parapet and observe them. He was attacked and besieged by the warriors before. As an experienced knight, he was unable to accept the fact that he was utterly defeated by these forest barbarians. He was contemplating the battle tactics of the Victorians. He discovered with shock that the Victorians used tactics like sacrificing themselves, delaying battle, and reinforcements to achieve victory over his powerful knights that had superior equipment. The Victorians did a good job of attriting his 3,000 knights. He didn't know the strength of the Count's army, but from his observation, there were at least 5,000 knights. Though the Counts had a sizable army, George didn't think that they could defeat the terrifying Victorians. The enemies were like endless fleas. No matter how he killed them, there would be new warriors to replace the dead. He had encountered that before. The Counts had 3 cannons that vaporized all of the Victorians. George was in awe of the powerful cannons. When he saw all of the warriors of Victoria City vanishing in an instant, he thought that maybe the Counts could really defeat the Victorians after all. Things turned out as George had expected. Unlimited warriors of Victoria City emerged from the rune mana formation in the stronghold. The rune mana formation was a teleport portal that only a great magician could create. George had gained new insights into the capabilities of the Victorians as more and more warriors emerged from the teleport portal. They were unleashing their endless waves of warriors again. George became grave. He knew what the ending would be. The Duke was happily sipping red grape wine in his room. The grape wine was produced in the king's hinterland, and its rich flavor pervaded his mouth. The Duke of York felt he was on top of the world at this moment. 1,000 citizens of Victoria City had become his slave warriors. At the same time, the Counts had brought reinforcements and decimated the enemy stronghold. There was no more threat to his rule. After clearing the enemy stronghold, he was going to train the 1,000 slaves in the prison. They didn't have to participate in the underground slave gladiator fights. He wanted to use these 1,000 slaves to occupy Victoria City and enslave all of the residents. Then he could raise a slave army to attack the king and conquer the world. The Duke imagined his future feats as he drank his red grape wine. He couldn't resist humming a tune. Great Duke! Great Duke! Bad news! A long-robed servant shouted in the corridor before he arrived at the door. What's the matter? Why are you so nervous? The Duke stood up and walked to the door as he asked, "Are the Victorians attacking us again?" The Duke of York thought of this possibility in fear. Every time he heard about Victoria City, he would feel terror. The warriors of Victoria City had defeated his best 3,000 knights and arrived at lightning speed at his castle. He didn't know how they did that. No, Victoria's stronghold was destroyed, and they did not come back," the servant said as he panted heavily. "Why are you so nervous? Are there any other important things to report?" The servant almost cried out as he said, "The Victorians in the prison started a rebellion." "What?" The Duke almost jumped up. His vision turned black, and he fell to the ground. In the prison of the castle, Takia Spirit was half naked. He wore the slave's short pants and black leg fetters. The heavy fetters made his movements sluggish. Many gamers were dashing out of the prison. They were excited and howled loudly as they pillaged anything that they saw. The most important items were the equipment of the prison wardens. Takia Spirit saw the gamers remove everything with haste. He regretted that he was late getting online. He went online immediately upon reading the post on the discussion forum. When he opened his eyes, the valuable items in the prison were all pillaged by the gamers. Only the worthless items were left. Even the torture tools were missing. The content of the post on the discussion forum was: "I have stayed in prison for 5 days without any rewards. I am starting a rebellion." The post was about a gamer who stayed in the castle prison for 5 days without obtaining any strange encounter mission. He had to endure beatings and hunger. The meager food was only able to sustain him, and the resting place was extremely dirty. As a gamer of Victoria City, he didn't have any special requirements for food and lodging. What he couldn't stand was wasting time. He had to endure beatings and sleeping. It was no longer fun. He was yearning for the expensive armor and sharp weapons of the prison wardens. The prison wardens also had great food in front of the prisoners. How could the gamers endure such temptation? They were getting impatient. Few gamers could stand being locked up for 5 days. After being imprisoned for a few days without any rewards, the gamers broke down. Instead of waiting, they decided to rebel and pillage the castle. Would that not be exhilarating? There were 1,000 of them in the prison, so not everyone could have a strange encounter mission. It was better to pillage than to wait for the strange encounter mission. The gamers started pillaging immediately. It was very easy for 1,000 gamers to rebel and flee. When they were dragged out to be beaten, they rushed towards the prison wardens and took over the prison. They carried out their rebellion and pillage plans. When Takia Spirit saw the news on the discussion forum and went online, it was already too late. The valuable items in the prison were removed by the gamers. It was all right, as the castle was huge. There would be other guards outside the prison, and they had comparable equipment to the prison wardens. Perhaps the Duke would have a treasure vault too. Takia Spirit had to hurry. The 1,000 gamers ran amok in the castle since there were no guards. There were only ordinary servants. The gamers ran around and pillaged the castle. The wealth accumulated by the Duke over the years had fallen prey to the gamers. While the gamers were pillaging, the Duke of York, who was protected by a small number of guards, intended to escape via a secret tunnel. How could he escape when 1,000 gamers were running around every corner of the castle? He would be instantly discovered if he made a move. The Duke had just left his room when he was captured by the pillaging gamers. Though the gamers hadn't seen the Duke before, they observed that he was protected by many guards. Moreover, he was wearing luxurious clothes and looked noble. He had to be the Duke. Fortunately, the gamers who captured the Duke were from the Hoodlum Yoga Association and not unaffiliated gamers. Otherwise, the Duke would have been stabbed to death before being stripped of all items. The guild members informed other members that the Duke was captured. Hoodlum knew that the Duke was very wealthy. How could he kill him off that easily? "It has been a long time since we met, Great Duke." Hoodlum rushed over and saw the Duke being tied up. The Duke of York recognized Hoodlum immediately. He felt fearful, as he knew how he ill-treated Hoodlum with daily beatings and inhumane training. Each gladiator fight almost took Hoodlum's life. If Hoodlum was sane, he would be vengeful. Now that the Duke was in Hoodlum's hands, he could imagine dying a painful death. It was something he had never thought about before. "Please, Hoodlum, don't kill me. I'll give you everything," the Duke begged Hoodlum, disregarding his noble status and ego. Survival was of utmost importance. "Great Duke, don't worry, I'm not going to kill you." Hoodlum bent his body and walked to the Duke. He didn't feel disdain or hatred as he said, "I'm grateful to the Duke for taking care of me. I tried to return to you, but I didn't have the chance. Don't worry, I'm finally back." Hoodlum spoke happily. "Hoodlum, don't joke with me." "I'll agree with all your requests," the Duke said quickly. Hoodlum held the Duke's hand and said, "Great Duke, don't say that. I was in your care." The fat body of the Duke trembled, and he was almost in tears. Since Hoodlum said that, he was certain that he was going to die. The Duke was preparing his last words when he saw Hoodlum wave his hand and shout, "Brothers, we'll break out of the castle. If we can leave this dangerous place with the Duke, we might be able to join his faction. All the strange encounter missions will only be available to the members of the Hoodlum Yoga Association." The gamers at the side cheered. They weren't righteous gamers. As long as there were benefits, they were willing to do it. Humans were always practical. However, the interests of other gamers were at risk. The other gamers also wanted to capture the Duke and reinstate Guinevere as the new Duke. Then they could obtain rewards from Guinevere. The Hoodlum Yoga Association's intention of fleeing with the Duke to join his faction was made known to other gamers. The escape route of the Hoodlum Yoga Association was revealed on the discussion forum, and all of the other gamers moved towards the location. Fortunately, the Hoodlum Yoga Association was strong and had a large number of members. Otherwise, it would have been decimated by the unaffiliated gamers and other guild members. However, the Hoodlum Yoga Association was unable to cope with losing its members. Every time its guild members revived after being killed, they would be detained by the other gamers who accused the Hoodlum Yoga Association of looking after their own self-interest. Other gamers had wanted to join the Hoodlum Yoga Association and help the Duke of York, but the Hoodlum Yoga Association's capacity was full. The guild couldn't allow more gamers to join. A small number of gamers confessed their intention to join the Duke of York's faction, but they were a minority. Most of the gamers wanted to help Guinevere. Lancelot was in disbelief that there were traitors amongst the gamers. He informed Queen Victoria immediately. The Queen pondered for a while before letting him wait outside. Then Big Boss Hamster came out and said to Lancelot, "The citizens of Victoria City aren't defecting, and they can't defect." This is the Queen's reply. "Don't worry, and don't think too much." That was a simple reply from the Queen. It was only a side distraction from attacking the York territory. The Duke of York was unable to escape since many gamers were going to capture him. The fate of the Duke was sealed, but the Counts were fighting frantically for their lives. They experienced the terrifying aspects of the Victorians and attempted to flee. Chapter 476, Victoria City is cool. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Steamed Dumpling rode on his horse and shouted frantically to rally his troops. Still, his knights descended into chaos when the unlimited warriors of Victoria City charged out from the teleport portal, the castle, and the forest. Nobody knew where the warriors of Victoria City would come from. They were like ghosts. The stronghold that was destroyed by his 3 cannons was like a trap that ensnared Steamed Dumpling and his knights. He wanted to lead his knights to escape, but the knights dwindled rapidly. Finally, he abandoned his plan and rode his horse towards the boundary of the York territory in a bid to escape. The gamers of Victoria City didn't let him escape. They rode horses that belonged to his knights to pursue him. They screamed as they pursued Steamed Dumpling, gazing intensely at Steamed Dumpling's armor, weapon, and his white warhorse. From their vicious looks, Steamed Dumpling was sure he would have a horrible death if he was caught. While he was fleeing, he saw a golden-haired horseman near the castle gate. He recognized the knight of the Duke. George was the most notable knight in the dukedom, and he was being pursued by the Victorians. The Victorians were terrifying. Not long ago, Steamed Dumpling thought about defeating the Victorians. But now, he had become pathetic. Steamed Dumpling had no time to fret. He had to escape. He rode his fast horse and galloped into the distance. The York territory was finally occupied by the gamers. The guild members of the Hoodlum Yoga Association tried their best to escort the Duke of York to another location so that he could start all over again. However, the guild lost to the teleport portal and the revival mana formation. The unaffiliated gamers controlled the revival point, detaining the members of the Hoodlum Yoga Association that revived. Hence, the members of the Hoodlum Yoga Association dwindled after fighting. That was the reason the gamers were unable to betray Victoria City. The Duke couldn't provide a revival point for them, but Victoria City had a revival point. It was a good try. The gamers tried to see if they could join the NPC faction, and it was possible. If Hoodlum and his members were able to flee with the Duke and became his subordinates, they could possibly obtain certain benefits. Even if they couldn't join the faction, they could operate as mercenaries to help a certain noble and obtain rewards. That was what the gamers learned from the current plot. The guilds were thinking about how they could work for the various noble factions. The Duke of York was sentenced to death by Queen Victoria. Under the supervision of the gamers, Lancelot gave the Duke of York a push, and he was hanged from a crooked tree. It was an honorable death since a knight mete out the punishment. Guinevere became the new Duke of York. Whether the other counts and barons were willing to recognize Guinevere as the Duke of York would depend on future diplomacy. Guinevere was from the blood lineage of the Lyons clan, and he was the successor to the York territory. The previous Duke of York usurped his dukedom for many years. Now, Guinevere had taken back what he deserved. Things weren't simple. As the new Duke of York, he had a master, Queen Victoria. According to the laws of Ascension, Guinevere was the wife of Lancelot, otherwise known as Count Glamorgan, and also a subordinate of Queen Victoria. After Guinevere became the Duke of York, the York territory became a fief of Victoria City. That was how the nobles in the medieval ages made use of marriages to consolidate land. If a subject were to marry a princess and then resort to assassinations to kill off all of the successors to the throne, he could become a king. The York territory was previously a fief of the godly kingdom that was ruled by King Potato II. But now, the York territory was a fief of Victoria City. King Potato II couldn't take it lying down. He was very furious and gathered all of his ministers, announcing this matter during his court meeting. "You are all trash. Why didn't anyone inform me about the invasion of the York territory? Now, the York territory has been conquered by Victoria City, a place that was unheard of previously. That king, no, Queen Victoria, was she ordained during a coronation by a bishop." King Potato II was trying to find the weaknesses of Queen Victoria's identity, but a minister replied, "A bishop ordained the coronation. It was Grand Priest Baldhead, who was previously the church bishop." "What? Grand Priest Baldhead? I've heard of him before. He is a devout believer of the Holy Lord and Sacred Light. Who is this Queen Victoria that Grand Priest Baldhead ordained?" The ministers shouted out in astonishment. Grand Priest Baldhead was a noble, but King Potato II wasn't interested in the Grand Priest that ordained the coronation for Queen Victoria. He was only interested in getting back the York territory. "What shall we do? Come up with a good plan," King Potato II asked his ministers. A minister immediately replied, "Your Highness, I have a good plan. I knew the father of Duke Guinevere. I can write a letter to Guinevere to persuade him to defect to us. I'm sure he will know who is stronger and defect to us." The other ministers nodded. Compared to the godly kingdom, Victoria City was far inferior. It was only the size of a small forest that could only accommodate tens of thousands of citizens. Victoria City made use of sneak attacks to occupy a dukedom and had the law on their side. As long as Guinevere defected to King Potato II, the law would be on the side of the godly kingdom. With the approval of other ministers, King Potato II nodded and ordered the minister to write a letter to Guinevere. On the third day after the gamers occupied the Duke's castle, the king's letter arrived. Guinevere received the letter and read it. A person who was a good friend of his father persuaded him to defect to King Potato II and surrender the York territory to the godly kingdom. Under normal circumstances, Guinevere might consider joining the godly kingdom. However, after witnessing the Battle of the Victorians, he couldn't overlook the courageous warriors of Victoria City that had unlimited revivals. They were like holy warriors blessed by God. Only an angel could have such capability. He suspected many times that Queen Victoria could be an angel from the heavenly kingdom. Otherwise, how could her subjects have unlimited revivals? He passed the king's letter to Queen Victoria, who asked Big Boss Hamster to write a letter in return. The content of the letter would definitely be full of insults. King Potato II wrote a reply letter directly to Queen Victoria. The gamers got to know the content. It was simple, a declaration of war. After diplomacy failed, King Potato II decided to use his military might to get back the York territory. Would the gamers of Victoria City be fearful of war? Of course not. They were preparing diligently for war with the godly kingdom. They were exhilarated. I'm so envious. I regret not joining Victoria City. Do you see how happy the Victorians are? They can train under NPCs, partake in wars, and pillage other NPCs. That's so cool, Peasant said with envy. Not Wearing Pants smiled and said, You are speaking as if you haven't pillaged Winterfell before. You've pillaged Winterfell a few times. There's no need to be envious. Don't we have many things to do? They had a new mission, to go to the surface world and build a new stronghold. Chapter 477, Commercial Collaboration. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the dark forest, a few orcs surveyed the environment to see if there were any gamers from Victoria City moving around. The orcs were Arthur and his comrades. They should be pillaging the Duke's castle. I don't think there's anybody here in Victoria City. Peasant looked at the surroundings and didn't discover any human activity. After arriving from the teleport portal, they didn't approach Victoria City. Instead, they traveled in the opposite direction. There were many rocks and steep cliffs, so it was a suitable location for a secret stronghold. Arthur and his comrades were building a stronghold so that they could have a resting place on the surface world. Their plan was to log the trees secretly. The nearest location for selling wood was at the Crossroad Intersection outpost. However, the outpost was a good distance from the surface world. If they had a stronghold near the forest, the gamers wouldn't have to travel to the Crossroad Intersection outpost that frequently. They could log the trees for half a day and store the wood in the secret stronghold before returning to the Crossroad Intersection outpost. Even if the gamers of the surface world attacked them while they were logging, they wouldn't lose all their wood. The secret stronghold was a good place for them to go offline. They weren't aware that they were the first batch of underworld creatures that returned to the surface world after thousands of years. In the Eternal Kingdom dungeon. When Sherlock returned to the dungeon from the Merchant Alliance's manor, he conducted a friendly interview with Frangipani. However, Frangipani didn't know much since he was recently released from his imprisonment. The Ancient Gods army was using a similar mental connection to the connection between Sherlock and the gamers. That was why when the Ancient Gods army attacked Winterfell, all of the Ancient Gods believers from around the world rushed to Winterfell. Frangipani was part of this collective mental connection of the Ancient Gods. When Frangipani was brought back to Eternal Kingdom, he was like a mole for the Ancient Gods army. Sherlock wasn't aware of this fact. After carefully treating him to reduce the pain, the half-dead Frangipani was rid of his mental connection with the Ancient Gods. The parrot and the black kitten witnessed the entire process and got to know the gentle side of Lord Sherlock. However, it was only the beginning. The orc Cherry sat in his office. After a series of events, he was promoted from Garrison Guard Captain to the Chief of the Winterfell Garrison Guard Station. He was able to be a chief at such a young age because of his excellent performance in solving the volcano case and strong support from Lord Sherlock and Lord Nicholas. Cherry had a bright future. Even though he was a chief, he still handled everything himself instead of just giving orders in his office. For example, the Winterfell officials reported a shocking incident to the garrison guards. The wood in Forest Number 4 was all gone. It had become a barren desert. There weren't even any rocks. What's going on? Cherry looked at the desert, perplexed. He inhaled the smoke from the metal stick that was in his mouth. Zi, zi, zi. His mouth emitted sizzling sounds and charred smoke. It mirrored his mind, which was in turmoil. Chief, could all the trees be logged by Eternal Kingdom? His colleague, who was holding a document folder, asked Cherry. Don't worry about your thoughts. We have to be bold in our thinking, speculation, and conclusion, Cherry said to his colleague. Yes, the colleague said proudly. He opened the document folder and said, from my records, the forest was leased to Eternal Kingdom 4 months ago. The lease was for a year, but it was returned to us a few days ago. Eternal Kingdom requested a refund of 8 months of lease. I'm thinking that they cut down all of the trees in 4 months and returned the land to us to save the remaining 8 months of lease. The garrison guards at the site inhaled cool gusts of air. They were in disbelief. That was Eternal Kingdom, the most promising and powerful dungeon with the highest number of warriors. Dungeon Lord Sherlock attended the banquets of the elites and was a notable socialite. Would such an influential character return the forest to save on 8 months of a lease? I heard that Eternal Kingdom returned the forest because the trees vanished. They were thinking of asking for compensation. The worker in the forest disagreed. He took out an application form and said, "This is the form filled up by Lord Sherlock. It states the sum that we're required to compensate him." Cherry remained calm. He took the form and examined it carefully before saying, from the form, Lord Sherlock is correct. Our lease is for a year, but the trees vanished after 4 months. It's reasonable for Lord Sherlock to demand compensation. Wait a moment, Chief. The Orc garrison guard, who accused Eternal Kingdom of logging all the trees, said, if they simply logged all of the trees, we won't have to pay any compensation. That's impossible, the worker in the forest immediately shouted. How many creatures are there in Eternal Kingdom? The forest is huge and requires special tools for logging. Not to mention that the logging staff has to be specially selected. We have a collaboration with the largest prison, Bancasia, but Eternal Kingdom and Bancasia didn't cooperate. How could he have a large logging crew? It's impossible to cut down the trees within 4 months. He's right. I don't think Eternal Kingdom is responsible for the missing trees. I have encountered the strange citizens of Eternal Kingdom before and don't think they are that decadent. I can see from their violent nature and thirst for battle that they have the special characteristics of an underworld warrior. As Chief Cherry was speaking up for the gamers, the other garrison guards didn't suspect Eternal Kingdom any further. Cherry was the detective that solved the Black Volcano case, which was the most sensational case in the underworld. He couldn't possibly have erroneous speculations. The garrison guards no longer suspected that it was Eternal Kingdom that logged all of the trees. They started investigating the cause of the destruction of the trees, while the Merchant Alliance compensated Lord Sherlock and extended their apologies. Lord Sherlock was generous and didn't go after the Merchant Alliance, only requesting another forest as compensation. The lease would be a year. The Merchant Alliance didn't accede to his request. Instead, the Merchant Alliance compensated Lord Sherlock with magic stones and raw materials. Lord Sherlock accepted the compensation. Sherlock was busy planning an important project. He was diligently preparing for it. The light of the computer screen illuminated the walls of the Dungeon Lord main hall. The sounds of a mouse clicking and furious typing made the parrot blink his eyes in his cage. He saw Lord Sherlock working hard in front of the computer. The parrot turned his head away to prevent the light of the computer from disrupting his rest. Polio, who was resting in his dwelling, opened his eyes. He saw Sherlock working in front of the computer and sighed. Then he muttered, "Lord Sherlock is working too hard." It was soft, but it was still loud enough to be heard by Sherlock. Polio saw that Sherlock wasn't responding, and he sighed before sprawling down to sleep. His funning tactic failed. Frangipani was hiding his body in his shell all the time. It was good to have a shell like a turtle. Eggface was also sitting in front of a computer, using great effort to control the mouse and keyboard with his claws. His eyes gazed intently at the computer screen. "Pick up the lanterns. Pick up the lanterns immediately!" Eggface suddenly shouted. His voice gave the parrot and black kitten a fright. Sherlock was focused on the computer while he clicked rapidly on the mouse. He shouted to Eggface, "I can't light the lanterns. Help me give it a push. Give it a push." After shouting, Sherlock's hands left the keyboard and mouse. He covered his face while emitting SSS sounds. "Aya, what happened to you? Just like the lanterns." Eggface complained, while Sherlock closed his eyes and shook his head silently. "If we remain at this level until the end of Season 9, we won't obtain the King's ranking. The season is ending." Eggface frowned as he yelled at Sherlock. He continued to grumble, but he suddenly realized that he was talking about Lord Sherlock. As a male, Lord Sherlock would never apologize for losing a game. Eggface pondered for a while and said, "I don't blame you, Lord Sherlock. You aren't able to master this version. Why don't you try the previous version? There is a strong opponent called the Shy recently. Lord Sherlock will work towards defeating him. I feel you can beat him easily." "Forget it, I'm not playing tonight. Rest early. The other world is having school holidays, so there are more students." Sherlock shut down his computer and leaned on his chair. He closed his eyes to rest, and Eggface shut down his computer reluctantly before bidding Sherlock good night. Then Eggface went to the corner of the room and sprawled in his nest. He had his own nest in the dungeon, but he preferred sleeping in the dungeon lord main hall. Sherlock didn't mind Eggface sleeping in his dungeon lord main hall. "Lord Sherlock," Bruce said while Sherlock was resting his eyes. Sherlock replied. "Lord Sherlock, don't you have a plan? The ancient god's army is watching you closely. According to your belief, the Devil Management Committee isn't very reliable. You subdued 2 of Michelangelo's subordinates and captured the highest-ranking commander of the ancient god's army. There's also a creature who can revive Michelangelo in Evelyn's body. If it were another creature in your shoes, they would be a nervous wreck. But you aren't perturbed. You are even playing in a game tournament daily. I must say you have some skills." Sherlock opened his eyes and said, "Yes, I've said that it's not my problem. My attack damage carry is so strong. How could there be a problem? I'm not referring to the League of Legends, Lord Sherlock." Bruce said, "What plans do you have? Do I have to give orders to fulfill your plans? Invade the prison of the ancient gods and kill them before killing the 7 devils of the Devil Management Committee? What do you think of my plan?" Sherlock didn't look like he was joking. Bruce said excitedly, "You're indeed Lord Sherlock. You have such a comprehensive plan. Don't worry, I'll let the gamers fulfill your plan. As long as they can damage the ancient gods and the devils, it shouldn't be much of a problem for them." Bruce was very confident in the gamers. He suggested occupying Winterfell as the base for arming and training the gamers. That was the first step in conquering the world. But Sherlock wasn't interested in Bruce's ambition. After Bruce expressed his ambition and plan in great detail, he suddenly remembered something and said to Sherlock, "Yes, Lord Sherlock, Tencent has been sending you messages. Have you seen them?" "What messages?" Sherlock asked bewilderedly. He wasn't concerned with Tencent's messages. "It's about their intention to collaborate with us to promote the dungeon game. They want to invest in the first national invitational tournament." The computer before Sherlock started running, and Sherlock opened the document that Bruce was talking about. The document was sent by Tencent and contained details of collaboration and future plans. The important points were the promotion of the open beta and setting up overseas gaming servers. Sherlock was interested in the first national invitational tournament. It wasn't an international tournament because Dungeon didn't have international gamers. All of the current gamers were from an Asian country. National invitational tournament? Are the other world's gamers able to take part? Just like League of Legends? Sherlock asked after pondering. Besides the gamers killing each other in the wilderness and the guild wars in the arena, he didn't expect that the gamers could fight against each other in a tournament. I think it's more like a World of Warcraft tournament. It's not as good as League of Legends. As the only game of its kind, I feel that if we organize a national invitational tournament, it'll spur the gamers' motivation. Before the start of the open beta, the tournament will increase our prestige. Once we take over Yggdrasil and can provide sufficient mana, we can invite more gamers to participate in our open beta. This sounds interesting. Send a letter to Tencent and express our interest. Let them do detailed planning, Sherlock said as he shut down his computer. He leaned back in his chair, but Brew said, "Lord Sherlock, what about the Devil Management Committee and the Ancient Gods Army?" "I understand, I'll kill all of them tomorrow," Sherlock said half-heartedly. Chapter 478, Escape. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. At the northern court of the Merchant Alliance. A black court was located at a plain that was 10 days' journey north of Winterfell. The Merchant Alliance had set up a restricted zone that had a radius of 5 kilometers around the court. This was the Merchant Alliance's control center for the northern underworld. Only the highest judge and the highest-ranking administrative officials were stationed here. The 9 judges here held the most power in the Merchant Alliance. They formed the most powerful administrative group for dealing with administration, law, and military affairs. Sherlock knew one of the judges, Onion Head. As a former Winterfell dungeon lord who survived the petrification incident, he was promoted to be one of the most powerful 9 judges. It was due to his many years and diligence in managing Winterfell, as well as his excellent capability. And most importantly, he had money. In the Merchant Alliance, money was power. Anything could be bought with money. The Merchant Alliance related a creature's capability to their earning power. The newly appointed judge, Onion Head, was familiar with his work. Even his current office was decorated according to his office in Winterfell. Onion Head sat in his chair as he looked around. He felt as though he was still a dungeon lord. Now, he was one of the most powerful judges in the northern underworld. "Judge Onion Head, a creature would like to meet you, but he doesn't have an appointment." Just when Onion Head entered his office, a secretary knocked on his door and informed him. Who is it?" Onion Head asked, but he didn't allow the creature to come in. "He said he knows you. I told him that he can't meet you without an appointment, but he stood at the entrance and said that you'll meet him once you see this item." Onion Head stood up, bewildered. Then he opened the door, and the secretary passed him a strange badge that had the word Michelangelo on it. "Let him come in." Onion Head pondered for a while and said, "Keep this discreet." The secretary was taken aback, but he quickly went out. A sludge monster who was wearing a grey overcoat and a pair of shades came in. Though he was trying to disguise himself, anybody could recognize him as a sludge monster. "It has been a long time, Dungeon Lord Onion Head." "No, I should address you as Judge Onion Head." Onion Head felt as though the sludge monster knew him. He was puzzled, however, as he had never seen this sludge monster. He gestured for the secretary to leave, then invited the sludge monster to sit down. Onion Head didn't speak first. He was waiting for the sludge monster to state his intention and the reason he had Michelangelo's badge. "Dungeon Lord Onion Head." The sludge monster smiled knowingly and said, "This is all a karmic cycle. We can't ignore it. The final stage of the plan is being carried out. We need your help, Judge Onion Head." "Apologies, I think you might be mistaken. I don't intend to take part in any conspiracy or plan. I'm working for the Merchant Alliance." "I'm not a conspirator," Onionhead said as he fiddled with the badge and looked at the sludge monster. Really? Why did you let me in when you saw the badge of Michelangelo? The sludge monster took down his shades and placed them on the table. He smiled affably and said, Judge Onionhead is concerned about Michelangelo. The revival of Michelangelo is in progress. Onionhead was in disbelief. He said, How can it be? A group of strange humans, elves, and fairies with green symbols above their heads appeared in York Territory. They ran around in the villages of the York Territory while wearing the confident smiles of a victor. The gamers of Victoria City made every creature in the York Territory tremble. They would enter and ransack the homes of the villagers, but they didn't take anything. Instead, they would complain, Why aren't there any pieces of equipment? A potion would suffice. Only the luxurious clothes, furniture, ornaments, and equipment of the nobles were taken away by the gamers. A villager tried to offer an old hen to a Victorian officer in order to obtain the chance to join the troops of Victoria City. It was flatly declined. The gamers didn't keep the old hen. They waved their hands and said, I can't accept the chicken god. The entire village will come after me. The Victorian officer was actually a guild chairman. When he entered the villages, many guild members would follow him. To the villages, he looked like an officer. As the poor villages had nothing of value to the gamers, it looked like the gamers didn't pillage them. The image of the gamers of Victoria City was elevated in the eyes of the commoners. The officials spread rumors that the gamers were bandits that destroyed their homeland. To the villagers, it was untrue. Only the rich nobles were in trouble. The pillaging only lasted for a few days. The gamers found that it was useless to run around the villages and the York Territory. That was because they were unable to return to Victoria City rapidly and obtain their daily missions. Hence, they were unable to get rewards and reputation points. The gamers had to go to the Crossroad Intersection Outpost to obtain the relevant reputation points. If the gamers stayed in the York Territory, they would be unable to complete the missions at the Crossroad Intersection Outpost and would lose out in terms of reputation points. There were few gamers of Victoria City that could exchange their loot for reputation points and rewards. However, even if they pillaged a lot of furniture and equipment, it couldn't be compared to the rewards provided by Sherlock. Moreover, the revival point was far away. If they died during exploration, the equipment would be lost in the wilderness. Not many gamers were able to retrieve their equipment or redeem their equipment at the Freedom Cities. The competition among the gamers was intense, especially the guild wars and the fighting in the wilderness. More and more gamers chose to return to Victoria City and the Crossroad Intersection Outpost to complete their missions, as these places had more game content. Some gamers were passionate about exploration. They discovered that the surface world map was much larger than they thought. There were many different nobles. To the gamers, these nobles were the different factions that they could interact with. Not many gamers could survive the exploration, but there were a few lucky and capable gamers who made it. A few gamers contacted the outside nobles. Due to the gamers' victory in the York Territory, the powerful combat prowess of the gamers spread like wildfire in the kingdom. The gamers contacted the nobles and agreed to let their guild members work for the nobles in exchange for money and equipment. More and more nobles tried all sorts of ways to recruit these miraculous mercenaries that were very affordable. A baron was lucky to recruit many gamers of Victoria City. The baron's territory was next to the York Territory. The situation was tense. The baron was fighting with his nephew, who was the neighboring baron, for succession of the territory. His nephew usurped his title. Though the baron's power was inferior to that of his nephew, he didn't intend to give up. He managed to recruit 100 warriors of Victoria City. During the battle, the 100 warriors brought along hundreds of gamers of Victoria City to participate in the battle. The courageous Victorians defeated the army of his nephew. When the gamers appeared on the battlefield screaming, the green symbols above their heads scared off most of the enemies. Those were the warriors of Victoria City. Their notoriety was enough to scare off most people. During the battle at the York territory, it was said that they could break deep into the enemy's skull and eat the enemy's eyeballs while smiling. They could play chess while cutting up their arms for treatment. Some people described them as monsters who could hail the winds and rain. They wore tattered clothing while releasing unimaginable mana. There was even an ugly and naked creature who wielded a metal hammer while emitting sacred light. How could that be human? It was too terrifying. More and more nobles became fascinated with the warriors of Victoria City. This strange power was in a war with King Potato II, who declared he would be using his military might to take back the York territory. It wasn't a problem to recruit the warriors of Victoria City discreetly. Nobody knew when the king's army would attack Victoria City. Perhaps the king would use his money to bribe them? The reputation of Victoria City was at its peak. Golden-haired George rode his horse and wandered tiredly in the forest. He had nothing warm to eat for 2 days, only eating worms and the rabbits that he caught. He didn't dare to barbecue the rabbit, afraid the smoke would attract the attention of the Victorians. He wouldn't be lucky enough to escape. George's temperament had been tempered by his defeats under the Victorians. His troops were killed by their attrition tactic. The reinforcements of the counts were also annihilated by the same tactic. Their fate was similar to his. During the final stage of the battle, when they intended to escape, they were surrounded by the warriors of Victoria City. They didn't know when they were besieged, but all of their escape routes were blocked. It was an unforgettable defeat. George could only escape on horseback and abandon his master, the Duke of York. His pride and confidence had been shattered by the Victorians. The once formidable knight was now down and out. After ensuring that there was nobody around, George heaved a sigh of relief. He secured his horse to a tree branch and dismounted, then sat down against a tree trunk. He picked a blade of grass and put it into his mouth to chew. He didn't have anything to eat. He wasn't eating the grass, but the chewing made him feel satiated. That was what his teacher taught him. The previously well-off George didn't expect to use such knowledge. He looked frantically for prey to fill his stomach. At that moment, he heard movements in the trees. Was there prey for him? He quickly stood up and grasped the hilt of his sword as he looked warily at the trees in front. He thought it was a small animal, but from its movement, its size was huge. Was it a tiger? But there shouldn't be any tigers nearby. Perhaps it was the Victorians? He wasn't sure whether he should flee. From the sounds, there were at most 2 people. When the sounds got closer, he was sure there was only a person on horseback. George decided to kill off this pursuer. If the pursuer survived, he would reveal his location to more warriors of Victoria City. George grasped his sword as he hid behind a tree trunk. He had thought of many methods to kill the pursuer when he passed by. George was confident in his own combat prowess. However, his plan was wrecked. When the pursuer rode his horse by, George swung his long sword and slashed at the person's upper body. According to his estimate, he could avoid the horse while the long sword would slit the person's throat. It was only his wishful thinking. When the horse passed by George's position, he swung his blade at the rider, but the rider evaded the attack and rolled down off the horse. The rider unsheathed his weapon and slashed at George, who parried instinctively. When George was about to counterattack, he was taken aback. That was the defeated Count Steamed Dumpling. "It's you!" The 2 of them looked at each other dejectedly and yelled in astonishment. Steamed Dumpling's horse was secured next to George's horse. They sat together by the tree trunk, grabbed some grass, and chewed it in their mouths. They shared their escape experience. During the chaotic battle, they rode on their horses to break out of the Victorian siege. They then entered the forest to cast off their pursuers. "Where do you intend to go?" George looked at Steamed Dumpling and asked. "I don't know. I'll escape from the York territory first before making other plans." Steamed Dumpling lowered his head and replied earnestly. "It's going to be difficult. I thought of escaping the York territory, but there were bounty notices for capturing us. The guards who were loyal to the king defected to the new Duke of York and Queen Victoria. If the guards spot us, they'll capture and even kill us. George said, I just escaped from the town. What good plans do you have? Steamed Dumpling asked with concern. George was a knight who grew up in the York territory, and he was familiar with the area. He was definitely more familiar with the York territory than Steamed Dumpling. George nodded and pointed to a direction as he said, We'll go in the direction of Victoria City. Not many warriors of Victoria City can be found along the way. We'll escape from there. Chapter 479, Prisoner. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. There were lots of dangerous beasts hidden in the dark forest, but Steamed Dumpling and George continued to walk for a long period of time without seeing any beasts. They didn't even see any small animals. As they approached Victoria City, it became apparent that there were no small animals, not even small rabbits. Did the warriors of Victoria City eat all the animals? George said jokingly. Steamed Dumpling didn't expect George to joke. After all, they had gone through life and death and hadn't yet reached a safe place. Who knew when there would be Victorians appearing? Steamed Dumpling didn't respond. George felt that his joke was inappropriate, so he remained silent as he led the way. When they ventured deeper into the forest, the frequency that George stopped to find paths became longer. To evade the Victorians, George didn't use the usual paths. He chose deserted paths that made him lose his way. George was lost, but he didn't tell Steamed Dumpling. He preferred escaping with a companion. He remained calm. Fortunately, the forest looked less dense. It seemed like they were going out of the forest. George couldn't ascertain his location, so he could only take it a step at a time. He couldn't possibly walk out of the king's territory. They didn't know that they had walked out of the king's territory and walked into the territory of Eternal Kingdom. To be precise, it was the stronghold that the gamers of Eternal Kingdom had built on the surface world. When they arrived at the edge of the forest, they hugged each other in excitement. They thought they would never walk out of the forest. They could even have been caught by the warriors of Victoria City. Sir George, thanks to you, I'm able to survive. Though the Duke of York has passed on, I believe the king will remember the Duke's contributions. I won't forget your help. Steamed Dumpling said excitedly as he looked at the barren surroundings. If they continued walking, they would enter hilly terrain. He asked, Sir George, do you know how to proceed from here? Let's go to the nearest town of the kingdom. George hesitated before speaking, actually, Strange sounds were heard from the forest behind. They became nervous, thinking the Victorians had caught up with them. It wasn't the first time they encountered such a situation. They dashed towards a huge rock by the side, but they didn't manage to hide their horses. The sounds came closer. When they were hidden, 4 to 5 people walked to their previous spots. I heard some sounds here. Someone was speaking the language of Victoria City. Dungeon language. What's that language? The officials said that it's the surface world common language, not the language of Victoria City. Dungeon language. As long as you can understand. Why are you so fussy about the details? Dungeon language. Stop chatting. Let's look around. Wait. There are 2 horses. Dungeon language. They found the 2 horses left by Steamed Dumpling and George. There were pieces of luggage on the back of the horses. Sweat was dripping down the forehead of Steamed Dumpling. He was hesitating about whether to escape. If the enemies rode the horses to pursue him, he wouldn't be able to escape. He should have ridden his horse and fled. As the enemies came stealthily, Steamed Dumpling didn't have the chance to react. Hence, he was trapped in this precarious situation. Steamed Dumpling regretted chatting with George. That was how he got into this mess. George was also looking grave. It was as though mixed clay had locked up his brows. Both of them held their breaths as the enemies led their horses away. The horses snorted uncomfortably, but they couldn't resist because of the rains. The enemies chatted with a strange language. Why are there only horses? We didn't see any of the gamers from Victoria City. Dungeon language. Aren't you happy with the horses? Isn't it better the gamers of Victoria City aren't here? We'll take their horses away. Dungeon language. Stop talking. Arthur and the rest are still waiting for us. Let's hurry back and help them with the trees. The gamers of Victoria City are busy pillaging the York territory. Let's make haste. If we're discovered by them, it will be troublesome. Dungeon language. The enemies seemed to be leaving, but the footsteps didn't sound right. They were approaching the hidden location of Steamed Dumpling and George. Steamed Dumpling panicked. He stood up and fled without looking back. George followed behind Steamed Dumpling. Whoever was slower would die. George ran closely behind Steamed Dumpling. They were blocked by a group of strange creatures. That was a group of orcs, gnomes, and houndhead men. George and Steamed Dumpling were dumbstruck. They had never seen such strange creatures. Orcs and gnomes hadn't appeared on the surface world for thousands of years, and the houndhead man was a strange and terrifying creature. They aren't citizens of Victoria City. They're NPCs. Dungeon language. That's golden-haired George and Count Steamed Dumpling. I saw photographs and videos of them. That's how they're being called if my memory serves me right. Dungeon language. Wait, George and Count Steamed Dumpling? Aren't they fugitives of Duke Guinevere? Dungeon language. Are you sure? Are they fugitives? If we capture them, can we exchange them for rewards with Guinevere? Dungeon language. How can a gamer of Eternal Kingdom obtain the rewards of Victoria City? Good idea. Aren't you afraid of being hacked to death when you enter Victoria City? Dungeon language. What you said makes sense. I'll be hacked even before meeting Guinevere. Dungeon language. The strange creatures were smiling and chatting while pointing at George and Steamed Dumpling. To George and Steamed Dumpling, they were more horrifying than the warriors of Victoria City. At least they could still communicate with the Victorians, but these creatures had never been seen before. Wait. Steamed Dumpling was taken aback. His education as a noble taught him about legendary creatures like the Underworld creatures. Thousands of years ago, Michelangelo led his army and tried to conquer the world. Even the surface world inhabitants heard of this legend before. The creatures that followed Michelangelo looked like what Steamed Dumpling and George saw now. Were these creatures from the Underworld? All the tunnels going into the Underworld were sealed according to legend. Why were there such creatures? Steamed Dumpling wasn't a staff member of the church or a savior of the world. He was fearful and wanted to escape. He turned around, but his escape route was blocked by the 4 orcs. The Underworld creatures started to chat. They spoke slowly as they got closer. They looked like they were going to capture Steamed Dumpling and George alive. With their numbers and size, Steamed Dumpling wouldn't be able to last 3 seconds against them. The axe of an orc was larger than Steamed Dumpling. Previously, the human world defeated the Underworld by using the power of sacred light. Steamed Dumpling was a knight, but he didn't possess the power. I'm Sir George from the Godly Kingdom. I don't know where you came from. If you can understand me, please go away. This forest is the territory of the Godly Kingdom. We have a powerful army nearby. If you're discovered, you'll be killed. George attempted to communicate with the creatures, but the gamers of Eternal Kingdom couldn't understand him. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom could use Mandarin to communicate with gamers of Victoria City, but it was impossible to communicate with the surface world's NPCs. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom chatted for a while and eventually decided to capture the 2 NPCs. They weren't sure if they could obtain the bounty, but it could be a strange encounter. Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom were 2 opposing factions. Perhaps, they could form an alliance with their prisoners. They thought of forming an alliance with the surface world's humans to fight against Victoria City. The gamers tried to communicate with George and Steamed Dumpling with their Underworld language, but they were unable to understand. The gamers resorted to body language to communicate. The gamers' patience wore thin as their communication efforts failed. Capture them first. Dungeon language. A gamer suggested as he extended his hand towards Steamed Dumpling and George to capture them. But George raised his long sword and severed the palm of the orc gamer. Though an orc's constitution was superior to a human, the flesh was unable to defend against metal. The palm of the orc flew high up, crimson blood splattering everywhere. The orc gamer didn't expect the two NPCs to fight back. Should the intelligent NPC not be surrendering and offering his equipment? Previously, when the gamers of Victoria City were fighting against the Knights of the Duke, that was how the knights surrendered. The knights offered their horses and equipment before being released. The gamers of Victoria City weren't interested in killing NPCs, as the NPCs could provide strange encounter missions. There were no reputation points or rewards for killing NPCs. The gamers only wanted equipment, so there was no reason for the gamers to kill the NPCs. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom had no intention to kill George and Steamed Dumpling, as they could provide strange encounter missions. In fact, NPCs were highly valued by the gamers. However, it was a different story if the NPCs retaliated. The gamers unsheathed their weapons and shouted aggressively. They dashed at George and Steamed Dumpling, who raised their long swords and fought back. As they thought they were going to die, George and Steamed Dumpling fought valiantly. Their combat skills were unparalleled. The gamers had no intention to kill the NPCs, so many of them were injured during the fight. Tens of gamers surrounded the NPCs in the fight. Finally, the odds were in the gamers' favor. George and Steamed Dumpling were powerful against normal humans, but they couldn't possibly fight against tens of orcs. The orcs weren't afraid of wounds and death. Moreover, Steamed Dumpling and George were exhausted after fleeing for a few days. Soon, George and Steamed Dumpling were fatigued. An orc dashed forward and swung his axe at George's shoulder. George closed his eyes as he awaited his death, but he heard a loud pom sound. The axe-wielding orc was knocked down by another orc who shouted at George. George didn't know what the orc was shouting about. The orc threw a spider silk rope at George that he had never seen before. The orc looked dominant. When he appeared, the creatures that attacked him stopped and stood by the side. George noticed that there were many orcs riding darting birds on a hill nearby. They were coming towards him. The orc leader made a gesture of tying up George and pointed at the rope on the ground before putting his hand on his neck and making a killing gesture. George understood that the orc leader wanted to humiliate him and tie him up before killing him. George was a knight. Though he was being pursued relentlessly by the Victorians, he would never kneel down and be killed by his enemies. He roared angrily and wanted to perish together with his enemies. He raised his long sword and slashed at the orc leader. If he was lucky, he could injure and take the orc leader hostage. He could have a chance to survive. He was hit on the back of the head and fell to the ground. The last thing he saw was Steamed Dumpling being pushed to the ground by another orc. It must have been an orc who hit him on the back of the head. The orc who was wielding two daggers was very weird. He was emitting strange lights as though he was enchanted by mana. The orc didn't attack him with the blades of his daggers. Instead, he used the hilt of a dagger to hit the back of George's head. The orc was muttering to himself, but George couldn't understand. His vision went black, and he fell to the ground. "What shall we do, Arthur?" Burning chest hair asked Arthur as he looked at the two fallen NPCs. Arthur wanted George and Steamed Dumpling to tie their own hands. He would then ensure that they weren't killed. But they misunderstood Arthur and attacked. It wasn't a problem, as the other gamers attacked both of them from behind. "Bring them back and ask Sherlock if there are any strange encounter missions. I feel that Sherlock will be interested in both of them," Arthur said. Chapter 480, Sherlock's Plan. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Steamed Dumpling and George weren't killed after being captured by a group of orcs. When both of them regained consciousness, they were tied to strange birds with 2 large legs. The birds looked like up-sized ostriches. George realized that he was the prisoner of these strange underworld creatures. His hands and legs were tied. His body was secured to the back of the darting bird, so he was unable to escape. The rope that bound him was made of spider silk. Even huge dire wolves and ogres were unable to break free of the rope. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom discovered that George had regained consciousness. They gathered and chatted before Arthur came over. Arthur tried body language to communicate with the prisoners, but they were unable to understand him. Arthur gave up trying to communicate using body language. George looked at his surroundings. There were rocks everywhere, similar to a cave. Strange vines wrapped around the sides of the rocks and glowed. The illumination from the vines wasn't as bright as the surface world's sun. Arthur and his companions were escorting the NPCs back to the Crossroad Intersection Outpost and to Eternal Kingdom via the teleport portal. Arthur wanted to inform Lord Sherlock that they had captured the 2 NPCs and see if they had triggered any strange encounter missions. Arthur had considered handing the prisoners to Duke Guinevere, but he decided not to since he was sure they would be attacked by the gamers of Victoria City. They were from opposing factions, so they would attack on sight. There were no secrets among the gamers. News of the capture of George and Steamed Dumpling by the Pioneer Alliance spread on the discussion forum, and the gamers of Victoria City tried to get back their NPCs by attacking the Pioneer Alliance. However, the guild members of the Pioneer Alliance and its allies helped to fight the gamers of Victoria City. There were only a few conflicts. They spent most of their time searching for the whereabouts of the Pioneer Alliance. The dungeon was too large. Arthur and his companions brought along the 2 NPCs and snuck into the Crossroad Intersection Outpost. When they entered the safe zone, the gamers of Victoria City were unable to do anything. How exhausting! We haven't gone offline for 2 days. Peasant led a pair of darting birds and the orcs into the Crossroad Intersection Outpost. He was relieved. He was in charge of leading the team with the 2 NPCs. The other guild members were responsible for distracting the attention of the opposing gamers. Arthur, Not Wearing Pants, and Sylvanas were notable gamers. Most of the opposing gamers were watching them. Peasant was rather low profile, so he was suitable for the escorting task. When the 2 NPCs were brought to Eternal Kingdom, numerous gamers came to watch. They had watched videos of Lancelot, but it was their first time seeing NPCs that were involved in the plot of Victoria City. Especially when the 2 NPCs could help develop the subsequent plot. The gamers were curious about what kind of strange encounter missions they would bring. They followed Arthur and his companions to the Dungeon Lord main hall. Sherlock had already learned about it a few days ago, but he didn't stop the gamers. When Sherlock walked out of the Dungeon Lord main hall, he raised his hand and made George and Steamed Dumpling fall into a deep sleep. Sherlock gave Arthur and his companions generous rewards like equipment, game currency, and reputation points. He had no intention of interrogating the 2 NPCs. Instead, he gave Arthur and his companions a new mission. That was to find a chance to free George and Steamed Dumpling. Arthur was puzzled by the game plot. Why did he have to free them when they had just captured the NPCs? If Sherlock wanted to attack Victoria City or the surface world, he should be interrogating the 2 NPCs or subverting them. But Sherlock didn't explain. He only reminded Arthur and his companions to follow his orders. The game system displayed the corresponding notice before the gamers. Mission title: Release Golden-Haired George and Count Steamed Dumpling. Mission description: Lord Sherlock isn't interested in George and Count Steamed Dumpling. He thinks that both of them are wasting his food in Eternal Kingdom. It's better to release them back to the surface world and let them spread the name of Eternal Kingdom. Then the surface world's humans will tremble in fear. Mission objective: escort George and Steamed Dumpling to the surface world without being stopped by other gamers. Mission reward: the participating gamers can obtain equipment, game currency, and reputation points. The mission rewards were generous, so Arthur didn't reject the mission. Sherlock surely had his reasons for sending the NPCs back to the surface world. Arthur would understand Sherlock's intentions 2 days later. Lord Sherlock declared war on Queen Victoria, and Queen Victoria reciprocated. The leaders of the opposing factions didn't have an epic start to the war, but the gamers thought that it was only a matter of time. Everything went according to Sherlock's plan. In the castle of Victoria City. Sherlock, I can't understand why you won't let me attack the king or help me attack the king. Instead, you're starting a military exercise with me. What's this about? Queen Victoria sat in her chair. 2 days ago, she declared war on Eternal Kingdom. She was going to lead her people to destroy the evil Eternal Kingdom. But now, she was sitting with Lord Sherlock and sipping jasmine red tea while he was having bloody chrysanthemum tea. We don't want to be attacked by the king. It's not the time to conquer the world. I believe that your aim isn't to just occupy the humans' territory. Our final aim is to attack the heavenly kingdom. Lilo, don't forget, Sherlock said casually. The declaration of war was part of Sherlock's plot. The existence of Victoria City had been exposed. According to Lilo's character, she would be attacking all of the human cities. She wasn't a decadent angel who could restrain herself. She also wouldn't consider the complexity of the human world's politics. Instead, she would use brute force to deal with all of the problems. She usurped the York territory of the godly kingdom without thinking and intended to launch a full-scale war with the kingdom. Sherlock didn't intend to interfere with the affairs of Victoria City, but the city was providing Eternal Kingdom with precious resources. He wanted Victoria City to exist peacefully. Moreover, he had just discovered Yggdrasil. He wanted to make use of Victoria City to control Yggdrasil. He couldn't afford Victoria City to be a warring city, as the fairies hated humans who were belligerent. If he wanted to interact with the fairies, it was important for Victoria City to have a good name. For example, the Surface World's Savior or Shield of Faith. These titles were pretty good. Hence, Victoria City had to defeat the evil creatures of Eternal Kingdom. The fairies hated the underworld creatures the most. If Victoria City could stop the invasion of the underworld, then the godly kingdom would have no reason to attack Victoria City. The fairies would also have a good impression of Victoria City. Sherlock wouldn't give up his plan, which killed 2 birds with 1 stone. This would also provide new game content to the gamers. After some observation, Sherlock was supportive of the PvP fighting among the gamers. Of course, he wouldn't tell all of that to Lilo. This is to train the combat power of the warriors. To fight against the heavenly kingdom, their pitiful combat power isn't enough. I feel that there's too little interaction with Victoria City, and more interaction is needed. This is to build up their rapport with each other when we lead the gamers of Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom to attack the heavenly kingdom. What do you think? Sherlock didn't have to obtain Lilo's opinion since she had already followed his request and declared war on Eternal Kingdom. When is the military exercise? What's the location? Lilo asked. I'm here for a detailed discussion, Sherlock said to Lilo. The battle between the opposing factions must have a plot animation. Sherlock was well aware of that. The gamers were anticipating a showdown between Lord Sherlock and Queen Victoria. The start of the war would be the battle between Sherlock and Lilo. It wasn't a real fight but a performance for the gamers to watch. Based on the prestige of Sherlock and Lilo, they had to create epic effects like explosions and total mayhem to show off their prowess. Hence, Sherlock had to discuss the creation of the effects with Lilo. Then he had to arrange for the gamers of Eternal Kingdom to attack Victoria City viciously while the gamers of Victoria City defended the world against waves of evil creatures. Queen Victoria wouldn't be the one to tell the world about the feats of Victoria City. Sherlock arranged for George and Steamed Dumpling to do that. That was the reason Sherlock was letting George and Steamed Dumpling go. George sat in his prison while trying hard to stay awake. The back of his skull was still painful. The orc used great force to hit the back of his skull with his dagger's hilt. George wasn't in a good mental state these few days. It was a miracle that he wasn't clubbed to death. He was in a daze due to the injury to the back of his skull. He was hazy about the battles that occurred when he was being escorted to Eternal Kingdom. Occasionally, when he was conscious, he would be told of how the Victorians tried to attack the orcs who captured him. He didn't know why the Victorians wanted to get him back from the orcs, but it was obviously not for the bounty. He thought it was the hatred of the surface world's races towards the underworld creatures. Both George and Steamed Dumpling cherished their lives, while the Victorians didn't care about their lives. They were more concerned about honor. Steamed Dumpling thought he would be freed from the orcs, but the Victorians didn't defeat the underworld creatures. The attacks of the Victorians were neutralized. Then both of them arrived at an unknown stronghold. They were kept in cages that were covered with thick skin blankets, so Steamed Dumpling wasn't able to observe the surroundings. He only knew that they went through a teleport portal with the orcs and arrived at a huge dungeon. The size and grandiose nature of the dungeon made him gape in astonishment. Steamed Dumpling didn't expect to see such a prosperous underground city. Eternal Kingdom was far more prosperous than the Duke's castle. This was the result of the effort of the gamers and Sherlock's generous development. Eternal Kingdom was no longer the abandoned dungeon that it once was. Steamed Dumpling wanted to survive, so he thought about how to escape. Looking at the bustling dungeon, it was impossible to flee. Since the underworld creatures had discovered the tunnel to the surface world, they could attack the surface world very soon. From his observations, the underworld creatures had most likely started their attacks on the surface world and encountered the fearless Victorians. After all, Victoria City was built near the entrance of the tunnels. That was how the warriors of Victoria City and the underworld creatures fought until now. Why did the Victorians not ask for help? Steamed Dumpling was puzzled. If they announced the news of the underworld creatures, the human kingdoms would definitely send help. Even the church would send people to help them fight against the underworld creatures. Though humans weren't very united, there at least wouldn't be things like the Duke of York attacking Victoria City. If Victoria City was the stronghold that was resisting the underworld creatures, then the Duke of York might have even sent money. Nobody wanted the underworld creatures to appear on the surface world. Memories of the Great Devil and his evil minions who almost conquered the world thousands of years ago were still remembered. There were still legends and stories of the horrifying underworld and the Great Devil. If Victoria City was attacked during this time, the attackers would be subjected to diplomatic and military sanctions by other nobles. These weren't the things to be considered by Steamed Dumpling. He couldn't even ensure his survival. He sighed as he leaned his head against the cold wall. He didn't expect to be in such a state. He wasn't a hero that fought against the underworld creatures. Instead, he had become their prisoner. Chapter 481, Righteous Battle. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Steamed Dumpling was wallowing in his unfortunate situation when he heard footsteps. Metal shoes scraped the floor, and the caw-caw sounds made him uneasy. He could clearly hear the voices of the orcs, gnomes, and hound-head men outside. He didn't know the time, but the creatures outside didn't need to rest. Steamed Dumpling found that it was always noisy outside regardless of whether he was sleeping or awake. He had only been kept there for 2 days. There was neither a clock nor sunshine, so he had no grasp of time and could only guess whether it was day or night. A creature got close to the prison entrance, causing Steamed Dumpling to lift up his head in the darkness. He recognized the orc leader, Arthur, who caught him and George. The orc stood before the prison and used his hand to signal opening the door and 2 fingers to indicate walking. George looked at the orc's actions as well, but neither of them knew what Arthur was doing. Read more new novels on. Is he trying to open the door and let us escape? George asked bewilderedly. Steamed Dumpling shook his head and said, they captured us with great effort just to let us escape? I don't think so. He's opening the door and letting us follow him. Where are we going? Steamed Dumpling shook his head. He didn't know where the orc was taking them. Arthur opened the cage and gestured for them to come out. George and Steamed Dumpling understood the gesture. As prisoners, they had no choice. Though they were reluctant to do as the orc said, they walked out of the cage with their heavy fetters. Arthur followed behind. They passed through a plaza that was full of gamers. Under the gazes of the strange creatures, they walked to the teleport portal main hall. Arthur and his guild members were escorting them. They didn't have to worry about gamers attacking them. Unless George and Steamed Dumpling attacked the gamers, they couldn't kill them. That was Bruce's arrangement. They followed Arthur, entered the teleport portal, and arrived at the crossroad intersection outpost. Other Pioneer Alliance members were already waiting for them. The members greeted Arthur and started chatting. George and Steamed Dumpling didn't understand the dungeon language. However, they understood the surface world's language. They didn't have the chance to observe the crossroad intersection outpost clearly last time. This time, they surveyed the environment. Besides the creatures from the underworld, there were Victorians. It was obvious that there was a clear demarcation of the underworld side and Victoria's side. Why do the surface world's humans, fairies, and elves live peacefully with the underworld creatures in the same city? Steamed Dumpling was unable to understand. A small group of humans walked to them and used strange language to chat with the underworld creatures. The language sounded like dragon language. That was the gamers' Mandarin language that they used in real life. Though Steamed Dumpling didn't understand their language, he could see that they were nervous. They weren't friendly towards each other. In fact, there was some animosity. The Victorians must have been building their outpost there to fight against the underworld creatures. After they finished talking, Arthur pushed the two NPCs forward before leaving with his members. George and Steamed Dumpling were now in the hands of the Victorians. If it were a few days ago, the gamers of Victoria City would be happy to bring George and Steamed Dumpling back for a bounty. However, because Queen Victoria declared war on Eternal Kingdom 2 days ago, the bounty for the two of them was removed. According to Duke Guinevere, who was under orders from Queen Victoria, it was the critical time to fight against Eternal Kingdom. They needed the help of George and Steamed Dumpling. "Welcome, both of you. We meet again." George and Steamed Dumpling were relieved to be in the company of humans again. They would rather be captives of the Victorians who look similar to them. "Though we're your prisoners, we would like to know what's happening," George said to the humans. The gamers didn't expect the prisoners to ask questions. The gamers only received a mission to come to the crossroad intersection outpost and escort the prisoners to see Queen Victoria. "How would I know? The underworld creatures just handed both of you to us. Previously, they fought to prevent us from capturing both of you, and now, they are giving both of you up. Queen Victoria would like to see you. Follow me." The human gamers didn't treat George and Steamed Dumpling like prisoners, and they weren't tied up. Their weapons were even given back to them. The journey from the crossroad intersection outpost to the surface world wasn't safe. They could be attacked by underworld creatures or wandering beasts. It would be a pity if the NPCs died. By returning their weapons to them, the NPCs would be able to defend themselves. The escort team left the crossroad intersection outpost and walked towards Victoria City. After 2 hours, George and Steamed Dumpling arrived at the legendary Victoria City. They were attacked in the Victoria Forest by the gamers, so it was their first time seeing Victoria City. They were deeply astonished. The inhabitants of Victoria City were living in extreme hardship. The houses weren't cramped, the roads were flat and straight, and the appearance was pleasing. However, the quality of the roads and houses were inferior. The materials used were crude. The roads were muddy, and some of the roads were patched with stone slabs. However, it was a small number. The gamers were busy pillaging the York territory and exploring the various cities, so they didn't have time to build the infrastructure for Victoria City. Among the dilapidated buildings, there was a strange castle that was made of tree branches and leaves. The craftsmanship of the castle was incredible. This was the residence of Queen Victoria. George and Steamed Dumpling didn't know why, but they were nervous. They were never so nervous when meeting the Duke of York. The decorations outside the castle were appealing, but it was ordinary looking inside the castle. There were no luxurious decorations. The gamers pillaged a lot of items from the Duke's castle, but they didn't offer them to Queen Victoria. She didn't bother with such items anyway. The three hamsters waited for George and Steamed Dumpling in the castle. Beside the hamsters was Lancelot. After traveling all over the place, they had returned to Victoria City. Steamed Dumpling sighed while Lancelot remained silent. He turned around and opened the door before saying, "Queen Victoria is inside. Follow me." George and Steamed Dumpling followed the three hamsters and Lancelot into the room. Inside the room, Lancelot went to the innermost chamber and knocked on the door, saying, "Your Highness, I have brought the people that you would like to see." The chamber door opened, revealing a young girl sitting on a wooden chair behind a table. The young girl looked 13 or 14 years old. Was this young girl Queen Victoria? From her age, she looked too young. It was hard to figure out how a young girl could lead the warriors of Victoria City and fight against the Duke of York. After Steamed Dumpling witnessed Queen Victoria's appearance and charisma, he found her to be sweet and cute, but her dominant aura made her aloof. She had the charisma of a powerful ruler. "Your Highness." Lancelot bowed to Lilo and retreated to the side. Steamed Dumpling and George bowed to Lilo as well. George had seen Lilo before, but Steamed Dumpling hadn't. This was his first time meeting Queen Victoria. "Let's be frank. I intend to attack Eternal Kingdom, but I'm fighting with King Potato 2 of the Godly Kingdom. I've decided to let both of you warn King Potato 2 not to make trouble. Otherwise, I'll kill him." Steamed Dumpling and George gaped in shock, not responding for a long time. How could they convey such a message to the king? They learned from the Victorians that the underworld creatures came from Eternal Kingdom dungeon. Queen Victoria was going to fight against the underworld creatures, but she was condescending towards the king. If they conveyed her original message, it would worsen the situation, and the king would be unlikely to help Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria had nothing else to say, so she waved her hand to dismiss George and Steamed Dumpling. Lancelot knew Queen Victoria very well. He didn't give George and Steamed Dumpling a chance to speak, immediately leading them out of the castle. At the castle entrance, he said to them, "Like you heard, Queen Victoria has no intention of harming you. We're going to war with Eternal Kingdom. Tell your king about the war and request help. We are fighting for all humans and races of light and freedom." Lancelot spoke with pride. He didn't expect to serve such a great queen. She might be strange at times and bold enough to declare war on the Godly Kingdom, but Lancelot felt that she was aggressive and could only be satisfied by winning wars. However, it wasn't the case. Queen Victoria was able to do things that other people couldn't. She was going to fight against the horrifying underworld creatures courageously. Lancelot was filled with pride and walked with his head held high. He believed the war with the underworld would go into the annals of history. He would be the first member of Victoria City to fight against the underworld. When George and Steamed Dumpling were about to leave, the three hamsters brought 2 horses to them. The gamers who were watching by the side raised a ruckus. A huge pair of wings were opened, and a figure descended from the sky. A figure with wings was either an angel or a devil. It was a devil. A superior devil. The devil extended his bat wings and descended rapidly, landing at the plaza of Victoria City. The gamers of Victoria City wanted to get closer, but they were unable to move because they entered plot animation mode. The gamers began shouting, "Oh my God! It's Shirley! Quick, come over her! The plot is starting! The faction war is starting! Shirley is here to declare war! It could be an idle comedic drama! Look how close Shirley is with the Queen! They declared war previously, and now they are going to fight! And yet, You're saying it's good? The chatting of the gamers stopped because the plot animation mode engulfed the entirety of Victoria City. Every gamer was watching the plot. What a delicious lunch! After so many years, the surface world's races are still just as tasty. Sherlock revealed his sharp fangs. He smiled as he looked around and said, I heard that you're the ones blocking my army's advance to the surface world. Are you called Victorians? You, weak humans, are overestimating your capabilities. I'll kill every one of you. Sherlock raised his hand, and brilliant death rays shot out from his palm, instantly killing the surrounding gamers. The gamers were killed during the plot before they could do anything. Those who perished weren't penalized with a deduction of reputation points or a loss of equipment. After Sherlock had killed hundreds of gamers, Lancelot dashed forward and raised his long sword. He wanted to fight against the devil. Who would expect a devil to appear out of the blue? There were no signs or advance warning. Lancelot couldn't afford to consider much. He had to stop the devil before he caused more damage. Lancelot's power was far inferior to that of Sherlock, who raised his hand and knocked Lancelot's weapon away. Sherlock then stomped Lancelot under his foot, but he didn't take his life. Brave knight, it's not time to be a hero. Just then, 3 hamsters appeared and shouted bravely. Evil devil, release our Count Glamorgan. Do you think you can harm Count Glamorgan? We won't let you do it. Lord Sherlock, what are we eating? Palm. Before Fat Otaku finished talking, Sherlock punched him on the head. Fat Otaku collapsed to the ground. You dare to appear in my territory? Sherlock, we will have a decisive battle. When George and Steamed Dumpling were hesitating about whether they were going to fight the powerful devil, Queen Victoria walked out from her castle. She was wearing a cute western dress while holding a black pike. Queen Victoria looked grave as she pointed the tip of the pike at Sherlock. He didn't let down his guard even though Queen Victoria was only a 13-year-old girl. Instead, he looked warily at Queen Victoria. Your Highness, I thought you weren't in Victoria City. Since you're present, our battle will stop here, Sherlock said courteously to Lilo while he kicked Lancelot to the side. That wasn't an insult, as his opponent was a superior devil. If you're willing to leave, it's a good thing for you. We'll meet on the battlefield again, Sherlock. Queen Victoria wasn't willing to start a fight with the devil, who nodded and flew away. Why did a devil appear boldly on the surface world? Why was the church not doing anything? According to logic, the church should be able to detect the appearance of evil creatures on the surface world. George didn't know that Sherlock had obtained Samael's precious stone, which could disguise the scent of a devil. That was why Sherlock could expand from the underworld dungeon to the surface world. Victoria City was built using the precious stone. The decadent angel Lilo wasn't discovered by the church because of the power of the precious stone. Sherlock left, but a deadly silence pervaded Victoria City. George and Steamed Dumpling didn't know that the silence was due to Lilo's dominance. They thought the Victorians were cowering under the dominance of Sherlock because they felt it too. Were the devil and his army going to invade the surface world? Nobody knew, but they were very clear on one thing. When the day came, they would fight for the races of light and freedom. They would fight with Victoria City. Lancelot, I apologize for our attacks against you. George extended his hand to pull up Lancelot. Then, he said, I didn't know that you were fighting against such horrifying creatures. The deceased Duke of York only thought of his selfish gains. I'll stand by your side. I'll report the devil's attack on Victoria City to the godly kingdom. Steamed Dumpling said to Lancelot, our clans will always support you to fight these vile creatures. You'll get the support of the counts. Steamed Dumpling rode on his warhorse as he nodded at Lancelot and said, whatever conflict we had previously, we should unite and fight against evil. I'll seek reinforcements, brave Victorian. Steamed Dumpling and George had changed their opposing attitudes to respect and admiration. The Victorians were such brave people. The times had changed, and the world's situation was getting dire. Chapter 482, version 0.39 update log. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. Have you read the news on the discussion forum? The latest plot videos of Victoria City. I watched them. The game visuals are awesome. Shirley's a bit weak. He retreated the moment Lilo appeared. That's embarrassing. I'll definitely massacre the Victorians. That's pretty awesome. A few hundred gamers of Victoria City who were watching by the side died instantly. Fortunately, their equipment was left intact. The plot in Victoria City is exciting. I feel like going to Victoria City. Don't think about it before the open beta. The quota for Victoria City is full. You can't change your faction. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom were discussing the plot in Victoria City. The game official published a new announcement. Version 0.39 update log. After 3 rounds of beta testing, we have refined the various manners of gameplay and improved the gaming experience. We are updating to version 0.39. In this version, gamers can experience new gameplay and experiences. We are introducing the much anticipated Faction War. Faction War isn't the conflict among gamers in the wilderness. There will be many missions and many NPCs joining the battle campaign. Gamers of Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom will be fighting for their factions and interests, and the gamers of the winning faction will obtain generous rewards. We have created the new scene map, the York Territory. The gamers of Victoria City have occupied the York Territory. They can enter the territory via the teleport portal. We have created ample space, towns, and interactive NPCs. Gamers can experience new gameplay in the territory. We updated new gameplay, commerce system. Gamers can now obtain commerce missions to transport goods to designated locations. There will be reputation points and game currency for rewards. We updated new equipment, set equipment of Duke of York. We created the set equipment from the Duke's Knights and Warriors. There are 3 item sets, 6 item sets, and 9 item sets of equipment, each with different effects. Gamers can try out the effects in the game. We updated a new NPC, golden-haired George. He was a powerful knight of the Duke of York. He was defeated by the gamers of Victoria City. His confidence is greatly shaken. He is the likely candidate for the development of the Faction War. We updated a new NPC, Count Steamed Dumpling. He was a count under the Duke of York. He fought against Victoria City, so he is now exiled, and a bounty was placed on his head by the current Duke. Due to the Faction War, Victoria City will most likely dismiss the bounty placed on his head. He is like the candidate for developing the Faction War. We updated a new power, Godly Kingdom. We don't know much about this kingdom. The Duke of York of the Godly Kingdom was killed by the warriors of Victoria City. As such, there is great animosity between Victoria City and the Godly Kingdom. Due to the battle between Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom, it is likely that the Godly Kingdom will support Victoria City. How long can such a fragile alliance last? Nobody knows. Gamers have to find out more about the Godly Kingdom themselves. We updated a new NPC, Tomato, the previous Chief Imperial Guard of the Godly Kingdom, who is now a fugitive. He is the NPC who provided Dragonborn with the Strange Encounter mission and is now Dragonborn's teacher. Tomato and Dragonborn are now imprisoned in the Fairies' Forest. The Yggdrasil was discovered during Dragonborn's Strange Encounter mission. We updated a new NPC, the new Duke of York, Guinevere. The previous Duke of York was defeated by the gamers of Victoria City. Guinevere is now the Duke of York. We updated a new crisis, Faction War. The current crisis level is 0%. As both factions start to prepare for conflict, the crisis level will escalate to 100%. Then, a full-scale faction war will break out. We updated a new bug, both Steamed Dumpling and George can't be attacked. Gamers who try to stop them will be disappointed. We have provided a wild card. If you notice any new updates that we haven't covered, feel free to create update posts on the discussion forum. Thank you for your support. In the future, we will provide more gameplay. In the coming open beta, gamers can participate in more competitive tournaments. We are still looking for suitable companies for collaboration. If you want to recommend yourself, leave a message on the official discussion forum. Our administrator will give you a reply immediately. The gamers supported the new updates. Every time there were new updates, the gamers would be happy as though they were celebrating a festival. The gamers were anticipating the start of the faction war. In order to start the faction war campaign, the gamers from both sides tried their best to harm each other. Arthur's stronghold on the surface world was attacked by the gamers of Victoria City. More and more gamers of Victoria City built their strongholds in the Underworld so that they could attack Eternal Kingdom with ease. The whole situation became very chaotic, but the gamers were having fun. After doing their daily missions, they could choose to challenge an instance dungeon or participate in PK fights. They could also obtain equipment from PK fights, so the rewards were similar to challenging an instance dungeon. A rich gamer of Eternal Kingdom was killed by many gamers of Victoria City, and all of his blue superior equipment was lost. If he wasn't rich, he would have quit the game in despair. Chapter 483, Conquest of Crossroad Intersection Outpost. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. What did you say? Victoria City is fighting against the underworld creatures. In the throne room of the Godly Kingdom, King Potato II sat on his throne and looked at Count Steamed Dumpling and George in disbelief. Yesterday, Steamed Dumpling and George, whom many people thought had died, appeared in the capital of the Godly Kingdom. King Potato II immediately met the two surviving nobles. He was in disbelief after hearing their news. The Victoria City that he would like to defeat was fighting against the underworld creatures of Eternal Kingdom. If he attacked Victoria City, he would become the enemy of all other human kingdoms. The Empire could even lead the other countries to destroy his kingdom. It was the legendary Underworld that invaded the surface world thousands of years ago. Great Devil Michelangelo almost conquered the entire surface world. Fortunately, the Holy Lord's Church and the angels of the Heavenly Kingdom intervened and saved the surface world from a calamity. That was what was written in the history books. The king hadn't participated in the war thousands of years ago, so he didn't know whether the legend was true. The church would definitely confirm the existence of the underworld. King Potato II hesitated. He was very confident about conquering Victoria City. However, he had to investigate whether underworld creatures were attacking Victoria City. He would decide what to do afterward. He wasn't an incapable ruler. Though he lost the York territory, it could be a blessing in disguise. He could concentrate on strengthening his royal clan and subdue the nobles by his borders. Then he could carry out a massive conquest of the hinterland. Have you informed the church? King Potato II pondered and asked. Not yet. I feel that it's only appropriate to inform the church. George was afraid King Potato II might misunderstand him, so he said, we can't hide the fact that the dark evil creatures appear in our world for long. It's better to inform the church sooner. George was afraid that King Potato II was still intent on occupying Victoria City. Though the York territory was occupied by Victoria City, it was still fighting against the creatures of Eternal Kingdom. Nobody would blame Victoria City at this time. Moreover, the Duke of York antagonized Victoria City beforehand. Many people would opine that Victoria City attacked the York territory for self-defense. Victoria City was now the bulwark against the evil creatures, so all of the human kingdoms would cheer for them. It would be suicidal to fight against Victoria City. King Potato II thought for a while before he relaxed his brows. Then he said to both of them, that was what I intended to do, General Shiden. He shouted, and a general walked out and knelt before the king. General Shiden will set off with our assembled army towards Victoria City. I'll write a letter to the mayor of Victoria City. We'll support their battle against the underworld creatures. King Potato II didn't address Queen Victoria. Instead, he only mentioned the mayor of Victoria City, as he didn't recognize Victoria City as an independent country. As long as he was willing to reinforce Victoria City, nobody would care whether he was calling her Queen Victoria or Mayor. Yes, Your Highness, General Shiden acknowledged and went out. Sir George and Count Steamed Dumpling. The king looked at both of them and said, I know that both of you have just returned to the godly kingdom and must be exhausted. This is a critical time with the underworld creatures threatening our peace and survival. Though we don't have good relations with the Victorians, I've decided to help them. You're familiar with the surrounding terrain and have led your troops there. I hope that you can join my army. This is an honorable opportunity for you. We're not fighting for territory or self-interests, we are fighting for all of the races of light. Our names will be remembered in the annals of history. Our statues will be created at the entrances of cities. He spoke loudly, and George immediately walked out and replied, I'll always be at your command, Your Highness. I'm at your command. I'm willing to fight against evil with Your Highness. Count Steamed Dumpling walked out and shouted. Very good. Go and prepare yourselves, then follow the army to Victoria City. Steamed Dumpling and George caught up with General Shiden. When everyone had left, the king smiled contentedly. The king had never seen the underworld creatures before, and it was good timing for them to attack. Though he was unable to attack Victoria City directly, the underworld creatures impeded the expansion of Victoria City. Victoria City had just occupied the York territory and was unable to defend it. If he sent his army to defeat Victoria City, he would pay a high price for the victory. He would only pretend to help Victoria City while letting his troops stay behind the front lines or letting them sabotage Victoria City from behind. Then nobody would know that Victoria City was unable to stop the powerful underworld creatures who almost destroyed all of the human kingdoms previously. When the Victorians and the underworld creatures suffered serious losses, he could rightfully occupy Victoria City and the York territory. The king was feeling happy with his plan. Heaven is on my side. In the Eternal Kingdom dungeon. Gosh! Those Victorian dogs ambushed me in the wilderness. I was hunting the spiders, and they attacked me. They're insane. Burning Chest Hair walked out from the teleport portal. His equipment was badly damaged during the attack launched by the gamers of Victoria City. He had just been through a vicious battle. The other gamers who were waiting by the teleport portal consoled him. Aren't you alive? And you're back in one piece. We were revived back here. How did you escape? Yes, there were so many Victorian dogs. How did you escape? I stole their horses to escape. But the horses were shot to death along the way. I had no choice but to escape to the safety zone. Though Burning Chest Hair told them in simple terms, everyone knew that the situation was dire. Due to the new content updates, the conflict between the gamers of Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom became more intense and frequent. The reputation points and equipment obtained from the conflict were generous. Hence, more and more gamers took part in the PvP fights. The equipment obtained in PvP could also be used in PvE. This was one of the differences between Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom and other online games. Don't say any more, Arthur. Didn't we discuss forming a team to kill the Victorian dogs? Let's hurry. I'm back. Burning Chest Hair said in a hurry. Someone pulled him to the blacksmith shop to repair his equipment. Burning Chest Hair's equipment was severely damaged and would be irreparable if the equipment suffered additional damage. This was only a skirmish between the Pioneer Alliance members and the gamers of Victoria City. There were similar conflicts happening throughout Eternal Kingdom. The gamers of Victoria City didn't take things lying down. They gathered their forces from the York territory to focus on fighting Eternal Kingdom. If the gamers just fought against each other in the wilderness, their interest would wane over time. Hence, Sherlock created the Faction War Battle Campaign. The first battle campaign was the conquest of the Crossroad Intersection Outpost. The Crossroad Intersection Outpost was located in the Underworld near the tunnel that led to the surface world. It was a stronghold built by the gamers and had the greatest number of factories. The gamers could work in the factories to earn rewards. The first battle campaign was the conquest of the Crossroad Intersection Outpost. Sherlock made sacrifices, as there was less time for gamers to work in the factories. Instead, he allowed them time and effort to prepare for the conquest of the Crossroad Intersection Outpost. When the conflict between the two factions reached 100%, the first faction war battle campaign began. The rules were simple. Whoever occupied the Crossroad Intersection Outpost at the specified time would have governing rights. Gamers of the opposing faction would have reduced rewards when working in the outpost. The deducted rewards would be distributed to the gamers of the winning faction equally. When the conflict of the factions reached 100% again, a new conquest of the Crossroad Intersection Outpost would be created, and the winning gamers would be the new governing faction. There were also other major battle campaigns, but Sherlock wasn't in a hurry to introduce them. He was going to test them out one by one. His plan was to use the war between Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom to reduce the animosity of the human kingdoms against Victoria City. It was also to protect Eternal Kingdom. As long as Victoria City occupied its current location, the humans would be unable to enter Eternal Kingdom without the approval of Victoria City. There was no way the humans could find the entrance to the Underworld tunnel. There was no chance for the Victorians to betray other gamers by divulging the secrets to other human kings. Brew would put them into a death state immediately if they dared to utter a word. Chapter 484, Victoria City's Secret Weapon. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. At the entrance of the Crossroad Intersection Outpost, the gamers of Eternal Kingdom used various items to seal off the tunnels to the interior of the outpost. They used the shortest time and the hardest rocks to create bunkers that could deflect long-range attacks. They also sharpened wooden stakes to make chevaux de frise that were placed at the entrance to stop cavalry attacks. The gamers of Victoria City had obtained many horses during their recent battles. From the posts on the discussion forum, the gamers of Victoria City were forming a cavalry unit. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom didn't know whether the Victorians were willing to sacrifice their horses, considering they only had a single life. However, it was better for the gamers of Eternal Kingdom to make preparations. The battlefield looked better with the chevaux de frise too. Members of the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance, come here to fill up the gaps. There are fewer people on the left-hand side. Deploy some troops over there, including unaffiliated gamers. Unaffiliated gamers, harass the gamers of Victoria City at the Underworld entrance for as long as possible. The gamers at the crowded Crossroad Intersection Outpost shouted chaotically. They were deployed in defensive formations. The gamers who were at loggerheads put aside their differences for the faction war and campaign rewards. They worked hand in hand to defend the outpost that they had occupied with great effort. Even the Mystery Man Guild and the Pioneer Alliance had called a truce. Their common enemy was the powerful Victoria City, and every weakness would be exploited by the enemy. Though they made use of the terrain and distance advantage to occupy the Crossroad Intersection Outpost, the gamers of Victoria City wouldn't give up the outpost easily. Moreover, this was the first faction war battle campaign with great rewards. The gamers of Victoria City gathered their forces. During the day, they harassed the gamers of Eternal Kingdom by deploying their guild members. During the night, around 8 o'clock, when the number of gamers reached the peak, the gamers deployed 3 battalions that were led by famous gamers as the commanders. Each of the commanders had a legendary past and was a hero. There were only 3 of these famous commanders in Victoria City. Eternal Kingdom also had the same commanders. These commanders were the darlings that the guilds wanted. Good warriors could be trained, but excellent strategists and commanders had to be talented. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom were prepared for the offensive of Victoria City. There were only 2 entrances to the Crossroad Intersection Outpost. In order for the gamers of Victoria City to enter the outpost, they had to use the 2 entrances. Hence, the gamers of Eternal Kingdom only needed to guard the 2 entrances to achieve victory. The teleport portals were deactivated at the start of the faction war, meaning both factions were unable to enter the crossroad intersection outpost via teleport portals. This diminished the revival tactics used by the gamers, as the gamers had to travel for many hours to reach the outpost. Therefore, if the gamers were killed, they were unable to rejoin the battle. It wasn't a problem if the gamers perished at the start of the battle. It was 8 at night, and it was 4 hours from the end of the battle campaign. All of the lives of the gamers were precious. They wouldn't act rashly and die. After all, they wouldn't be able to rejoin the battle before it ended. The gamers of Victoria City launched their attacks on the gamers of Eternal Kingdom at the 2 entrances. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom were well prepared. Their equipment, physical states, and fortifications were very well maintained. The Victorians were unable to penetrate the defenses of the gamers of Eternal Kingdom. The gamers of Victoria City had already planned to enter the outpost using the third alternative. That was the sky. When the battle became intense, the gamers of Eternal Kingdom started to celebrate their victory. Then, a huge balloon appeared in the sky above the crossroad intersection outpost. Everyone recognized the hot air balloon. It was slightly different from the normal hot air balloons. Behind the huge balloon was a propeller and a control rudder. The hot air balloon was like a simplified magical airship. It didn't have a magical core. Instead, it used the principle of hot air to elevate and the propeller and control rudder to control directions. These technological breakthroughs gave the gamers of Victoria City the offensive initiative. When hundreds of simplified airships arrived at the crossroad intersection outpost, the gamers of Eternal Kingdom didn't discover them until they were very close. Though the tunnels were crawling with glowing vines, they weren't able to illuminate the sky above. The gamers of Victoria City arrived at the top of the tunnel in their airships. All of them were equipped with a simple parachute. Nobody tested the reliability of the parachutes. To ensure that their sky attack was kept a secret, they kept their activities secret. Hence, they didn't test the parachutes. All of these technological breakthroughs were created by a Victorian called University of Science and Technology of China. He was supported by the top 3 guilds of Victoria City and the top 10 rich gamers. Currently, the aerial attack of the Victorians seemed to be working. Chapter 485, Request for Suggestions of Son's Name. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The wind speed is good, and the direction is correct. We are only a minute from arriving at the crossroad intersection outpost. All warriors of Victoria City. For the glory of Victoria City, a commander of Victoria City shouted on an airship. The gamer was immersed in his role. Another gamer was singing the war song. A difficult battle is coming, our secret weapon is unleashing mayhem forthcoming. Sealhead Ling Chong found the war song appealing. Will we fall to our deaths? Is the parachute effective? Takia Spirit looked nervous compared to Sealhead Ling Chong. Why are you fearful? You'll fall to death at most. You're not much use in battle anyway. Takia Spirit was displeased with Sealhead Ling Chong's condescending tone. He slapped the outside of the airship and said, "What are you saying? I'm a great strategist who can deal with the powerful Arthur. Do you think you can defeat him in a duel? Hoodlum is in charge of dealing with Arthur. His weapon level is higher than Arthur's by a level, and his equipment is on par. It's the legendary purple equipment. Arthur might not be able to defeat Hoodlum." A gamer of Victoria City said in astonishment, "What? Is Arthur's weapon level at level 9? So fast? Isn't his weapon level at level 6 or 7? It's normal for rich gamers to upgrade their weapon level very fast. After all, they can use money to trigger strange encounters. I heard there are many powerful Winterfell warriors who will teach you combat skills if you pay them magic stones." Many gamers of Eternal Kingdom approached them to learn combat skills. Our Lancelot is pretty strong too. Didn't Lancelot defeat Hoodlum? We can ask Lancelot to teach us. Forget it. Lancelot is keeping his wife company in the Duke of York's castle. He won't have the time for us. Isn't Duke Guinevere a man? Is Lancelot involved in homosexuality? It's possible. The game can change an NPC into a woman in a second for all we know. No, perhaps the officials are going for homosexuality. It's such a fad. Even the otakus like it. You're smearing all otakus. The gamers of Victoria City were chatting wildly on the airships that were now above the battlefield. If they could land behind enemy lines using the parachutes and attack the gamers of Eternal Kingdom, it would be very damaging. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom would lose morale very fast, especially when they couldn't afford to die. All members, get ready to jump with your parachutes, the commander shouted. The singing gamer showed a thumbs up and jumped with his parachute, which didn't open up. He fell to the ground within 30 seconds. Takia Spirit was shocked by what he saw. But it wasn't the time to hesitate. Numerous gamers jumped with their parachutes. Though the direction of the airships could be controlled, they couldn't accelerate. The airships had just arrived in the sky above the crossroad intersection outpost even though they were flying at full speed. Takia Spirit didn't hesitate. He jumped off with his parachute while thinking of his comprehensive battle plan. He would gather with the main force before starting the killing spree and pillaging equipment. Then he would encounter a powerful warrior of Eternal Kingdom. After a vicious battle and killing his opponent, he would become the hero of Victoria City. That was Takia Spirit's plan. His chance of success was very high if his parachute didn't malfunction. In his despair, anger, and mixed feelings of being indignant, Takia Spirit fell to his death. His parachute opened too late because he thought too much. Even if the parachute opened, it was of no use. The parachute was defective. Chapter 486, Normal Updates After Being Discharged Tomorrow. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the dark forest, Dragonborn opened his eyes and saw the sunlight penetrating through the foliage. Over the past few days, for the first time, he was getting offline during the day. Because he was learning and carrying out his strange encounter mission with Tomato, he was staying online for longer hours in order not to fail his mission. He suffered through a lot of hardships to obtain his current rewards. Even if his strange encounter mission failed now, the rewards he reaped were far greater than his expectation. Even if he died, he wouldn't be at a loss. However, a person was always greedy for more. The reason Dragonborn got offline during the day was to view the videos of the Victorians' invasion of the Crossroad Intersection outpost on the discussion forum. Though he didn't take part in this large-scale battle campaign, he wanted to watch the videos for fun. "Are you awake? There's no more food," Tomato said to Dragonborn. There were some leftover bones at the side. Tomato hunted a small animal, but Dragonborn was sleeping, so he didn't wake Dragonborn up. Tomato knew that it was impossible to wake Dragonborn up when he was sleeping. As Dragonborn's teacher, he decided to let Dragonborn go through hardship to learn a lesson. That was to let Dragonborn go through hunger. Dragonborn woke up just as Tomato finished eating. A qualified warrior has to learn control. If you're unable to control your sleeping hours, how can you become a great warrior? You aren't even qualified to assassinate King Potato 2, Tomato said solemnly to Dragonborn. He was very angry with Dragonborn's behavior. "Sorry, teacher." Dragonborn apologized sincerely. However, he was unable to solve his problem of not waking up. Tomato also knew that he couldn't possibly kill Dragonborn because of his sleeping habits. They had to continue fleeing until they found a safe place. They couldn't stop to rest. Before Dragonborn left, he heard a crisp, chirping voice that sounded anxious, excited, and happy. It was like meeting family again. Dragonborn was also feeling blissful and happy. He heard, chirp, chirp. The battle at the Crossroad Intersection outpost ended. The gamers of Victoria City won because they were more prepared and had superior combat tactics. They obtained the governing rights of the Crossroad Intersection outpost, which would last until the next Crossroad Intersection outpost battle campaign. the duration of the governing rights would be short. The faction war had just ended, but the gamers of Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom had new conflicts at all possible locations. The crisis level escalated again. The first faction war battle campaign took place in an experimental mode that provided Sherlock with valuable data and experience. To be precise, it was more for Brew. Sherlock was the boss, while Brew was the employee who was responsible for managing and directing the gamers. The current battle campaign was specially prepared for the next part of Sherlock's plan. Things were developed according to his plan. In the Godly Kingdom, there were fully armed soldiers who had long feathers on their helmets. Giant steam propulsion machines spewed out steam in the distant background. They provided the energy for this area. George was in his commander's armor while he stood in front of the army. He saw an endless column of troops making its way into the distance. The citizens of the king sang holy songs to cheer on the army. Their strong belief in the sacred Holy Lord almost made them radiate out the sacred light. Previously, George would be affected by the scene and do a few sums to enjoy the warmth of the sacred light. But George's mind was filled with bad omens. After going through so much, would the Victorians accept the reinforcements of the Godly Kingdom? According to normal circumstances, reinforcements to fight the Underworld would be gladly accepted. He observed that the Victorians and creatures of Eternal Kingdom had been fighting for a long time. He could see that from the way the Victorians moved around in the Underworld and fought resiliently against the Underworld creatures. The warriors of Victoria City were fearless. After killing the Underworld creatures, they would carry off their loot gleefully. They didn't look like they were fighting the Underworld creatures. They looked like they were pillaging the Underworld creatures. Just like what the Victorians did to George. He closed his eyes, and his thoughts traveled back to the morning when he was about to attack the Victorians. When he charged with his 3,000 knights, he was defeated by the Victorians while they laughed and smiled. They were horrifying memories. George opened his eyes, not wanting to recall the memories. It was of no use to think so much. He wasn't fighting against the Victorians this time. He was the commander of the Godly Kingdom's army and was helping the Victorians fight against the Underworld creatures. He hoped that the Victorians wouldn't attack them blindly. That was his only wish. Compared to the worrying George, the gamers of Victoria City were happy. After defeating the gamers of Eternal Kingdom in the first direct battle, they obtained generous rewards. They were able to hold themselves up with pride in front of the gamers of Eternal Kingdom. The commanders of Victoria City became famous overnight. The gamer with the highest prestige was University of Science and Technology of China. The gamers of Victoria City were able to defeat the gamers of Eternal Kingdom easily because he created the simplified airships. Chapter 487, Dilemma. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Did you find out about the gamer University of Science and Technology of China? Which company or guild is he from? Why didn't we hear of him before? Don't know. He's intelligent to create those hot air balloons. What hot air balloons? Those are airships. What airships? Those are Kirov airships. In the Eternal Kingdom dungeon, gamers who were learning mana engineering in the Mana Engineering Project Hall were chatting about the faction war. The gamers of Victoria City used arcane technology to create airships and airborne troops to achieve victory. The principle for driving the airships was well known. Even professional gamers with materials and facilities were able to produce them. But nobody thought of using them as weapons in a war. Just like hemp rope technology, most of the intelligent gamers were focused on runes and mana knowledge. Compared to science, the runes and mana formations that could produce mana effects were more convenient than science and technology. But they overlooked the fact that science could be simpler than mana. Simple airships that made use of the principle of hot air became the secret weapon of the Victorians that defeated the gamers of Eternal Kingdom. This made the gamers focus their attention on the neglected natural sciences. After being defeated, the gamers of Eternal Kingdom worked hard and started researching steam boiler machines. It was easier said than done, as many of the current materials had to be replaced. If that could be done, then it would be a great achievement. The modern industry was based on this technology. Hemp rope technology also thought of using the steam engines to create assembly line production. He even wanted to use rune mana and mana skills to create simplified guns, but the process used too much mana, and the cost was also too high. Finally, the idea was abandoned. The gamers wouldn't accept such a high-cost weapon. The game had become a technology competition and an arms race. Only this game had such allure. On the surface world, the endless stream of the Godly Kingdom's army traveled towards Victoria City under the leadership of their commander. Before the army completed half of the journey, the army commander received a letter from Queen Victoria. What does Queen Victoria mean by sending a letter? Did she receive information that we're arriving at Victoria City? Steamed Dumpling asked a commander who was wearing superior armor. The commander was General Shiden. General Shiden didn't respond to Steamed Dumpling. Instead, he read the letter. The letter was simple. It was a sentence that said, "Send the money, not the army." What did that mean? Money was enough? The army wasn't needed? If money could defeat the underworld creatures, what was the use of the army? It was an insult. The commander was furious. The Victorians had just defeated the Duke of York, so they were overbearing. However, they rejected the reinforcements from the Godly Kingdom and treated the commander with disrespect. The commander felt humiliated. If given a choice, the commander would like to attack Victoria City. Then he would drag Queen Victoria out and interrogate her about who the victor was. However, he couldn't do that. He was given specific orders by the king, and their common enemy was the underworld creatures. It wasn't the time to resolve personal grudges. We'll ignore the queen and continue our march. Whether the Victorians accept our help or not, fighting the underworld creatures is what all humans should do. General Shiden ordered his army to continue marching and ignored Queen Victoria's warning. They entered Victoria City's territory. The army was there to defeat the underworld creatures, and the Victorians couldn't do anything about it. General Shiden ordered the army to quicken their pace. Only George and Steamed Dumpling were worried. Because they had fought with the warriors of Victoria City before. But they could only watch by the side. There was nothing they could do. They hoped that the Victorians would accept the Godly Kingdom's help. What? Did you say that the Godly Kingdom's army had entered our territory? Queen Victoria sat in the castle main hall and looked at the reporting hamster. She paused after listening to the hamster before saying, "Didn't they receive my letter? Didn't I tell them not to enter our territory?" Big Boss Hamster said bewilderedly, "Miss Lilo, I passed the letter to the army commander, but he didn't heed your warning. If that's the case, kill all of them," Lilo frowned and said. However, Big Boss quickly said, "Wait a moment, Miss Lilo, according to Lord Sherlock's plan, we should be allying with the Godly Kingdom instead of attacking them. According to the faction war, we are on the same side as the Godly Kingdom." Tisk. Lilo frowned and looked unhappy. "Then give them a warning not to enter the boundary of Victoria City without my orders. They can move freely in the York territory or Goldshire town. This is my best offer. If they ignore my order, let the warriors of Victoria City attack them." Lilo waved her hand, and Big Boss left to carry out her order. Big Boss sent the letter to General Shiden, but he ignored it. To General Shiden, he only had to heed the orders of the king and not an unknown Queen Victoria. He wanted to attack the underworld and complete this glorious mission. How could he stop outside the boundary of Victoria City just because of Queen Victoria's order? Chapter 488, Arriving at Victoria City. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In Victoria City, which was located at the Moonlight Forest. The gamers of Victoria City had cleared 1/4 of the Moonlight Forest. Only 1/24 of the area was developed from the center, so it looked normal from the boundary of the forest. When General Shiden arrived at this desolate place, he surveyed the quiet plain outside the forest. He was puzzled. Was this the Victoria city that defeated the Duke of York? Weren't the defenses too lax? Were there hidden defenses in the forest? Normally, the plains outside the Victoria forest were good locations for defending. They could use the complex terrain of the forest to attack the enemies that entered the plains. If a few cannons were deployed, nobody would dare attack from the plains. If the enemies entered the forest, there would be even more casualties. There were no cannons being deployed. There weren't even Victorian scouts patrolling the boundary of Victoria Forest. General Shidden couldn't understand the Victorians. Did they not need to prepare their defenses? General Shidden, this is the Victorians' tactic. Please believe me, there are no ambushes in the forest. George recounted his combat experience with the Victorians to General Shidden. He was previously leading his knights on the plains outside Victoria Forest and intended to charge inside and kill all of the Victorians. He expected victory, but the ending wasn't what he expected. The warriors of Victoria City didn't place any ambushes. Instead, they charged chaotically out from the forest like students who were out on an excursion. There was no discipline and no tactical formations. George and his knights were defeated by the warriors of Victoria City in this manner. General Shidden was behaving like George did before he was defeated. It's not a problem regardless of whether the Victorians have placed their defenses. We're not here to attack them. Instead, we're here to help them fight the underworld creatures. This is a glorious mission. Even the most foolish person wouldn't decline our help. General Shidden didn't have the worries of George. He sent out scouts to gather intelligence and to contact the Victorians. He had just given his order when he saw a man walk out of the forest. He was a citizen of Victoria City, evident by the green symbols above his head. According to logic, he would flee when he saw so many troops gathered outside the forest. But he didn't escape. Instead, he walked towards the troops. Send out an emissary to find out what's going on, General Shidden said to his aide. A pair of horsemen came out from the formation. The leader was Steamed Dumpling. Steamed Dumpling came before the man and looked down on the Victorian, who looked excited. He didn't speak. Instead, he waited for the horseman to ask questions. Victorian, I fought with your greatest warrior in the York territory. Perhaps you don't recognize me. Steamed Dumpling was interrupted by the Victorian, who said, I know you. I cut off your horse's leg, and you decapitated me. The situation was very awkward. Steamed Dumpling was defeated by the Victorians. It was humiliating for him when the Victorian said that. What could Steamed Dumpling do? The Victorian stated the truth. I'm not here to fool around. Though you defeated me once, I'm not here to fight you. The situation last time was complex. Do you understand my meaning? Count Steamed Dumpling wanted to subtly show that he wasn't defeated directly by the Victorians. He saw the hopeless situation and chose to retreat. Nobody was at the scene except for George. But George wasn't present. The Victorian who claimed he was decapitated by Steamed Dumpling wasn't reliable. How could a dead person revive and speak? Steamed Dumpling looked around, but nobody rebuked him. The Victorian nodded and showed his approval. Good, I'm representing the godly kingdom, and the army before you is from the godly kingdom. We know you're fighting against the underworld creatures. We're not here to attack you. We want to help you fight against the underworld creatures, Steamed Dumpling said righteously. The knight beside him braced his chest and looked proud. It was a rare chance for a knight to fight against the legendary underworld creatures. They could be like what was written in the history books. That was to fight evil for the glory of the human race. But the excited Victorian wasn't interested in receiving help. He was taken aback. Then he said, You aren't here for a battle? Are you sure? You came all the way here, and you're not attacking us? Instead, you're attacking Eternal Kingdom. Are you giving your equipment to Eternal Kingdom? Steamed Dumpling noticed that the Victorian was disappointed. The Victorian sighed and said, "You're at my doorstep, and yet you're not attacking us. It's a pity." The knight beside Count Steamed Dumpling was bewildered. Did the Victorian feel that it was a shame? "I think you're mistaken. We're not here to provide equipment to Eternal Kingdom. We're here to provide equipment to Victoria City. Lots of materials and equipment are required to fight against the underworld creatures. I know you need them." The eyes of the Victorian lit up immediately. Chapter 489, Friendly People. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Let me tell you, we Victorians welcome friendly people like you. The Victorian talked non-stop as he led in front of General Shiden. "Friendly people?" a knight beside General Shiden asked in surprise. The Victorian's words were strange. It was as though he didn't treat them as humans. The other knights of the godly kingdom had the same thoughts, but the Victorian was around, so they didn't speak. They looked at each other as the Victorian spoke non-stop. "That's correct. Friendly people like you are rare. We always encounter those people who charge at us with swords. We're frustrated too. If possible, we would like to do more missions and help other people, like hunting some wild beasts." The Victorian spoke as if he would like to contribute to world peace. If his speaking style wasn't strange, the knight would have believed him. However, there was only one Victorian. The knights were unable to find another Victorian to obtain information. "If that's the case, I hope you can take us to meet your leader. We are representatives from the godly kingdom and are here to help you," General Shiden said. He then asked, "Where are the other Victorians? Why don't I see any of them? Don't you have to deploy defenses in the forest?" "Other Victorians? They are at the crossroad intersection outpost fighting." The gamer from Victoria City quickly said, "Don't worry, my deputy chairman is still in Victoria City. I have informed him." Deputy chairman? Who was he? Since when did he inform other people? Besides sleeping for 5 minutes, General Shiden was sure he didn't leave his sight. General Shiden wasn't sure, but the Victorian looked powerful. He wanted to meet Queen Victoria, but this was a good start. It was also good to meet with the deputy chairman. The Victorian talked of how they needed the help of the godly kingdom while bragging of his love for peace. He was like the godly kingdom, who wanted to contribute to world peace. He had admired the godly kingdom since he was young and was willing to do anything for the godly kingdom. General Shiden and the other knights thought he was funning. Love for peace? Willing to do anything for the godly kingdom? He must be joking. The Victorians were the ones who killed the Duke of York recently. However, they remained quiet. "We brought forth the olive branch of peace." General Shiden spoke proudly, and the Victorian said with respect, "It's indeed moving. Ah, we've arrived. The city is just ahead." The Victorian led General Shiden and his men to a location in Victoria Forest. It wasn't in the depths of Victoria Forest. They walked on the boundary of Victoria Forest for an hour. There was a group of people waiting in the forest. They had green symbols above their heads and looked very neat. A man at the forefront walked forward. He had various weapons on his back. From his appearance, he was a professional warrior. "He's our deputy chairman, Takia Spirit," the Victorian guide said. Takia Spirit walked 2 steps forward and extended his hands to the knights. "Greetings, I heard you're here to provide materials to us. We welcome all material support." Deputy Chairman Takia Spirit. General Shiden hesitated for a while. He felt that the name sounded strange. "Wait, are you, the person with Dragonborn?" While they were talking, George suddenly walked out and looked at Takia Spirit. He was clearly surprised. During the previous battle, he had personally killed Takia Spirit. As it was a duel, he could remember Takia Spirit clearly. "I didn't expect you to remember our chairman, Dragonborn. Dragonborn is very strong. If he were here, he would trigger a strange encounter mission." Don't say any more. That fellow is carrying out his strange encounter mission every day. It's so frustrating. And I'm so envious of him. What fellow? You should be calling him chairman. You are the voice of the enemy. The Victorians were chatting happily and didn't look like they were taking part in a diplomatic exchange. Their casual behavior made General Shiden and his knights uncomfortable. Cough, cough. Please keep quiet. Takia Spirit shouted for everyone to keep quiet. He opened both of his hands and looked satisfactorily at the surrounding gamers. He then looked at General Shiden and said, "Apologies, our people are very warm. We'll talk about important matters. Where are the materials?" General Shiden looked at the 100-member group and the smiling Takia Spirit. He thought Takia Spirit was a professional warrior, but now he didn't think so. You must be mistaken. We don't give out our materials easily. We are using them to defeat the underworld creatures. You call them creatures of eternal kingdom, don't you? General Shiden said. The Victorian guide told General Shiden about Eternal Kingdom. We are fighting against the underworld creatures. Takia Spirit said loudly. Oh? What plans do you have? The gamer quickly said, we have made various bombs. My plan is to dig a tunnel. Trash, they are already underground. What are you talking about? We are feigning an attack. That's part of the 36 stratagems. In the chaotic chatter, a voice shouted out, why go through such trouble? We're capturing those eternal pigs and then killing them. A true warrior always hits them directly. Chapter 490, Invasion of the Underworld. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. General Shiden gaped in astonishment at the chattering Victorians. They didn't appear disciplined in front of their deputy chairman. Instead, they were chatting wildly like monkeys. General Shiden had enough. These Victorians weren't officials of Victoria City. From their behavior, they looked like cheats. He decided not to deal with these cheats. Instead, he would take his men back to the camp and find other ways to enter Victoria City. Let's go, General Shiden said coldly. He waved his hand and led his men to leave. Hundreds of knights turned around, and their metal armor made a large din. Gosh! Our strange encounters are leaving. D*MN. Let's make our moves. The Victorians behind him shouted and were becoming hostile. Some of them even unsheathed their weapons. The Victorians didn't attack immediately. They raised their weapons and watched General Shiden's troops in anticipation before gaping. What's up? We can't attack them. They didn't attack us, so we can't attack them. Oh gosh, what shall we do? Shall I insult them and taunt them a bit? The Victorians chatted in a frenzy, and General Shiden became nervous. What's wrong with these Victorians? Are they going to attack us? We're here to help them fight against the underworld creatures. While General Shiden was hesitating about whether to strike first, strange noises came from the forest. It sounded like creatures were moving towards them at breakneck speed. Were they reinforcements from Victoria City? General Shiden wasn't sure. He grasped the hilt of his sword and looked warily at the Victorians and in the direction of the weird noises. Those Victorians were also watching the forest nervously. Those noises weren't from their own people. The noises became louder until a strange creature dashed out. On its back was an even stranger creature that had green skin, long fangs, and protruded eyes. It looked like the monster from the legends. The monster was 4 meters tall, and he rode an ostrich-like ugly bird. The bird flapped its wings and stared at the Victorians and General Shiden's troops with its bloodshot eyes. General Shiden didn't recognize the strange creatures, but George and Steamed Dumpling had seen them before. They were the darting bird and orc from the underworld. Gosh! Why are the eternal pigs here? How should I know? Prepare for battle. They have quite a number. Takia Spirit, get more reinforcements. Takia Spirit has gone offline to get reinforcements. Protect him. The Victorians went into chaos. The orcs who dashed out of the forest didn't slow down at all. They talked in a strange language and swung their warhammers and axes as they attacked the Victorians. Everyone, prepare for battle! For the glory of the humans! General Shiden shouted and unsheathed his weapon, preparing to charge at the enemies. Before he was ready, the Victorians had charged forward and separated General Shiden's troops from the underworld creatures. They were shouting, "Those dogs are trying to snatch our loot! Stop them! Why aren't the NPCs leaving? Weren't they leaving just now? The gamers of Eternal Kingdom see red names on the NPCs. We have a traitor amongst us. He must have divulged our strange encounter to the gamers of Eternal Kingdom. Leave immediately! Are these foolish NPCs waiting to die?" Many Victorians shouted and gestured at General Shiden and his troops, wanting them to leave the battlefield. More and more orcs appeared from the forest. Their staggering numbers shocked General Shiden. Has Victoria City fallen? Why are there so many underworld creatures appearing in the forest? It wasn't the time to hesitate. General Shiden had to make a decision fast. He wanted to show his friendly disposition to the Victorians, so he only brought 100 knights. There were only 300 Victorians. With the increasing number of orcs, gnomes, and other creatures coming out of the forest, General Shiden didn't think they stood a chance against the aggressors. The huge size and strong constitution of the orcs would overwhelm the humans easily. Only the tall elves were able to fight against the orcs. But there weren't many elves around. It was a predestined failure. If General Shiden stayed behind, he and his troops would be massacred by the orcs. He had to return to his camp. Regardless of whether Victoria City had fallen, he could no longer depend on the Victorians. General Shiden made his decision and shouted to his knights, "Retreat! Before these creatures attack, retreat and return to our camp." Though many knights were prepared to fight to the death with the underworld creatures, the situation wasn't optimistic. After General Shiden gave his order, the knights sheathed their weapons. They retreated in the direction that they came from. The Victorians and the underworld creatures fought viciously with lots of cursing and swearing. The shocking thing was that the Victorians and the underworld creatures were communicating in a common language. Whether it was an underworld language or a Victorian language, General Shiden would have to investigate later. Chapter 491, Intelligence on Victorians. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. General Shiden quickly led his troops to their camp. In the Victoria Forest, the conflict started by the underworld creatures became more and more serious. Though General Shiden wanted to lead his army and kill those underworld creatures, his aides persuaded him not to. "General, we don't know the situation in Victoria City. If we enter the forest, we could fall into the trap of the underworld creatures. We should retreat to Goldshire Town and send out our scouts before making any decision." Most of his aides had this thought. After careful consideration, General Shiden decided to listen to his aides. He led the troops and retreated to the vicinity of Goldshire Town. Then he deployed his scouts to collect information. Since the underworld creatures had appeared at the boundary of Victoria Forest, General Shiden believed that Victoria City had fallen. It was hard to believe that the Victorians could hold their line in that situation. The information collected by the scouts was much simpler than General Shiden thought. There were a few Victorians in Goldshire Town. The information provided by them gave General Shiden a shock. The Victorians in Goldshire Town already knew General Shiden was coming. When the scouts of General Shiden came close, the residents of Goldshire Town surrounded them. The residents of Goldshire Town were nervous. They were the citizens of Duke Guinevere in name, as the previous Duke of York was defeated by Victoria City, and the York territory belonged to Victoria City. Now, a large army of the Godly Kingdom appeared, and the residents felt uneasy. Previously, the army of the Godly Kingdom left, but they returned very soon. The residents of Goldshire Town prepared their weapons just in case. However, the Victorians were very excited. When they saw General Shiden's army, they leaped in joy and charged forward. The residents of Goldshire town were shocked, but it wasn't the first time they witnessed the wild behavior of the Victorians. When the wyvern appeared and attacked the passers-by of Goldshire town, the Victorians started hunting the wyvern. However, many of them became food for the creature. General Shiden wasn't wary of the Victorians who charged over. He sent an emissary to deal with them. "Why are you here in Goldshire town? Aren't you here to deal with Eternal Kingdom? Do you have any equipment to spare? I died a few times while fighting those eternal pigs and lost 2 sets of equipment. Please spare me some equipment." The Victorians started shouting as they moved closer. The Victorians already knew why the army of the Godly Kingdom was there. They weren't puzzled by the army coming from Victoria Forest. General Shiden guessed that the survivors of the previous battle spread the news of his arrival. But that was too fast. Though General Shiden thought that it was incredible, he could only explain it this way. General Shiden felt embarrassed. After all, he abandoned the Victorians and fled. Instead, the Victorians were valiant. They charged against the underworld creatures while shouting, "Leave quickly! We'll cover your retreat." The valiant, self-sacrificing Victorians were a stark contrast to the cowardly army of General Shiden. The face of General Shiden became red, and the knights beside him felt embarrassed. The Victorians didn't know about General Shiden's retreat. They welcomed General Shiden's arrival. General Shiden finally understood what happened. Since Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom started the war, the offensive initiative was with Eternal Kingdom. The quality of their warriors and equipment was superior to that of the Victorians. Moreover, the gamers of Victoria City had to stay in the crossroad intersection outpost for a longer duration, so they were unable to stop the gamers of Eternal Kingdom from entering the surface world. Why should the Victorians stop the gamers of Eternal Kingdom from coming to the surface world? They wanted the gamers of Eternal Kingdom to come to the surface world so that the gamers of Eternal Kingdom would be far away from their revival point. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom wanted to conquer Victoria City, but it wasn't an easy feat. Lilo, the 3 hamsters, Lancelot, and a large number of gamers were stationed in Victoria City. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom could only create trouble in the surrounding forest. The skirmishes between Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom continued until the arrival of the army of the Godly Kingdom. Takia Spirit spread the news of the arrival of the Godly Kingdom's army on the discussion forum. That was why the gamers of Eternal Kingdom were able to ambush them quickly. The arrival of the Godly Kingdom's army was the turning point. If the army was able to join Victoria City, it was good news for both Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City. The Victorians didn't expect the Godly Kingdom's army to conquer Eternal Kingdom. They were after the supplies and materials brought by the Godly Kingdom. Once the warriors of the Godly Kingdom perished, the equipment would belong to the gamers. That was what the gamers of Eternal Kingdom thought too. All of the gamers felt that the Godly Kingdom had sent them equipment. They were very welcoming towards the arrival of these NPCs. General Shiden didn't know how the gamers viewed him and his army. He was listening intently to the intelligence report of Victoria City. The conclusion was that Victoria City hadn't fallen. Then they couldn't ignore the existence of Victoria City. Chapter 492, Build Up. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In Eternal Kingdom Dungeon. Lord Sherlock, according to the intelligence from our gamers, the Godly Kingdom's army is stationed outside Goldshire town. The gamers are interacting with them, Bruce said to Sherlock, who was sitting in front of his computer table. Good, give out the strange encounter missions and let the Victorians interact with them. Try to fleece as much money and equipment from them as possible, Sherlock nodded and said. No problem. But Lord Sherlock, do you intend to let these human kingdoms be part of our dungeon's operation? Why don't we use the chance to conquer all of them? We'll take the first step towards conquering the world with the Godly Kingdom. Brew was excited. But, like before, Sherlock didn't share Brew's enthusiasm. He said, we'll discuss world conquest at a later time. Did the gamers request aid? Lord Sherlock, I followed your order and gave the gamers strange encounter missions aimed at attracting Winterfell's attention. Pardon my frankness, but the gamers created too much of a ruckus. Even if they listen to the gamers' request, they'll treat them as a joke or prank, Bruce said awkwardly. Those who are willing to help are few in number. I don't understand why you didn't approach Nicholas. With your close relationship with Nicholas, he would definitely provide assistance. Sherlock pondered for a while and replied, it's too troublesome. If I tell Nicholas, there will be lots of procedures to follow. The Merchant Alliance will send their people to contact me. Even the Devil Management Committee will contact me. I might as well push everything to the gamers and let them request aid. Anyway, they won't really fight. Even if Nicholas believes the gamers, he'll ask you for validation. The Merchant Alliance and the Devil Management Committee will still contact you. Besides, you have already declared war on the surface world. Will the humans of the surface world sit back and do nothing? There are many ambitious dungeon lords in the underworld. Perhaps you can start a war between these two factions, Lord Sherlock. Bruce sounded excited and spoke with much anticipation. But Sherlock shook his head and said, believe me, they won't fight. The dungeon lords won't bother themselves with the humans and aren't interested in conquering the world, especially the Devil Management Committee and the Merchant Alliance. The Devil Management Committee and the Merchant Alliance won't be able to find me. Sherlock took out a ticket and said, I'm going on a long trip to deal with Evelyn's problem. I'll let you handle the dungeon's affairs. Follow my instructions. The surface world and the underworld won't start a war. Really? Lord Sherlock, you're leaving the dungeon at this critical juncture. That's correct. Evelyn's problem is more important. Sherlock stood up and said, follow my plan. Patrick Star obtained an incredible piece of news. The surface world's humans, elves, and fairies, who had vanished for many years, appeared in the underworld. Patrick Star was prepared to verify the authenticity of the news. When he arrived at Eternal Kingdom, he was surprised to see Senior Captain Cherry. Patrick Star was a Winterfell press reporter. He was investigating the invasion of the surface world's monsters. As a news reporter, even if it was a dangerous thing, he had to brace himself and go to the front line for his job. But Senior Captain Cherry wasn't a news reporter, he was an anti-terrorist official of the Merchant Alliance. Was Senior Captain Cherry there because Eternal Kingdom requested help from the Merchant Alliance? If that was the case, it was unprecedented in news history. Eternal Kingdom and the Merchant Alliance's Winterfell collaborated together to fight against the monsters of the surface world. For the glory of the underworld. Just by thinking about the headline, Patrick Star was feeling excited. He had the urge to charge to the front line and fight against the monsters of the surface world. It was just his imagination. After all, he had to write the news. Patrick Star. As Patrick Star was thinking of an appropriate headline, he heard Senior Captain Cherry shouting at him. Patrick Star quickly recovered himself. Ah! Senior Captain Cherry. Patrick Star looked at Senior Captain Cherry and greeted him. Senior Captain Cherry asked curiously, why are you here? Is there any big news? Of course, there's big news. The monsters of the surface world are attacking Eternal Kingdom. Patrick Star said excitedly. As for Senior Captain Cherry, he covered his face helplessly and said, so you've heard the news too? I knew it. What do you mean? Senior Captain Cherry explained, the news of the invasion of the monsters of the surface world is just rumors. I was here 3 days ago. Everyone said that there were surface world monsters, but I didn't see any invasion of Eternal Kingdom. There weren't even dire wolves and spiders. Senior Captain Cherry sounded angry. As the senior captain of the Winterfell Garrison Guards, he was very busy. However, he was asked by Dungeon Lord Nicholas to investigate. He couldn't go home for a few days, and he didn't find anything in the dilapidated Eternal Kingdom. He thought that they could have been fooled by the inhabitants of Eternal Kingdom. Anybody would have felt angry in that situation. Though Senior Captain Cherry spoke confidently, Patrick Star thought that things weren't that simple. If it was a prank, then not all of the inhabitants of Eternal Kingdom would say the same thing. Patrick Star believed in the inhabitants of Eternal Kingdom, as they protected him from the ogres and in the Black Volcano incident. Patrick Star decided to verify the facts. I understand, Senior Captain Cherry. Thank you for your kind gesture. As a professional news reporter, I have to find out the truth. Senior Captain Cherry understood that it was Patrick Star's duty and kept quiet. Senior Captain Cherry had completed his task. During his stay at the dungeon, he didn't witness any signs of battle. Even Lord Sherlock was missing. He heard Lord Sherlock had gone for a tour. If his dungeon was being attacked, would he have the mood to go on a tour? Just as Senior Captain Cherry was leaving Eternal Kingdom, he saw a black dragon at the plaza. He was holding a huge trumpet and rallying the warriors of Eternal Kingdom. Gather, gather! We're setting off for the Surface World No. 1 counterattack campaign. Those who want to participate, register immediately. Many gamers of Eternal Kingdom dashed towards Eggface. Patrick Star and Senior Captain Cherry recognized the Black Dragon, Eggface, who was Lord Sherlock's favorite secretary. The name of the Black Dragon was awe-inspiring and very domineering. Both Senior Captain Cherry and Patrick Star were taken aback. Even Eggface was rally troops to counterattack the Surface World. Perhaps there really were monsters of the Surface World who were attacking Eternal Kingdom. Wait for me, wait for me. I'm following you. Patrick Star reacted fast, quickly walking towards Eggface. He couldn't afford to miss such an important piece of news. Senior Captain Cherry hesitated for a while before he followed behind Patrick Star. His task was to investigate whether or not Eternal Kingdom had been attacked by monsters of the Surface World. Then he would decide whether Winterfell would participate. Eggface gathered the gamers very fast. There were thousands of gamers ready for combat. Under Eggface's order, they traveled via the teleport portals and walked in the direction of the Crossroad Intersection Outpost. Chapter 493, Calling for Tour Guides. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Patrick Star and Senior Captain Cherry followed the gamers of Eternal Kingdom and traveled through the teleport portal to the Crossroad Intersection Outpost. A portion of the gamers had arrived on the surface world via the teleport portal and attacked the Victorians around Victoria City. Those were the underworld creatures that General Shidden had encountered. Patrick Star had started his new column write-up. Patrick Star walked out of the teleport portal and saw rows of buildings and huge factories that were producing magic potions and various magical items. The magical items weren't advanced magical artifacts. They were normal necessities like magic lanterns. Though the production was simple, there were sizable profits when sold in bulk. The factories were using low-cost and high-volume sales to make a profit. Patrick Star wasn't concerned about the various factories. He was concerned about the humans, elves, and fairies in the outpost. When did the surface world monsters come to the underworld? Patrick Star felt bewildered and even fearful. It was scarier than seeing the ogres. Though ogres were bloodthirsty and vicious, they were normal creatures. However, the surface world monsters like humans, elves, and fairies were only seen in books. Occasionally, a few were caught and placed in a zoo as star exhibits. It was a horrifying experience. Patrick Star felt that he had arrived at the depths of his soul. Senior Captain Cherry was also shocked by what he saw. He hadn't been to the Crossroad Intersection Outpost before. Senior Captain Cherry, these surface world monsters. They were obviously surface world monsters. The gamers saw the shocked expressions of Patrick Star and Cherry, and one of them said, "We said that the Victorian dogs attacked us, but you didn't believe us." The gamer sounded angry as he said, "Gather your troops and help us get back the Crossroad Intersection Outpost. Otherwise, we'll have to pay taxes to them when we do our daily missions." Senior Captain Cherry didn't understand what was going on, but the situation was urgent. He decided to report this matter to the Merchant Alliance at the first opportunity. Patrick Star would follow these gamers of Eternal Kingdom and report this astonishing news. The surface world monsters were coming. It was another morning in Winterfell. The residents of Winterfell were going to work. Tens of goblins, gnomes, werewolves, and orcs were at the Beat Lemon stop. They queued up and waited for the Beat Lemon to arrive. A kid was carrying a huge bundle of newspapers and selling them. He walked to the Beat Lemon stop and shouted, "Hey! Big news! The sinister gate of the surface world is open once again. The surface world monsters are invading the underworld. Eternal Kingdom is unable to hold them off anymore. The monsters will be invading Winterfell soon. What do you think?" The residents at the Beat Lemon stop quickly gathered around the kid and bought newspapers. The content in the newspaper was what Patrick Star had seen at the Crossroad Intersection outpost. The warriors of Victoria City occupied the Underworld's Crossroad Intersection outpost, and endless streams of Victorians came to the outpost. They had even built a teleport portal. The brave warriors of Eternal Kingdom were still holding off the evil surface world monsters at the Crossroad Intersection outpost. According to notable figures in Eternal Kingdom, the current situation was caused by an agreement reached between Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City. The surface world monsters were fearful of the warriors of Eternal Kingdom, so they wouldn't be invading the underworld. This meant that the warriors of Eternal Kingdom had been protecting the underworld from the invasion of the surface world monsters. If the newspaper hadn't uncovered the truth, the residents of Winterfell would still be in the dark. They wouldn't know that the peace they were enjoying was exchanged for using the blood of the warriors of Eternal Kingdom. They were deeply moved. Similar scenes of residents reading newspapers occurred at the various main streets of the city. A few magical devices with news videos even appeared in Winterfell, and they were being watched by the Winterfell residents. The news of the brave warriors of Eternal Kingdom fighting the monsters of Victoria City spread like wildfire. The news was spread by the Winterfell merchant bands, which ventured deep into the underworld. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom didn't know about it. Even if they knew, they wouldn't care, as they were used to being saviors of the world. Nicholas heard about the news in his Winterfell office. What? Is it true? Did the surface world monsters attack Eternal Kingdom? Nicholas asked in surprise. His assistant placed a detailed report on his table and took out a magical device that contained detailed videos. This video material was originally for the Winterfell press. After examining the content, they sent the magical device to Nicholas' office. The videos showed that the surface world monsters existed. This was a never-before-seen crisis. Where is Lord Sherlock? What did he say? Didn't Lord Sherlock know about such a big crisis? Is he still touring? Nicholas asked nervously. His assistant said solemnly, "I don't know." Lord Sherlock called for a few tour guides. Chapter 494, I Want to See Eggface. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After hearing the news, Nicholas was worried. His assistant saw the worried face of the Dungeon Lord and started making plans. "Dungeon Lord, don't worry. Lord Sherlock is a popular public creature. It's understandable that he wanted to keep his location secret while touring." The assistant said, "Looking at the current situation, Eternal Kingdom won't stand by and do nothing. Eggface, who is Lord Sherlock's secretary, has started his war maneuvers. Lord Sherlock has so many capable assistants, he must have prepared battle plans. Didn't Eggface come forward to take charge?" Nicholas agreed with his assistant. It was impossible for Lord Sherlock not to make preparations. The relationship between Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City seemed abnormal. It seemed like it wasn't the first time they fought. Perhaps Lord Sherlock already knew about it and kept quiet. It was normal for powerful dungeon lords not to seek help. Nicholas was no longer worried or agitated. He only needed to report the matter to the Merchant Alliance before making further plans. The Merchant Alliance wouldn't support any battles on the surface world. Instead, the Merchant Alliance would just destroy the teleport portal that was connected to the surface world. That was what they had been doing all these years. After a devastating war between the Underworld and surface world, the defeated Underworld tried to avoid any conflict with the surface world. Teleport portals that were connected to the surface world were discovered, but they were immediately destroyed by the Underworld organizations like the Merchant Alliance, the Devil Management Committee, or other dungeons. If any Underworld creatures discovered a teleport portal to the surface world, it would be immediately destroyed. It was likely that the current teleport portal that was connected to the surface world would be destroyed. According to information, the discovered teleport portal was within Eternal Kingdom. If they wanted to destroy the teleport portal, they had to seek Lord Sherlock's approval. As Sherlock wasn't in the dungeon, they were facing a dilemma. Nicholas decided to send a staff member to Eternal Kingdom to mediate the matter. He wanted to see if it was possible to shut down the teleport portal even though Lord Sherlock wasn't in the dungeon. There was a suitable candidate. Senior Captain Cherry was still investigating in Eternal Kingdom. He was qualified and capable, so Nicholas ordered his assistant to entrust the mission to Senior Captain Cherry. When Senior Captain Cherry received the mission, he had returned to Eternal Kingdom from the Crossroad Intersection outpost. It was Brainiac who brought Patrick Star and Senior Captain Cherry back to Eternal Kingdom. Apologies for interrupting your news gathering. As Lord Sherlock isn't in Eternal Kingdom, we decline all news gathering and interviews, Brainiac said without emotion to both of them. Wait, we're not here to conduct interviews. I'm the senior captain of the Winterfell Garrison Guards. I'm here because I heard that the monsters of the surface world appeared in Eternal Kingdom. You're under attack from the surface world, so I'm representing the Merchant Alliance to provide assistance. Patrick Star was a reporter, but Senior Captain Cherry wasn't, so he identified himself. Brainiac also recognized him. However, Brainiac wouldn't budge. Brainiac kept quiet for a while before saying, "Did the Merchant Alliance send any materials? Or war equipment?" Senior Captain Cherry was taken aback. He quickly replied, "I haven't received any orders yet, and I don't know of any material or equipment support." Brainiac tilted his head and said, "Apologies, but if there isn't any material support, you aren't helping Eternal Kingdom. You are giving us trouble by staying here. Until Lord Sherlock returns, we will be declining all visitors. Based on our previous friendship, you may stay in Eternal Kingdom, but don't go to the dangerous front line. We have to allocate escorts for you." Brainiac thought for a while before saying, "The monsters of the surface world won't show any mercy. They won't let you off because you're kind. They won't hesitate to shred you to pieces and strip you of your equipment. Then, they'll laugh at your corpse. It wouldn't be the first time I witnessed such a thing. Until we neutralize the threat from the surface world, stay in Eternal Kingdom. The warriors of Eternal Kingdom will protect you. Good luck." Brainiac didn't give Senior Captain Cherry or Patrick Star a chance to talk. He walked out of the room and said to the warriors outside, "You'll be in charge of protecting Patrick Star and Senior Captain Cherry." Patrick Star heard the warriors outside acknowledged Brainiac. Then, the footsteps of Brainiac receded into the distance. He looked awkwardly at Senior Captain Cherry and said, "Senior Captain Cherry, what should we do? Do we return to Winterfell?" Senior Captain Cherry shook his head. He was sure he wouldn't be leaving since Dungeon Lord Nicholas had given him a mission. Before completing his mission, he had to stay in Eternal Kingdom. "Let's find Black Dragon Eggface. This dungeon isn't ruled by the Lich," Senior Captain Cherry said to Patrick Star. The two of them nodded and left the room. Outside the house, they saw the guarding warriors. They weren't the normal serious guards who stood at attention. They leaned casually against the wall, and one of them was weaving spider silk in his hands. It was nothing strange. It was the style of Eternal Kingdom. "I want to see Black Dragon Eggface," Senior Captain Cherry said. Chapter 495, golden-haired George's intelligence. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The gamers didn't stop Senior Captain Cherry from seeing Eggface. They even told Polio about Senior Captain Cherry's request to see Eggface. What? Does that Senior Captain Orc want to see me? Why does he want to see me? Eggface was using his mouse and keyboard while listening to Polio. The computer screen before Eggface showed the Summoner's Rift and the hero Ezreal, who was followed by Lulu. Eggface was confident at multitasking. His game character was fleeing while he was swapping windows and talking to Polio, all at the same time. That was the gaming talent of a black dragon that a normal creature couldn't match. Polio sat beside Eggface. He wasn't interested in Eggface's game and was licking his paw continuously. I think it's because of our war with Victoria City. The surface world monsters look scary to those orcs, especially when we are at full-scale war with Victoria City. The battle at the Crossroad Intersection Outpost involves a few hundred warriors, so it's natural that they are worried. They aren't like me. I fought a massive war on the surface world together with Michelangelo, Polio said nonchalantly. Eggface wasn't aware that Polio was bragging. He continued to focus on his game. Lord Sherlock didn't tell me how to handle this matter. I don't think I want to see Cherry. I thought so. Let the Lich handle it. Polio said, he's the best creature at handling diplomatic relations. Yes. I'm going to play my game. It's your turn to lead the warriors to attack the Crossroad Intersection Outpost. I understand, I understand. While Eggface and Polio were talking in the Dungeon Lord main hall, Senior Captain Cherry was waiting outside. He waited for a long time, but he didn't meet Eggface. Instead, Brainiac appeared. Didn't I tell you? You're not to be involved in the war with the surface world. Even if you look for Eggface, it's useless. If you want to know more, you have to wait for Lord Sherlock to return, Brainiac said without emotion. Senior Captain Cherry wouldn't give up easily. He tried his best, but he didn't have much hope. A Lich was very obstinate. Since Lord Sherlock had given his order, Brainiac would definitely carry it out. Did Cherry have to wait for Lord Sherlock to return before he could complete his mission? Cherry heard that Lord Sherlock had gone on a tour, and nobody knew when Lord Sherlock would be returning to Eternal Kingdom. Just as Senior Captain Cherry was about to give up, Brainiac kept quiet for a moment before saying, I understand. I didn't consider it carefully. I'll arrange for you to survey the situation at the Crossroad Intersection Outpost. As for sealing the teleport portal connected to the surface world, you have to wait for Sherlock to return and make a decision. Senior Captain Cherry didn't expect Brainiac to relent. Though he didn't have permission to seal the teleport portal that was connected to the surface world, he could return to the Crossroad Intersection Outpost to survey the strength of the surface world monsters. Perhaps he could find a chance to complete his mission. Patrick Star wasn't going to miss this chance. He requested permission to follow Cherry to the Crossroad Intersection Outpost. This time, Brainiac would bring them to the outpost instead of the gamers. At Goldshire Town, General Shidden sat alone in his room while planning his next strategic move. This room was rented from Goldshire Town's mayor. Previously, Goldshire Town was part of the Godly Kingdom, so the Godly Kingdom's army didn't have to pay rent. But now, Goldshire Town was part of Victoria City. The Godly Kingdom nearly fought with Victoria City over the York territory. However, due to the invasion of the underworld creatures, the Godly Kingdom didn't attack Victoria City. General Shidden was here to reinforce Victoria City. General Shidden encountered a problem when he came to Goldshire Town. He had to think of a way to contact Queen Victoria. General Shidden had been staying in Goldshire Town for a few days, but no officials from Victoria City had contacted him. He tried to convey his intention to Queen Victoria via the commoners of Victoria City. However, General Shidden had yet to receive any replies. He thought of sending out his scouts to collect intelligence or his knights to follow the Victorians into the forest to survey the battle situation. But all of his attempts failed. His deployed scouts failed to return. Even the knights that followed the Victorians into the forest were killed halfway. Once, a scout managed to return with serious injuries. He told General Shiden about the orcs and underworld creatures that infested the forest, so General Shiden became very cautious about going inside. General Shiden was thinking of a solution to obtain the intelligence of Victoria Forest. He couldn't afford to stay in Goldshire town for a long time, as the army required food and lodging. As General Shiden was getting worried, George walked outside his room and identified himself to the guards. He was invited into the room. General Shiden snapped out of his worry when he saw George walk into his room. He stood up and wiped away the saliva that he drooled while he was in a daze. He asked George solemnly, "Sir George, what matters do you have at this hour?" George was taken aback. He looked at the hot sun outside before asking respectfully, "General Shiden, did you sleep last night?" General Shiden was dumbstruck. He looked outside the window, then covered his forehead and said, "Ah, it's already daytime. I didn't expect myself to be thinking throughout the night. I'm full of respect for General Shiden. I shouldn't be disrupting your rest, but I have a matter to discuss with you." George walked forward and whispered to General Shiden, "According to my intelligence, every time we sent someone to follow the Victorians into the forest, the underworld creatures would be informed. There is a mole among us. The Victorians looked for me just now and said to be prepared. They have gathered a large group of people to bring us into the heart of Victoria City." General Shiden jumped up in surprise and said, "Really?" General Shiden was in shock. He quickly considered the fact that it could be a trap set by the Victorians. It could be a trap set by the humans who betrayed Victoria City. If they didn't make use of this chance, it would be lost, and they would have to wait for a long time. They didn't have much time left. Chapter 496, Brave George. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. I know you're all tired. It's early morning, and you're not allowed to go offline to work, study, and contribute to society. Instead, you're supposed to gather at Goldshire Town. We shouldn't be doing this. At the plaza of Goldshire Town, a group of humans, elves, and fairies with green symbols above their heads were gathering at a simple wooden platform. A tall, handsome elf shouted to the Victorians below the platform. His voice was amplified by mana enchantment, and it reverberated in the sky above the town. But now, an entire NPC army is stuck in Goldshire Town because of the Eternal Pigs. We can't proceed with our mission. So, I'm gathering everybody to escort the NPC army to Victoria City. We have other guild members here. You might have had grudges or conflicts before, but at this critical juncture, we have to unite. We can't afford to lose the Crossroad Intersection outpost. The equipment and assistance of the NPC army are critical to us," the elf on the platform shouted as General Shiden walked to the plaza, following the voice. The warriors below the platform weren't nervous about the impending battle. Instead, they were chatting and wandering around without any discipline. If that was the standard of the Victorian army, he was confident of conquering Victoria City without much effort. General Shiden wasn't optimistic about Victoria City defeating Eternal Kingdom. From his assessment of the discipline of Victorians, he thought Eternal Kingdom could easily occupy Victoria City. If his army followed the Victorians into the forest, it would be suicidal. Previously, General Shiden was excited when he heard that thousands of Victorians were gathering to enter the forest. But he wasn't enthusiastic after seeing the ill-disciplined Victorians. As a commander of the Godly Kingdom, he couldn't let his army take the risk of following the Victorians into the forest. "Sir George, if the Victorians are so ill-disciplined, I think it's better we stay in Goldshire Town. It's safer for the army," General Shiden said to George. The generals beside General Shiden nodded in agreement. George looked worried, and he said to General Shiden, "General, you don't seem to understand these Victorians. They are ill-disciplined, but during battle, they are brave and fearless. They are the strongest warriors that I've ever seen. We can definitely break through Victoria Forest. The underworld creatures are attacking Victoria City. We have to stop the underworld creatures before Victoria City falls. George spoke boldly, but none of the generals believed him. The generals had never seen the Victorians in battle and thought that George and Steamed Dumpling were trying to shirk their responsibilities by overrating the enemy. Was it possible to have a powerful army that was ill-disciplined? It was impossible. General Shiden wouldn't speak the truth in front of George. He hesitated for a moment and thought of a solution. Since Sir George said so, let's do it this way. Sir George will be the vanguard and follow these Victorians into the Victoria Forest. George understood General Shiden's intention. After all, he wasn't a fool. General Shiden didn't trust the Victorians, so he was sending George to survey the situation. George was unhappy with General Shiden's wariness, but he understood the concerns of a commander. General Shiden hadn't witnessed the power of the Victorians. It was time for General Shiden to take a look at the Victorians' strength. I understand, General Shiden, I'll complete the mission and enter Victoria City with the Victorians. Then, I'll tell Queen Victoria about our reinforcements. George said loudly. Everyone was moved and full of respect for George's braveness, but nobody was willing to accompany him into the forest. Everyone was moved, but they weren't moving. They had sent out many teams into the forest, but none of them survived. Could George be lucky this time? As General Shiden was about to decline the Victorians' offer, a Victorian representative walked over. He was a tall and handsome human who made George jealous. He had the green word seal head Ling Chong above his head. Friends from the Godly Kingdom, you're aware of our plan to help you traverse Victoria Forest safely and enter Victoria City. We are done preparing for the escort mission. Are you ready? When the human was speaking, George felt that he had seen him before and had slashed the human with his sword. Apologies, we can't mobilize the entire army to follow you, as they have a mission in Goldshire Town. Don't worry, I'll follow you. George stepped forward and said valiantly. Because George had fought with them before and they were now friends, he had trust in the Victorians. The gamers were disappointed, but at least an NPC was following them. It was the start of a strange encounter mission. Chapter 497, Goal, Golden-Haired George. The Victorians set off from Goldshire Town with Golden-Haired George and proceeded towards Victoria City. While they were traveling, Brainiac brought Senior Captain Cherry, Patrick Star, and Gamers of Eternal Kingdom to the Crossroad Intersection outpost. Battles were breaking out at the outpost. But it wasn't only because the two factions of the gamers were opposing each other. They wanted to trigger the second faction war, especially the Gamers of Eternal Kingdom, who didn't want their rewards to be given to the Victorians after completing their missions. Moreover, the Gamers of Eternal Kingdom were supposed to be stronger than those of Victoria City. To Winterfell and the Godly Kingdom, it was a war that involved the surface world and the underworld. It could be a great war that rewrote history. They thought of the opposing faction as the invaders. Senior Captain Cherry and Patrick Star followed Brainiac and the Gamers of Eternal Kingdom to the outpost that allowed the surface world and the underworld races to exist in peace. This is the outpost that Sherlock built before leaving. It was intended to be used for mining and factory production. Nearby is the teleport portal that is connected to the surface world. The monsters of Victoria City arrived in the underworld via the teleport portal. Lord Sherlock ordered us to guard this outpost to prevent those monsters of the surface world from invading the underworld. While Brainiac was speaking, a team of humans, elves, and fairies walked arrogantly out from the outpost while shouting at each other. Senior Captain Cherry and Patrick Star didn't understand the language of these monsters of the surface world. Their voices and gazes were frightening. Senior Captain Cherry felt that they were discussing how to eat him. Brainiac wasn't nervous. He was used to it. When he noticed the fear in Cherry, he said, we can't stop our enemies from leaving the outpost. Don't worry, we have deployed strong defenses at the boundary. The monsters of the surface world who were leaving the outpost bumped into the orcs who were laying in ambush. D*MN. You finally dare to fight us. I thought you'd be hiding for the rest of your lives. Bro, let's charge. They're the ones who pillaged my equipment. Kill them. Charge. The orcs and gnomes charged wildly at the Victorians, and a bloody battle ensued. There weren't many combatants, but the fighting was far more vicious and grotesque than any other battles. Even the battle-hardened senior Captain Cherry was shocked by the grotesque battle scene. Were such horrifying battles occurring frequently at the outpost? He couldn't help feeling respect for the warriors of Eternal Kingdom. These brave warriors had been protecting the safety of the Underworld with their lives. Though Cherry was moved, he didn't show it. Lord Brainiac, we're grateful for your contributions in keeping the Underworld safe and moved by what Lord Sherlock had done. However, it's not the best solution. We have to work together to seal the teleport portal. This will stop the surface world's monsters from appearing. While Cherry was speaking, the humans nearby came over to watch. Though Cherry knew that the humans didn't understand him, he couldn't help glancing at them. He feared that if the humans understood him, they would take vengeance on him. That's what we thought, but reality doesn't allow us to do that. Lord Sherlock made this decision after much consideration. Only by guarding the outpost will the monsters be stopped. This will ensure the peace and safety of the Underworld. If the Merchant Alliance is willing to provide material support, we'll gladly accept it, Brainiac explained. Patrick Star recorded down the information while he said to Brainiac, Lord Brainiac, can I make a request? After I reported the news of the surface world's invasion, the readers became very concerned about this matter. Many readers wrote to the press to ask about the teleport portal that is connected to the surface world. I know that this request is inappropriate, but can I take a look at the teleport portal? We would like to see how serious the situation is. That's right. Senior Captain Cherry nodded in agreement. Both of them knew that Brainiac wouldn't accept their request. It was already difficult for Brainiac to bring them to the Crossroad Intersection outpost, so he would most likely decline their request. They didn't expect Brainiac to hesitate for a while before acceding to their request, but Brainiac had a condition. To ensure the safety of Patrick Star and Senior Captain Cherry, both of them weren't to leave Brainiac's side. In addition, they had to be disguised so that the warriors of Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City wouldn't recognize them. The disguise was simple. It was a matter of making them invisible. The gamers didn't have any methods to detect invisibility. Both of them agreed to Brainiac's condition. Though they were curious to find out about the surface world's monsters, they weren't willing to sacrifice their lives to fight against them. They were only there to investigate the matter, so it wasn't worth it to lose their lives. Brainiac brought both of them to the teleport portal. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom had gathered and started attacking the gamers of Victoria City. It was a grotesque battle scene around the area of the teleport portal. Both sides were hacking and killing each other to the point that they forgot about their equipment. There were pieces of equipment all over the place, but nobody picked them up. The battle was too vicious, and the combatants were too overwhelmed by their aggression to care about the equipment. The teleport portal was still controlled by Eternal Kingdom, but that was only temporary. At Victoria City, as you saw, the battle isn't optimistic. The Eternal Pigs, oh, those monsters from Eternal Kingdom, are attacking us continuously at all locations, Sealhead Ling Chong said to golden-haired George. There were explosions, screaming, laughing, and other chaotic noises beside George. Along the way, orcs, gnomes, goblins, and houndhead men emerged to attack the Victorians. While George didn't understand the monsters, he understood from their agitated expressions that they were coming for him. Those monsters were trying to kill him. Chapter 498, Golden-haired George's Experience. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Like golden-haired George thought, the gamers of Eternal Kingdom were coming for him. There were no secrets among the gamers, especially when a large godly kingdom army was stationed at Goldshire Town. Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom would definitely know about the location of the godly kingdom's army. The gamers of Victoria City were thinking of assimilating the NPC army into their faction. It would be even better if they could get their hands on the army's supplies and equipment. The gamers weren't very concerned about having the knights fight for them. That was what Eternal Kingdom thought too. They were after the army's equipment, horses, and other war supplies. That was why gamers of Eternal Kingdom kept appearing around Victoria Forest. They wanted to attack golden-haired George to terminate the strange encounter mission triggered by him. Who knew whether George would meet Queen Victoria the second time and form an agreement to hand over the supplies to the Victorians? If that was the case, the Victorians would have a windfall. Golden-haired George didn't know about this. He only witnessed countless underworld creatures attacking his escorts. Even the forest was filled with those creatures who would charge at him recklessly. Though the Victorian dogs gave assurances that everything was fine and soothed his fears, how could he not feel frightened? Even the battle-hardened George sweat when the never-before-seen creatures charged at him. That was even with George being mentally after being captured by the underworld creatures before. "Don't worry, everything is going according to our plan," Sealhead Ling Chong comforted the worried George. Right at that moment, a group of orcs leaped out from the forest. They were riding strange darting birds while wielding various weapons. They were screaming wildly as a volley of arrows flew out from the forest towards George and the Victorians. "Protect George! Don't let the eternal pigs get to him! More enemies are coming! Pay attention to our left flank!" Before the orcs reached George, lots of humans surrounded him from all directions. They were using their bodies, acting as human shields to brace against the sword and arrow attacks. The humans sacrificed themselves to protect George from harm. This wasn't the first time the Victorians protected George. In prior battles, those Victorians sacrificed their lives to protect George. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the underworld creatures. The intense battle lasted for an hour, and the Victorians protected George along the way. George was escorted from Goldshire Town into the depths of Victoria Forest. Every time a Victorian died, there would be more Victorians joining his escort team. They arrived in a continuous stream as though there was no end to it. George recalled the memories of him fighting the Victorians. During that time, he was facing an unlimited number of Victorians. His knights had the upper hand at first, but as the battle dragged, the Victorians were like an endless stream of cockroaches that couldn't be terminated. Finally, George and his knights were overwhelmed. The Victorians were now using the same tactic to fight against the underworld creatures. Death wasn't a problem for them. Instead, it was an honor. However, they were very concerned about their comrades' equipment. Whenever their comrades died, they would gather the equipment solemnly after the battle. George thought that the Victorians were collecting the equipment as mementos. However, when fresh Victorians rejoined the team, they would give the equipment to the new Victorians. They would use the equipment without hesitation. Though they were ill-disciplined, they showed the qualities of a powerful warrior during combat. George respected the Victorians. After these battles, they arrived at the entrance of Victoria City. George saw Sir Lancelot and a huge hamster standing by the entrance. Lancelot and the hamster were waiting for their warriors at Queen Victoria's order. They were aware of the movements of the gamers. Queen Victoria already ordered the three hamsters to refuse entry to Victoria Forest to the Godly Kingdom's army. To Lilo, the battle with Eternal Kingdom was only a pre-planned military exercise. She didn't have a good impression of the people from the Godly Kingdom. But the gamers of Victoria City didn't care about Lilo's order. She neither assigned the gamers missions nor gave them rewards. Hence, the gamers didn't give importance to what she said. When Lilo heard that the gamers were in contact with the Godly Kingdom, she was very angry. But after consideration and hearing that there was only George, and after receiving a letter from Sherlock, she relented. Lilo nodded and allowed Big Boss Hamster and Lancelot to receive him. The aim was simple, to allow golden-haired George to witness the military exercise between Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City. That was Sherlock's idea, and Lilo wasn't sure why that was so. However, she didn't mind if that would help her plan of conquering the Heavenly Kingdom. Chapter 499, Sir George's Chivalry. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. It wasn't the first time he saw Queen Victoria. During the previous time, George was a prisoner. Thanks to Queen Victoria's pardon, he didn't lose his life. Your Highness, we meet again, George said politely to Lilo, who was seated on a throne. The throne was made of ordinary branches and leaves and had a high support like a royal throne. Lilo had a regal crown on her head. To George, it was like role-play. Golden-haired George? I've seen you before. I told you not to enter Victoria Forest, but you are still here. Tell me what supplies you have. How can you help us? Queen Victoria asked George as she gazed at him. George already knew the questions she would ask, so he replied calmly, Your Highness, our army and supplies might be insignificant, but we are bringing hope. The surface world knows about your war with the underworld creatures. Though we have had some unpleasant conflict, we now have a common enemy. Please forget about the conflict. We should unite together. Thousands of years ago, our united ancestors defeated Michelangelo's invasion of the surface world. Now that the vile creatures are coming back, Victoria City is unable to defeat them alone. Please accept our help. In the future, more human kingdoms, elves, fairies, and light races will help us. We can be like our ancestors and overcome the crisis. Golden-haired George stepped forward, looking very firm in his conviction. His speech was moving. To Lancelot, golden-haired George cared for the future of humans. However, he wasn't the ruler of Victoria City. He couldn't make decisions for Lilo. Whether to accept aid depended on the decision of Lilo. After George's speech, the throne room became quiet. Lilo was wearing a black and white western dress. She tapped her fingers as she looked at George, considering his words. George became impatient and wanted to speak, but Lilo said, I see. If I accept your help, there will be more people coming to my territory. Is that correct? That's correct. Besides humans, there will be elves, as they are the allies of the humans. Thousands of years ago, they stood with us to fight against the underworld. Now that the vile creatures are back, they'll help us again. And the angels from the heavenly kingdom. Before George could finish his sentence, Lilo interrupted him and said, I reject your offer. Wait. You reject my offer? When facing the underworld creatures, don't you need help? Pardon my frankness, but although the combat willpower of the Victorians is strong, the underworld creatures have the upper hand. Their combat willpower is as strong as the Victorians, if not better, and far more frightening. George tried all ways to persuade Lilo, but she wasn't moved. Unless he was Sherlock. Lilo detested the light races and was eager to attack the heavenly kingdom. She couldn't possibly allow those detestable races to enter her territory. The gamers of Victoria City were the exception because they were the servants of Sherlock. They would be helping Lilo conquer the heavenly kingdom. To Lilo, they were her army. George was too shocked to say anything. He believed that his offer would be accepted, but Lilo rejected without hesitation. Was Queen Victoria going to sacrifice the Victorians and him to the underworld creatures? George thought that it was highly possible. If she refused to ally with the other human kingdoms, the underworld creatures would occupy the Victoria Forest. Then they would expand their conquest from Victoria City. Your Highness, please listen to me. George spoke anxiously. Even Lancelot was getting nervous and wanted to persuade Lilo. However, Lilo raised her hand and interrupted both of them before saying, Though I don't intend to accept your troops, I won't decline other sources of aid, such as supplies and equipment. We also welcome a limited number of observers. Large armies are denied entry into Victoria City. George was befuddled. Then he asked, "Observers?" He didn't understand the meaning, so Lilo explained, "Though your armies can't enter my territory, I'm willing to accept supplies and equipment and allow some of you to observe the battles. I understand that you aren't willing to miss such an epic war." George was enlightened. Lilo wasn't very concerned about this war. To Queen Victoria, the war was like a performance between two factions. The observers were like the limited spectators of an arena. "Your Highness, perhaps you don't quite understand the feud between the surface world and the underworld. If the underworld creatures break free from the teleport portal, they will shred everyone without hesitation. This isn't your war but a human war. We aren't here to help you because we want to take part in an epic war. We are helping ourselves and are here for our salvation. Please don't be mistaken. We're not here to appreciate the excitement of war. A few observers aren't able to turn the tide of war. Are you expecting us to promote the underworld creatures or the Victorians after watching the battles? Are you still angry with us over our declaration of war?" George asked several questions in one breath. All humans would share George's concerns and nod in agreement. It wasn't a time to throw tantrums. The underworld creatures were right at their doorstep. They should be uniting to fight against the dark forces. That was what George thought. Golden-haired George had thrown in all his chips. If Queen Victoria was rational, she would be able to identify with his hopes and suggestions. But Lilo said casually, "The observers are my best offer. There's no room for discussion. If you wish, you may send some observers. Of course, I hope that you'll promote the invincibility of the warriors under my leadership. Don't promote Eternal Kingdom." Lilo ordered the three hamsters to escort George out of Victoria City and inform the generals of the Godly Kingdom's army. She only allowed a maximum of 10 observers. George felt it was a shame. However, he could only leave Victoria City with regrets. He had failed in his mission, but it wasn't in vain. At least Victoria City was intact. Those underworld creatures were only at the boundary of Victoria City. They hadn't overrun Victoria City. That was the result of the valiant efforts of the Victorians. George wasn't optimistic that Victoria City could defeat the underworld creatures. Queen Victoria had overestimated the abilities of her warriors. George was escorted back to Goldshire Town by the enthusiastic Victorians. They were expecting supplies and equipment from the Godly Kingdom. George pondered and wrote a letter. He let the Victorians who were going to Goldshire Town pass the letter to General Shidden. He was going to be one of the 10 observers. After all, he wouldn't be helpful even if he went back. Instead of staying at Goldshire Town, he could stay in Victoria City and observe the war situation. Lancelot admired the bravery of golden-haired George. Previously, Lancelot treated George as his enemy. But now, he saw the chivalry of a knight in George. Golden-haired George didn't know if it was worth it, but he wouldn't regret his decision. When he decided to stay, a few Victorians ran back and shouted excitedly, "The Eternal Pigs are flooding out of the teleport portal. They are coming to Victoria City."